Hey, gents and ladies, how are you? Hope you're well. I just listened to the entirety of the CNN town hall, and I wanted to offer some thoughts. Overall, I thought that Trump actually did very well. I think he had many moments that I didn't like from a policy standpoint, but is that really what these things are about? For CNN, this is a massive ratings boon. It's really about, is he going to be the man who takes the Republican nomination? And, I don't know what happened to sad, weary, wary, depressed, tragic Trump. I don't know what happened to him. That was my sense of him back in the fall, particularly with his announcement. I think it was a bad place to give the announcement. It was his speech was written by Jason Miller. There are just a lot of things that didn't go right there. Whereas here, Trump was really in his element, and again, I thought he did quite well. I do think he is facing an oncoming train with the indictment in Georgia. I think he's facing a lot of things, but that does not seem to faze him. He, in fact, seems to thrive. And so there it is. I thought he ultimately did well. I would say this. I thought the Caitlin Collins young woman also did well. I guess there were kind of moments where she was fact checking him on the fly and correcting him. And I can understand how that could be viewed as a bit annoying. At the same time, we're dealing with Donald Trump, so it seems necessary. I think she did ultimately ask good questions. She seemed to, I thought the framing of a lot of her questions were interesting, but maybe not the right way to do it. For instance, I think on more than one occasion, she would ask something like, do you regret having your people, hang Mike Pence? Or like, do you regret spreading election lies? Or do you regret this or that? And that's one of those things where you know the answer to the question before you ask it, and thus you shouldn't really ask it. Of course, he's going to say, I did nothing wrong and I regret nothing. I should have just pressed on the gas pedal harder. I mean, that's who Trump is. And I think there could have been some more, like a lot of those questions could have been phrased differently. Like, why is the election going to be different in 2024 than it was in 2020? What has really changed? Can we trust the elections? That would kind of put him on the spot because it gets at the contradiction of Trump's big lie stuff, which is a kind of self-defeating meme, you could say. It's extremely motivating to his followers in the sense that it gets in their head and it makes them go wild and so on. It certainly caused January 6th on a kind of foundational level, but it also is obviously discouraging to actually going and voting. So I thought something like that would have been better. Um, I liked how she pressed him on the abortion thing, and I mean, I just found the Roe v. Wade talk to be kind of hilarious, actually, where he was like, "Everyone tried it, no one could do it, and then I did." He just took complete credit for the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Uh, I mean, this is one of those places where Trump is being absurd, but then in a way being completely honest. And I think that's the kind of contradictory element of Trump, the Trump v. Trump quality, in the sense that, the myth of the Supreme Court, of course, is that the person in the robe doesn't matter. It's all about the legal theory and getting to the really heart of the law. We're an umpire in this baseball game. We call balls and strikes, but we're not the pitcher, we're not the batter. And Trump just wipes that myth of the Supreme Court away and is basically kind of like, yeah, I put your guys in there, the Federalist Society assholes, and whoops, whoop de doo, they got it done. So he kind of like this weird way where Trump is completely truthful in the sense that he just doesn't get it. It's almost it's a weird thing to say because it's almost like an autistic person that you're talking to where they don't understand kind of the social cues and they just use reason. And I don't think Trump's autistic, but I think it's like he doesn't believe in anything. He doesn't believe in the myth of the Supreme Court. I mean, neither do I, to be frank, but he's the one running for office. He doesn't believe in any of these myths, and so he just reveals things to be entirely transactional. So whether you think of that as deconstructive or nihilistic or whatever. I mean, liberals will wring their hands, oh, he's disrespecting the court or whatever. But it is what it is, and it actually is a very honest thing. I thought we've heard this before with the Ukraine talk. He basically claims that it never would have happened, and that in itself is a extremely ambiguous statement. It almost, you could read it in a way that Trump would have just written off Ukraine to Putin, so there would be no need for a war. And this is where I thought Caitlin, I can't remember, Caitlin Collins, I believe is her name. I thought she was actually really good. Again, she was kind of like, do you want Ukraine to win? Because I think that gets at kind of the essence. And he couldn't answer it. He's like, I just want the end of the dying. Which is, I guess, okay. But even that, even in using ambiguous language like that, I mean, we're all very well aware that Trump is pro-Russia. I mean, that effectively, this is what this type of position is. But I don't know. In some ways, that moment was kind of revealing as well, in the sense that it revealed the end of maybe of the United States empire as a moralized, a kind of moral and moralized force, in the sense that something that thinks that it's on the right side of history, thinks that God is with it, even if they don't quite use those words, and is willing to engage in very serious global action. I think what you can see from Trump, he's almost into conservatives. He's kind of like revealing the hollowness of it all. In order to, whether the troops are moralized or not is more important than bullets in many ways. And the fact that Trump reveals that is pretty fascinating. Anyway, those are just some opening thoughts. Again, I thought he was kind of, to go back to that theme, I thought he was kind of brutally honest about the E. Jean Carroll situation. He got at some truths. I overall believe Carroll in the sense that I think they did meet at a department store and he was a complete asshole to her. I also kind of agree with the jury on this one in the sense that I seriously doubt he raped her in the way that we understand that word. Um, there are distinctions to be made here, but just the logistics of that in a department store dressing room, I don't know, it just doesn't strike me as particularly plausible. But Trump acting like a complete asshole and sexing someone up or something, that obviously strikes me as extremely plausible. But he's right. The whole thing is obviously politically motivated. You can go listen to my brief discussion of this over at my Substack. So anyway, if you guys want to jump in here with a question or a comment, you are welcome. I think this is going to be a pretty freewheeling one. I just kind of, I just listened to an hour and a half or so of it and wanted to talk about it. I hopped in a few other, like, these spaces that it's just, conservatives are boring. Even their banter is kind of unintelligent. So I wanted to do it myself. All right, Ace, you requested first, so you're up.
Hey, thank you, Richard. I was curious if this gave you flashbacks to the Duke lacrosse scandal. Would you?
Oh, wow. Um, that the Duke lacrosse scandal kind of meant a lot for me in my life because I was there at the time. You're saying that the E. Jean Carroll gave me flashbacks? Well, I haven't really thought about it in that way. I think the Duke lacrosse scandal was so much more egregious. I just don't think they can really be compared. Actually, that was a criminal matter, and it was about these young guys, facing, who knows, gang rape. I mean, facing 20 years. I don't even know what it was. That was also really egregious on behalf of Mike Nifong. And at some point, that was actually revealed many years later. I think it's even revealed like 10 years later, of just literally hiding evidence. I'll have to revisit. I've not thought about the Duke lacrosse scandal in a while. Um, but yeah, I mean, again, I don't think it's the same way. Now, the Duke lacrosse scandal, they ordered strippers, and they were actually, the lacrosse boys, surprise, surprise, were not behaving, you know, up to the standards you would expect of a Duke man or something. So, but at the same time, it is very clear that the young woman, I'm forgetting her name at the moment, was just outright lying and maliciously lying. I believe she's now in prison for murder or attempted murder. So she's really an extremely disturbed person. The other woman who's a stripper, who is her partner, she was actually pretty down to earth, and she told the truth. So it was an interesting case, but yeah, it was wild to be on campus at that time. The Another situation that was just shows like the complete maliciousness of the police in Durham is that the lacrosse students turned their laptops over to the police because they again knew they're innocent, and they're just like, look, here are our computers, go through them. And the police went in and they found emails in which one of the boys was basically mimicking a scene from American Psycho, which had come out, 7 years before, and it was actually a book that was even taught at some Duke literature classes. They might have even been had the book assigned to them. And he basically engaged in a kind of grotesque parody where he was like, let's invite the stripper over and we'll skin her to death, skin her alive. And while, just all this, just like completely over the top, ridiculous stuff that was again mimicked from Patrick Bateman in the book. And so it had nothing to do with the actual case. And so the police released that on campus. This just like completely outrageous and grotesque email exchange, which is the kind of thing that young people do. And they released that. And I remember on campus when it was released. This was back in the day before the iPhone. Basically, everyone would kind of go to the computer labs, and the word got around. I remember just the tension and kind of coldness on campus. Everyone was shocked because when you read an email like that, you think it's effectively a confession. And that's, of course, what the police were doing. They were backing Mike Nifong. So a lot of scales fell from my eyes in that sense, in terms of just the maliciousness of the police. Mike Nifong, obviously, a kind of narcissist. He was going on going on cable news, which is much bigger than it was now, all the time, reenacting what never happened. I mean, it was a truly grotesque event. I don't think the Trump E. Jean Carroll thing comes anywhere close to that in terms of its significance, possible dangers for people, and just the way that it captured the country. I mean, I remember walking around on campus and it's just covered with news trucks. Pretty wild time. Anyway, that was a bit off the beaten track. Does anyone have a question about Trump or the town hall? So I'm letting Dahir. Yes. Oh, yes, Xbox. Go right ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. It's been a bit.
It has.
Yeah, I've not seen the entire town hall. I've just seen some clips, and it sounded like Trump was back. He's really funny. I think the debt ceiling comment he made was hilarious. Not the kind of casual or kind of like depressed, low energy Trump that we saw recently. So I guess I was going to ask you. I was talking to one of my friends earlier tonight, and the Real Clear Politics average polling data, might not be reliable, but the RCP average from May 8th has Trump up against Biden by 0.7, which is kind of surprising because I, like you, have kind of for a long time suspected that like Biden has the election in the bag, or like he's at least he at least has a lot of incumbent advantages, and I think he'll probably be reelected. So I was surprised to see that Trump is doing this well, especially considering he's already been indicted. Like people already knew about this sexual abuse, rape case, or whatever. And he seems, I mean, who knows what will happen now that the verdict's out today or yesterday or whatever. But he seems to have weathered the storm pretty well. Is actually kind of gaining on Biden. So I was wondering, first of all, do you think that this is a fluke? Do you think that Trump has basically no chance in the general? I think we both agree he's almost certainly going to win the primary, unless he goes to prison.
Oh yeah.
And even then, I actually think he'll probably win the primary from prison. I think if he gets,
I totally agree. A feature is a bug
in
Trump's case. Like the Bragg thing energized people, and it made DeSantis seem just irrelevant. Because I mean, I think from the standpoint of you and me, and I don't want to boast here or something, but we're intellectual types, right? And so you have to listen to the other person. You have to contemplate what they say. You have to represent what they say, and then you have to critique it and offer an alternative. Just a kind of basic intellectual discourse. Trump is just a total bully. And I think from the standpoint of someone who is cultivated in some way, it does become annoying or bombastic or just unbearable, actually, when he's just refusing to accept reality. But at the same time, like, that is his strength. I mean, he is just a bulldozer, and that's why he can survive this stuff. I mean, every other politician, as he said tonight at one point, every other politician probably would have resigned over the E. Jean Carroll thing or anything like that, over the grab him by the pussy tape, etc. He just keeps bulldozing. And, you might even like Trump, like in terms of policy more than I do. But I mean, I just, in some ways, respect it. I mean, it's because he combines charisma with humor and then a bulldozer. So it sometimes is kind of a soft bulldozer. I don't. He had one moment tonight with Caitlin Collins where he said, "Oh no, no, you're very nasty woman, very nasty," but that was kind of the only moment where he was harsh. And I think mostly what I heard from the crowd, he was getting laughs, and he just combines his personality is so unique. It combines a lot of things that aren't usually combined. And so I just think every attack against him makes him stronger. And it probably shouldn't be that way, but it just is. And so, yeah, I mean, prison, I don't think he'll ever go to prison. I think maybe the worst possible thing might be kind of like house arrest or something like that. But house arrest in Mar-a-Lago, I mean, that would just be this surreal situation. But I think he would just keep going.
So you think?
I mean,
you think he could win the general after a conviction?
Yes.
Okay, interesting.
There is nothing in the Constitution about being a felon.
Oh, I mean, like you think he can win the Electoral College?
Oh yeah, no, I think look, vis-a-vis Biden, in terms of, I guess, to go back to your original question, vis-a-vis Biden, I too am surprised that he's up against Biden, but we're a year and a half out. A lot can change. I mean, imagine what would happen if like a major turn occurs in the Ukraine-Russia war. What would happen if there's a stock market crash? I mean, there's so many things that can change. Or what would happen if things start going well? I mean, Ronald Reagan in 1982, there was another dip in the stock market, and they lost in a bloodbath in the 1982 midterms. And a year and a half later, he was running campaign commercials about morning in America, and you should ask yourself, are you better off? Or are you better off now? With the answer being yes, and like everything's moving forward and upwards and onwards. So things can change pretty dramatically. I overall, barring some catastrophic reversal, and we'll see what happens with this latest Republican thing about the Biden family getting $1 million or whatever. I don't know what to think about that yet. I'll have to just kind of look into it. I do think Biden will win. I think he has all the incumbency advantages. Things are pretty good. I think a lot of Trump's positions are a lot more unpopular than he imagines. The abortion one being prominent. I do think that when the rubber hits the road, being effectively pro-Russia is going to harm him vis-a-vis Ukraine. I mean, I've seen the polling as well. People have really turned on that, but I do think that is going to be a problem. But so Biden, in my mind, will win. But all of these attacks, the way that people don't confront Trump directly. They want to confront him on like technicalities or process, etc., like the Eugene Carroll situation, which is a civil trial about defamation. Ultimately, just none of this stuff is going to work.
Yeah, I agree. My money's still on Biden in 24, assuming he doesn't have health issues or something, and ends up being. I think Trump would destroy Kamala Harris 1-on-1.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think that. Unless it's Newsom, I don't think the Dems have a good replacement. Sorry, what?
She has somehow lowered her status after being vice president for 4 years, which is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked by how unpopular she is. I mean, she sucks, but I don't really understand why even Dems hate her as much as they do.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think it's just because of the word salad stuff that she engages in, which is just bizarre. I mean, what we need to understand right now, historically speaking, is that we are in a moment of time in history. And that moment is a moment of time. Like it's like literally that. It's like
I think actually part of
It's like it's bad Heidegger.
I think part of it is she's really not well liked by blacks. I have a friend who's black, and he's really into the ADOS stuff. I don't know if you've heard that, African descendants of slaves. So he's like a big reparations guy and
Oh
everything.
yeah.
And I mean, Kamala Harris is not perceived as black, and it's kind of like a stolen valor thing, where she's half Indian, and her black side are like West Africans and like mixed, and they were like slave owners, I think.
Yeah.
So like a lot of highly politically active blacks who are actually not fans of West Africans or Caribbean blacks really hate her and resent her for that. And I don't think that's behind all of the Dem hatred for her. I think she's just considered like snarky and bitchy. But I think that's part of it. Is like a really core base that they thought that they would appeal to, which is like highly politicized African American voters, actually don't see her as one of them. It's like a stolen valor thing.
Yeah, I think that's fair actually on their part to say that. Yeah, she is. It's just she doesn't combine the qualities. I mean, I do think Biden was the perfect VP pick back in 2008 because he was avuncular. He was an old white guy, and so he was, as he is now, he was comfort food. And I think in some ways he was perfectly placed, vis-a-vis Trump in the COVID time. And I think only Biden could have fully done it. But yeah, I mean, I was a little bit surprised. I thought there might have been like some shakeup where they give Kamala Harris some job, so it almost seems like it's a step up or something. Like you're going to be in the Department of Justice or something, or I just thought they would do that to kind of get rid of her. And I do think they need to, I don't know what you do. When Biden is your biscuits and gravy, like what do you do to set that off? I mean, because Trump picked Mike Pence in order to secure the religious right vote and to get someone who wouldn't really challenge him. I mean, even someone like Chris Christie, who I overall don't like, I mean, he's a boisterous, tough guy, character. So he would have challenged Trump, whereas Mike just sat there and nodded. Even when they were, putting him on the gallows, he was just nodding. Well, yeah, it's Mr. Trump and I had a great working relationship. Sorry, that was my dramatic portrayal of Mike Pence being hanged. So I don't know how you kind of offset Biden. I guess you do with Harris, but she's just not very attractive.
Well, Obama thought she was pretty attractive, but a different way, I guess. Do you think Trump's going to go for a squish VP, or is he going to get some like hard right, like Mike Flynn type?
I think. I mean, if past is preface, I think he would go for a squish because with Trump, there can be only one. Like he needs someone who is going to always be secondary to him. And now Flynn, I mean, that would be, I guess, a really bold choice. I mean, that would revive all of the echoes of January 6th and all that kind of stuff. I could see someone like Tulsi Gabbard. Not that she isn't strong-willed, and Tulsi is more intelligent than Mike Pence. But I do think it's just a bit of a softer choice. I could see something like that. I think that would be the most interesting thing. I do think he needs, being that he lost, you've got to do something. Like you've got to go sign a free agent or, put a new piece on the board, I think, to win. So I think someone like Tulsi Gabbard would be interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a big Tulsi avowor, but I know that the current talk is that he wants either a woman or a POC. I think a woman is the main speculation. But I actually don't know which Republican female candidates would be good bets for him. I guess people talk about Kristi Noem. I think Haley has burned that bridge, which is a good thing. So I hate Nikki Haley.
Yeah.
I don't know who else.
I hate MTG so passionately. I mean, that would just be. But again, MTG, I think, is a little bit too aggressive and forward. She would want the
Well, she's
spotlight
also low status
because
with the
she is a
Congress.
huge. Yeah, it would be, but that's been done before. I think that would be kind of an interesting move, actually. Like as a congressman, not her, but it would. MTG is just as much of a narcissist as Trump is, and much less endearing. So it would be, if you imagine Marjorie Taylor Greene on stage at this scene in town hall, she'd just be like whining and yelling at everyone. It would be really bad. Whereas Trump is at his best when he has a light touch.
Right. I think he needs kind of the straight man, like not the. I don't think he can have someone who's trying to be as witty as he is. Like I don't think he could have Tucker as his VP,
right,
or someone like that. He needs someone who's a little bit more. I don't want to say boring, but like Mike Flynn actually is a somewhat good example of that, where he's a kind of intense personality, but he's not. He's not quite as unhinged.
He's a dutiful soldier, kind of. He'll follow the line. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Tucker would be interesting. That would be very off the wall. But Richard. I mean, I think he has to do something. I think he does need to sign a free agent in order to get himself over the hump. He can't just go to someone who's completely boring. I mean, Kristi Noem, I'm not sure. She seems like a nice woman, but
Richard,
come on. Yeah, sure.
I was going to ask.
Go jump in.
Yeah, I was going to ask, like, what do you think CNN are playing for? Like, what they've done today has kind of like rehabilitated his image. I don't know, but it just seemed like he won over the crowd.
Yeah.
Like, why would they do that? I mean, I know it's about ratings.
Because he was great for their ratings. He made them billions of dollars.
But I'm sure, like, Democrats would probably like I don't know, they'll probably pay the same amount, or they just wouldn't want them.
No, they won't. They won't pay CNN billions of dollars to not put Trump
for
on.
An election. Not billions of dollars, but they could have covered them in a more ugly. I don't know.
Because
like this kind of
want
thing.
Him. We all secretly desire what we fear, and we fear what we desire, and we all want this to be about Donald Trump because he's this dark energy force.
He's endearing though. He's like the charismatic conman. You know what I mean? Like everyone knows he's a conman, but let's be honest, right? This is not 1940s America where it was all wholesome. I feel like a lot of people are not saying people are more like they're more vulgar in general, and he kind of represents that. Maybe like, do you reckon it could be that?
Correct. Yeah.
There was this kind of illusion before that you had to be like a Ron DeSantis or like Mike Pence, very reserved, But right now, like he's kind of breaking that kind of stereotype, maybe.
Yeah, he is the Napoleon of the current year, as I deemed him. All of his bugs are features, and there's been this notion that we're going to have this great sage or former general or whatever to come and save us, but no, we're going to have a vulgar reality show star.
And there's also the other guy, what's his name, Santos, and it's like without Trump, none of this would have happened. Like he changed
George Santos,
America.
Oh yeah,
the
George
other guy.
Santos is a product of the Trump era. George
Santos
like he's a con man, but he doesn't have the touch that Trump does. He's kind of more contemptible. But Santos is just a product of the Trump era. I mean, he was an alt-right personality in many ways. He was at all of these meetings. He was at, there are these meetings. I've seen these videos of these mini conferences with like Blair White and, Stroika or whatever. And then, George Santos was in the audience. And
did you see
asking questions? He was around all these people, and he's picked up on that kind of thing, but he just can't play it because only Trump can do it. You can only have one. All of this dark energy will be embodied in the form of one person.
He said one thing, though. Richard, he said one thing, and I still can't stop laughing. Right? He said, like people questioned him. They said, "Are you Jewish?" And he said, "No, like I'm Jewish." Like I don't know. He's a con man. He's more unlikable than than Trump, no doubt. But it's just, when you have that kind of audacity, right? I think you were speaking about this concept called confidence, man. People that will just go all the way. They're all in. On the way to the casino, they're saying, you know what? First game I play, I'm all in. That's the kind of energy.
Let me. I'm just going to mute you just for one moment because I'm going to go off on this a little bit. This is something I've thought about. So, why do we have like sociopaths or psychopaths or schizophrenics in our group? Like, what isn't this almost like being born with one leg or being a midget or something? Why would this kind of personality persist, and why are we attracted to them? It's one thing just to call him a narcissist, and I think he absolutely is. Actually, someone in this group wrote an essay on that. But why do we want to be led by a narcissist? And I think if you take the standpoint of group evolution, I think there's a place for all of these personalities. And granted, a psychopath gone bad is just going to be a criminal who's going to tear down society. And before the contemporary age, the criminals would probably end up dead more than likely. Still to this day. But a psychopath done right is a powerful thing. Do you think that, like, if you're playing linebacker in the NFL or something, do you think any of those people aren't psychopaths? So there's obviously like a huge advantage to having just enough of psychopathology in the system, in the group. And, if you look back at the artists and so on, I bet you could diagnose each and every one as a grandiose narcissist. So this kind of like using pathology to criticize people, we seem to be missing like the real value of so-called mental illness. And I think all of this, like a lot of not all of psychology, but a lot of psychology seems to be a kind of revolt of boring people against psychopaths who are able to push things forward. It's like they want to diagnose people and put them, they need to go to therapy or learn empathy or something like that. Well, I don't know. Did Richard Wagner like really need to learn empathy, learn to empathize or something? I think if he learned to empathize in the way that they use that word, I doubt we would have the great works of art that we do. So I don't know. I think a lot of like, and I admit Trump is ridiculous and vulgar and his policies are non-existent or bad actually. But I don't want to really knock him on that level of like, I hate it when people it's a very American kind of egalitarian, ultimately kind of a slave morality way of putting it, where it's like, why can't we just have a normal person run for president? Well, normal people don't run for president. That's the whole fucking point. Secondly, you don't want a normal person to run for president. We want great people. We want to produce more great people. That's the name of the game. Yeah. Average, normal people who, dot their I's and cross their T's don't push history forward.
Yeah. The only thing I was going to say about this psychology thing of mental illness or no, there's no basically definitive barrier. It's like all ad hoc. Oh, right now we find that mentally ill or this mentally ill, but there's no definitive. It's just basically they look at something, right? they'll decide, oh, we don't like this. Now that's mental illness, and it just changes with the wind. It's not really
I
grounded
agree.
in anything. Yeah,
I agree. I think a lot of this, when I've watched some videos and so on of people discussing narcissism and so on, and I don't fully disagree with a lot of what they're saying, but they're ultimately just describing something, and they're not really analyzing it. They're not really determining where this comes from, maybe in terms of someone's history, where it comes from in terms of the brain. And it's just basically describing people who are extraordinary, who aren't being normal. Well, normal people are boring. I don't want to live in a world of like normal people.
yeah, and
Normal people are just, their lives don't ultimately have any meaning because they don't contribute anything.
Yeah, it's like ADHD. I was hearing a theory about how people that work with their hand, or people that need, how can I say, not adrenaline pumps, but those high risk situations, something like that.
Yeah.
A lot of them are diagnosed with ADHD, right? And it's like maybe those people there naturally, it's just a natural variance of their personality. They want to be in high risk situations for the better or for the worse, right?
Right.
But then in the current era, where you're expected to read a book maybe, or stay in a classroom for 8 hours a day, 6 hours a day, whatever it is, now that's a mental illness. And now that's like a thing that you need to get treated for. So I get exactly what you mean. It's like, yeah, I understand.
Yeah. All right, let's move on. Let's do Caravelt. I think you raised your hand first, and then I'll do Pat and Adam.
Absolutely.
Caravelt.
Yeah.
Go for it.
But by the way, Richard, did you watch the town hall tonight?
Yeah, I'll do Chuddy. I'll do you as well. Caravelt's going once.
You hear me?
Going twice.
Hello?
Go on. Okay, I'll leave you up there. Pat.
Hey, how you doing, Richard? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hi, Pat.
Yeah. So actually, I saw another town hall by Joe Biden up in New York. He was doing it in there's a freshman congressman named Mike Lawyer, or something like that, and was having a town hall in his district. And he said, "Well, Mike Lawyer, he isn't a MAGA Republican. He's like, the Republicans I dealt with in Congress back when." But Mike Lawyer, he voted to cut taxes. To cut spending by 22%. He voted for all the like McCarthy shit. But he's saying he's not a MAGA Republican. Why, I don't know. And I think it's kind of interesting where you're kind of seeing like this like new divide where like it's more so aesthetics than it is actual policy. Like policy doesn't matter. It's just like, Mike Lawyer isn't like, Marjorie Taylor Greene going off about like, about Jews controlling space lasers or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
He's respectable, and he's respectable for his like upper middle class suburban district.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering whether you had any kind of takes on that.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's everything you say is completely true. I mean, policy doesn't really matter. It is whether you're on the right team and whether you can participate in politics as entertainment and all sorts of things like that. I mean, policy does matter. I do think that you can tease out some major policy matters from even this town hall. Like on abortion, he kept just avoiding the question of would you sign an abortion ban and so on. He's like, we'll make everyone happy. Now we have some negotiation going on now that Roe v. Wade is gone. The pro-life could not negotiate until, but he was avoiding the question, really. And, but yeah, I mean, so there is policy there, but I think in terms of these voters, I mean, no, it's just all, I guess, aesthetics, as you say. I probably wouldn't use that word. It's all just kind of vibes and emotion.
Well, I thought it was kind of interesting because, there's all this, chud concern trolling about the city that, quite a few districts around New York flipped. Upper middle class districts, like, George Santos districts, we call it the Gold Coast. It's very, very wealthy. And so was Mike Lawyer's district. So all these wealthy suburbanites. And most of these districts haven't flipped in, like, They weren't even like Republican during the Bush years, or you have to go back like Reagan went back to when they were first Republican. And it kind of shows that like there's this kind of this idea that like the suburbs were lost under Trump permanently for Republicans in the same way the rules were for under Obama. But I still see that being the case. I think the Democrats kind of sabotaged themselves. I think they played more to like that blue anon stuff. They would have kept the suburbs, but they kept on trying to like counter signaling it, and like so it kind of abandoned them back to being swept up into this. But like then again, like if they're like non-crazy Republican, I'm not talking about policy. They can be like like most like pro-life radicals ever. But if they just like come off as decently, I don't see how they don't get away with like 340 electoral votes. I mean, it's pretty.
You're talking about the Republicans, who I don't quite understand what restate your argument here. What are you saying is happening?
Well, what I'm saying is that like I'm looking at these districts and like because I'm around it, I see it, and like these upper middle class people are now going back to the Republican Party because of all this like scare tacticking about crime in the city, and the Democrats back during the Trump years, you had those Keith Olbermann radicals, but they weren't like prime time on MSNBC.
Okay, I don't fully agree with you. I mean, let's keep in mind that the Democratic Party did very well in an off-year midterm. I mean, remarkably well. They are doing gangbusters among people under the age of 40. And I don't see them really losing the suburbs. I mean, I think you can definitely, like in maybe some situations like New York State, you can see, fear of black crime or something as motivating, like basically the district that elected George Santos. But I think that's pretty unusual. I mean, it's a lot like looking at Florida and thinking that, Hispanics are going to go for Trump at the levels they went for DeSantis. I don't think that's the case. Florida is a pretty unique place. And so I don't buy it. I mean, I do think that the Democrats are still in a great advantage at this point. I don't think they're losing the suburbs. I think the whole crime, all the kind of crime fear mongering, that kind of loses its luster after a while.
Well, I think you're giving a lot more credit to people's attention spans than they ought to deserve. But I mean, like, you forget that like what happened in New York was pretty unique. Like there wasn't like we didn't talk about abortion or nothing like that. Like that wasn't like people weren't voting about that at all. They were in like Colorado, state or Michigan or states, but actually could get banned. But everyone just was under the assumption that this doesn't really apply to us. And I do think that things change very quickly, and you give an example of something that can win. You'd be surprised how quickly that can spread to a national level. So I'm not wholly bought on the idea. I mean, you just saw that poll by ABC, which had like Biden like 37% and Trump 44%. I mean, even now, I mean, Americans have like this innate knee-jerk reaction against new things coming out. I mean, it's the same reason why Obamacare right now is a winning issue for Democrats, even though it destroyed them in 2010 midterms. I think it's the same thing with abortion. I think people are just going to forget about it in 2 or 4 years.
I don't think they're going to forget about the abortion thing. But anyway, I'm going to move on. Thank you for your comments, as usual. Okay. I'm going to go to Adam.
Yeah. How's it going? Yeah. I was just thinking back to the Santos thing that, like, you can't understand Santos without thinking about New York, like you were saying about that's the exact district that he's from. Because he's so much a product of, like, he's like the personification of a New York Post headline in a person. You know what I mean? Like, people talk a lot of shit about clickbait, but I think some of it is like they're kind of masterpieces, And Santos's thing of like, he told us this while he was doing that, while over here he was doing this other, you know what I mean? Just like one insanity on top of another. And I think it's just kind of like, you were talking about like what produces this. I think it's like, since all of them, like MTG and Lauren Boebert, all these people, they all, and even AOC and them, they all want to go viral on Twitter, like just as much as they want to get like a law passed,
Yeah.
So I think Santos, it's like I saw a clip of him at doing a podcast with Barstool, and I was like, oh yeah, that's him. Like that's him in his element. Like that's what he wanted out of this. That's what he's gonna get out of this. Like there'll be a funny Netflix documentary. Like it really reminded me of there's a funny genre of like the documentary about Elliot Spitzer and then the one about Anthony Weiner, which both like vaguely feature Roger Stone, if I remember right, And I just think the Santos story, it's like it's just set up for that exact thing. And I think there's something about New York that like it's like from what I can piece together about his story, obviously it's all over the place, but it's like he definitely was doing that New Yorker thing of like, I'm going to fake it till I make it and just try to make something happen and put it together and see how far it goes. And I think like you could tell when he first got into Congress, he was so unsure of himself. Like, holy shit, I actually got this far. And he kind of didn't know which way to turn. And then I think you can just rely on like the online right to just like say based, like to just be like, hey, based to whatever kind of random thing he said. And I don't know. It's kind of sad that he's going to end up if he does end up going to jail or something. But I think in the end, like, he'll be notable and he'll have a podcast and go on shows and like, people remember he's made himself famous enough to like peek out a little.
The guy's facing 20 years, man. There's probably some world in which that happens. But
yeah, I don't think it's going to last 20
years. That he's in. He's facing 20 years.
Oh, facing 20 years. Oh shit. Yeah, I didn't know the details. Oh, I'm sorry. My fault.
Yeah, this is happening. I mean, I think a lot of these con artist types, they'll live for today. It's like, can I make it to 5 p.m.
Right.
today? Like, can I lie myself out of it? But at some point, the chickens come home to roost. And I think they will for him. I mean, I recommended to him that he just plead guilty and come clean. I bet if he gave up the info on, what was the loan? It was like $750,000 loan or something. It was some huge thing that he claimed he made, and he's actually admitted that wasn't his money. So who was it? Like, tell us who plucked you out of obscurity and placed you in Congress. Just tell us, and that will ultimately be better for you. Like, you're not. Prison's going to suck, man. I mean, you're not going to be able to be on television and social media in prison. So you need to just come clean. And if he gives up like some huge bit of information, I imagine that he probably could kind of weasel his way out of it.
Do you think it's something like Charles was saying, that it's like he's the product of somebody kind of installing him in there? That's what you mean?
There's no question. All of these Republicans are like Luna, that like super hot girl. She's fake. Her entire background is fake.
Right.
That there's another one from like Kentucky, I remember, who's not to the level of George Santos, but only by a matter of degree. He's just, his entire life is fake. And okay, I get it. Like a con artist, you can go far with that, but it's bigger than that. I do think that there are foreign forces that just simply create these people.
Yeah, because
and place them somewhere.
Get that far like on accident. It's not like a state or a city council. You know what I mean? Like,
right. So the national, who they are, like, like you'll get out. And I, again, I am kind of echoing Charles here. I heard him talk like this last night, and he's just simply correct. So good artist.
If I could ask you real quick,
imitate, great artist steal. Good artist borrow, great artist steal. Yeah, if someone has a right take, then amplify it. Yeah, he should just. That would be a kind of weird redemption arc for my man George. And tell us who it is. Is it the Russians? Is it Israelis? I want to know. And if you tell us that, you're going to be a kind of hero. Wouldn't you like that as a sociopathic narcissist?
Would it ever get out to us? Like, if he tells the Fed something or whatever, would we even know?
We could probably connect the dots at some point.
That he didn't go to jail or something,
Yeah.
I would ask you about, like, the reaction to it, because I think I saw something on Twitter where, like, I don't know. Basically, everybody is laughing about George Santos, and somebody comes along and they're like, no, like this is serious. Like, he's in Congress. Like, this isn't a joke, And I just wonder if what you would say about like kind of the nihilism that I know even I have. That's sort of like you can't expect us to take it seriously when politics is always such. You know what I mean? Like the joke about like he's the only congressperson, like you said, that we found out about. There's all these other fake people.
Yeah.
So I just wonder about like our kind of people, whatever.
He's revealing things to us that we didn't know, and in that way, he's a kind of hero already. All right,
I think it's interesting what it kind of says about all of us too. That our reaction to it is so we're just like vaguely amused and like make jokes and are just kind of blasé about it. I just wonder what that means about us too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'm just going to move on to make sure I talk to everyone. So thank you. Yep. Chudis Maximus.
Hey, Rich, can you hear me?
Yes.
Lovely. Let me just say it is a pleasure to speak to you tonight, Big Spence. As you can see by my profile pic, it's Patrick Crusius as a Hellenistic marble bust. So clearly I'm a big Biden proponent like yourself. My question for you is, do you think that Hunter Biden's crack addiction will pose any serious threat to the Biden regime?
No. And goodbye. Okay. Not a very good troll. Okay, let me let in some new guys. Okay, Caravelt, you get a second chance.
Thank you. You hear me now?
Yes, I do.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. I was trying to speak before, but the mic wasn't working or something like that. So a few months ago, I was looking at the polls as one does on Twitter, wherever it was. Maybe I was watching some guy speaking about it, and Trump, when he was selling the NFTs and shit, his approval rating was lower than George W. Bush when he left office, and that was pretty low. Yeah. And now apparently Xbox is saying that it's higher than Biden. That's like,
well, he's beating Biden in a hypothetical matchup. But yes, even that is remarkable. Correct.
Beating Biden. What do you mean? Like, if
in a hypothetical matchup with Joe Biden for the presidency, he's winning.
You think so?
Well, that's the latest poll that's been.
Yeah, that's the RCP app right now.
I understand. Let me just say that the town hall that was tonight. So obviously, I know you don't agree. I also don't agree with a lot of what Trump says or does, whatever. But like Xbox pointed out, it brought back some energy, some nostalgic Trump energy, like when he was asked on stage about the would you grab them by the pussy, and he's like, listen, a million years, and then he's like, about the ape and some different wild stuff. That's pretty remarkable. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you for speaking with us, and we're just going to move on.
Richard. Hello.
Jack?
Sorry. Yes. Hello. Sorry, I'm a little drunk right now, but I got some things I want to say real quick.
Well, that's too bad because you've been removed from the speakership. I call on people. You don't just speak out of turn. And I'm not terribly excited if you're drunk. Halvation.
Hello, Richard Spencer. I've got something to say. So, you've probably heard from MAGA supporters that the election was rigged in 2020 and that they're doing a witch hunt against Donald Trump. But what makes them... They got all these people who want Trump to run again in 2024. What makes them think, though, that the election won't be rigged again? Going off by their logic. I don't think the election was rigged, but going off by their logic, whether Trump would
said as much.
Go ahead.
I said as much a little bit earlier. It is a rather discouraging meme.
Yeah,
yes.
There's so much demoralization from the dissident right. That's something I've noticed. I used to be part of the dissident right, but I've moved away recently.
Good.
And there was a man you let speak earlier, Pat. He's in part helped me find a better path because, well, there's just so much goddamn demoralization and doom porn.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, I would. All right. Well, thank you for speaking. I really appreciate it. Okay, Polly. you are up.
Hi, good evening. I did not catch the town hall. I kind of forgot about it, but I'm curious what you think of all this reaction that we're seeing to Jordan Neely being killed. How much is that going to kind of throw things more in Trump's favor as we barrel towards 24?
Well, I mean, it's going to kind of play to both ends of the polarized spectrum. I mean, I think they have found another George Floyd type in more ways than one. He's kind of even more flawed than George Floyd, or at least just as flawed as a martyr type. And it's kind of died down a little bit. I did see last week, I was seeing some protests in the subway and things like that. So I was thinking, wow, do we have another summer of BLM on our hands? I'm not sure is the answer to that, but we'll see how this goes. I mean, the prosecutor has not made his decision whether he's going to charge the young man who got him in a chokehold and things like that. But it's a deeply ambiguous thing, and I think that's kind of what makes these huge scandals is that there's an ambiguity. I mean, there's an ambiguity in Rittenhouse. There's an ambiguity in Trayvon Martin case and George Zimmerman. There's an ambiguity in this one. I do think that Neely was totally out of control, and I have actually long had this position. I actually saw something. I haven't read the article, but I feel like Steve Saylor is like coming around. But I think getting rid of the insane asylums, so-called, the mental hospitals from yesteryear, I think that was a really bad move, and we've instead medicated people and put them out on the streets. But anyway, that's a kind of side note. I think this case with the chokehold is rather ambiguous. You can kind of come down on it on both sides. And thus it gets people talking, and you're looking at something. It's a bit of a Rorschach test.
Yeah.
And you have a martyr situation in Neely, and he's obviously a kind of flawed martyr, but I think that's what people want in a post-Christian society.
I mean, I think what the guy did was understandable. I mean, I don't know what his.
It was understandable, but let me also say this. If Neely was in a situation where he is in a chokehold and he fought back and killed the Marine who had him in a chokehold, would he have the authority to do that?
I think in ways, yeah, you could say, because one could say that a chokehold is obviously a deadly threat.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could say that's self-defense, but I also think, I mean, look around us. We have mass shootings, mass killings happening all the time. So I think in a lot of ways, a guy comes into, especially on the subway, and is saying things like that, like.
Oh yeah, I guess that's really the point I'm making, is that I'm not trying to take either side. I mean, I think it's a difficult situation, but I think it's ambiguous, and so it becomes a bit of a Rorschach test for everyone. I mean, obviously, with regard to the Marine, it is completely and unequivocally understandable that you'd want to subdue someone who is saying that, I don't even care if I want to go to jail. I mean, he's basically saying, like, I lost hope, I have nothing to lose. I mean, yeah, I mean, that is a dangerous situation. At the same time, if Neely had fought back, he probably would have been justified in using force as well. So it's just very ambiguous, and it's a Rorschach test where you want to project on to you project your own kind of biases and pre-existing hopes and so on onto the situation. So I don't know, this might die down, but we'll see. Like, if the Marine gets charged and he gets let off or he gets convicted, I mean, I could see this being part of like a summer of 2020 all over again.
Oh yeah, I think if he I mean, I agree. It's kind of both ways. I think if he gets convicted, you're going to see people on the right be really riled up about it. And as soon as he gets let off, you're going to see people on the left. I'm in Minnesota. We have the DFL here. It's the Democratic Party. And, we're a little more, well, I'm not a Democrat, but they're more traditional. So I know a lot of, regular Democrats, I guess you could say. And when you see things like the protests going on, you do see a lot of these just normal, 60, 70-year-olds kind of being like, oh my God, it's like out of control. So that's what I wonder about.
Can you put on a Fargo voice and say that, please? That just isn't right.
Oh, it's just good. All dad.
I mean, they took over Seattle. I mean, what? They're dancing and having sex in broad daylight. Oh my God, no! This is not my Democratic Party. Yeah, you did it better than mine.
Protesting, they're breaking things, yelling at cops. It's not good.
That's really good, actually. That's nice. Yeah, it's hard not to like Minnesotans and all of that whole area. A lot of nice people.
Mostly.
Yeah, mostly. Okay. Well,
Richard,
for your
Richard, I'm in Old Ebbitt where you and I used to have dinner. So I'm leaving right now.
Oh, you're at the Old Ebbitt Grill. Wow.
Grill.
I have not been there since COVID. Wow.
As you know, I'm a man of.
I would love to.
I'm a man of the people. So I always go to the just the dingiest of places. Right across from the Treasury Department.
I would love to eat some raw oysters with an old fashioned right now. That sounds like
come on down. Anyone's invited. Kerry Krukal and I are here, and I think we're about to go for a walk in D.C. So hopefully I won't get murdered. But if I do, avenge me. Avenge me.
I will.
I
will.
I'll be sure I don't put anyone in a headlock, though. Don't you worry. As if I could do. If I could do such a thing.
I bet you could. You're generous.
Yes. No. This is the big thing is that you've heard of what is it, retard strength or old man strength, but nobody messes with the gingers because nobody knows quite what we're capable of. So.
True. We don't want to.
We don't want to know.
No.
But MC1R variant, for those who are curious, it's what powered the Western world. You're welcome.
So what do you think about Santos, or what do you think about the Biden thing? Is that going to go away?
What Biden thing? I haven't seen this yet.
Well, the Republicans announced that the Biden crime family is paid $1 million from some foreign entity.
Oh no, the whole family? $1 million?
Yeah.
Oh no. Can't have that.
I see. I get it. You're in the highest position in the world. Seems like you'd get more than that. But do you think this is going to kind of wash away with the rain, or
it's not real?
It's not real.
No, it's not real. It's Hunter. Look, we've talked about his schlong. We've talked about how great he is, and how he's going to be our future president, and that we're ready. We're ready for it. Okay, because there's going to be a president at some point in the future whose nudes you will have seen. It's just a fact. It's just the law of the world, okay? So just get ready for it. It's going to be Hunter, and you're going to accept that, and you're going to like it, and it's going to be great. But no, my basic conclusion on this is that recall that they kept on David Weiss, who was the Trump attorney, from the U.S. attorney from Delaware, and what they found is that, lo and behold, the elites of America do business with the elites of China. I know this will be a shock to everyone on this call, but it has been known that the global elites, do business with each other. Now, for those who are curious, who is one of the people that Hunter Biden did business with? That would be Patrick Ho, right? Patrick Ho, the Chinese intelligence officer, who ended up getting jailed for paying bribes in Africa. Now, if you look at, I think there's something like 9 people that have gone to jail who are all associated with Hunter Biden, all in different criming kind of things that they were working on. Now, that strikes me as federal informant territory, or maybe naval intelligence. And I've written as much on my Substack about how we know he's a Fed and how we know it and all that other evidence. But curiously, I was called recently by a member of Congress. I won't say which one. But he said, hey, you were right. I thought you were cracked out of your head, as you usually are. This is a direct quote. But you are correct. We recently obtained information that Hunter is a Fed. And I was like, well, of course he is. You don't get to do that much crack or sleep with that many women without the situation at hand. Now, there is this problem that we have, right? So the problem that we have is Mike Morrell, who is the deeply compromised acting CIA director, who was, by the way, with George W. Bush on 9/11, okay, as one is, right, who's deeply very friendly to the Israelis, who left being on the board, I want to say it was the Belfort Center at Harvard, who resigned his position when Bradley Manning, or I guess now Chelsea Manning, was added to that position. Now, for those who are kind of living under a rock, Chelsea Manning comes from a British intelligence family. So just something to think about. Maybe she had a reason to give evidence of criminal activity by the U.S. government, killing people and, our stupid wars. Maybe she had reason to do that. And maybe this is well known in certain circles, right? Maybe this was a deliberate leak, shall we say. And maybe that's why she was pardoned. Let's just say hypothetically speaking. So Morrell has been in favor of all these Israeli operations for many, many years. He's very much of the sort of binational security state, which is what Netanyahu called the cultivation of these relationships. That's sort of like the backdrop on him. Now, he has basically tried to monetize, that's the euphemism for sell out after you do your government service. He's tried to monetize his Rolodex after leaving federal employ. And he's also quite cross with Joe Biden for making the very great William Burns director of CIA. He's very cross about this. He doesn't like this, okay? So he, with Blinken, went to they sort of had the situation where the Hunter Biden laptop stuff was circulating. Now, we don't even know if it was a laptop, for one. We know that there are pictures of him. They look to be taken from certain weird angles, right? Like it looks to be done through his iPhone. We know that Pegasus, for instance, can turn on cameras, okay? And we know that this was very likely an iCloud hack.
Yeah.
Now,
that makes a lot of sense. I have never bought the story about the actual laptop with that weird blind guy.
A blind guy whose surname is Mac, who has an Apple repair store. Now, you and I are of a, I don't know, I'm walking by this like Book of Mormon weirdness. Anyway, so you and I are of a certain social class. Would you and I ever be caught dead in a place like John Mack's Apple repair store? I mean, he's getting paid $1 million. Presumably, he could have taken the laptop to the Genius Bar.
For God's sake. Yeah.
And presumably, he could have had one of the Chinese spies he was purportedly fucking. Presumably, he could have had one of them do it for him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like the mechanics of this thing. And then, of course, people start to notice, where was Hunter the day that the laptop was supposedly brought there? Oh, he was across the country in California. How could he be in 2 places at once?
Yeah.
So there's like all these basic bitch questions that like.
Why would he leave it there for 90 days? like you give someone your laptop and you forget about it. I mean, I can understand forgetting a sweater at the dry cleaners or
I don't
something,
know.
but
I'm a
your
nerd, so I have
laptop,
a
that
bunch of
just seems
laptops. I don't necessarily know where they all are, right? So, but like, okay, whatever, fine. Like, let's grant that that's possible. Okay, fine. But your blind guy whose surname is Mac. Okay, Mac, Apple. Like, you could see the Israelis were having fun with this one,
right.
and doing their little parallel construction. And then, of course, like,
Tim Apple.
yeah, a Tim Apple, right? And of course, it just so happens they're like, nothing is secure except Microsoft and possibly Oracle. Oracle's a great American company headed by a Mossad agent.
Oh wow.
Okay,
Yeah.
and so, Safra Catz for the win. Who, by the way, Arthur Schwartz and other people wanted to be National Security Advisor of the United States of America, because that's normal. Okay. So anyway, I'm my basic takeaway on this is that Hunter's a Fed. That when you saw the scene from The Departed, where Leonardo DiCaprio is like hanging out with Martin Sheen and with Mr. Wahlberg, and they're saying, "Do you want to be a cop or do you want to appear to be a cop?"
Yeah.
I think Hunter wanted to be a naval intelligence officer. That is what he was going for after his dear brother died.
Yeah.
And I think he is still a naval intelligence officer. I think that's why he's able to go certain places that other people can't go. And I think that's why he's not going to get in any trouble for all the things that he purportedly did. So that's kind of my
Interesting.
takeaway on it. Now, I will tell you, like, if you work on technology stuff, you meet with and deal with a number of people who are probably spies from different countries. There's a level of acceptable dalliance with spies, and there's a level of unacceptable dalliance. You can take money from spies, not least of which because we oftentimes want to know where their bank accounts are. Okay? So you can take money all the time. That's how you get if you get a wire from one of them, that's how you can identify where their money is if you need to seize the accounts.
Interesting.
Okay? So there's a long history of this kind of thing. And if you're running an operation, you oftentimes want to get your enemy to pay for that operation so that you can steal their money. This is a very common technique. Okay? Because, like, let's say you're China and you've got a budget for black ops kind of nonsense going on. Yeah? And you're running around and you're throwing around all these dollars. Well, Uncle Sam wants those dollars to come home to Uncle Sam. So he's going to figure out ways to, by hook or by crook, get those dollars. And that's kind of what an intelligence operation or a counterintelligence operation is all about. And I might know more about this than I'm talking about on Elmo's platform. Let's just put it that way. So what can I say about this? I mean, I believe, based upon very strong evidence, that we are going to learn in the near term that not only is Hunter a patriot, but that Hunter was a target not of Russian disinformation, but of Israeli intelligence.
Yeah.
Now, why would they be so upset with Joe Biden? Well, could it be that Joe Biden doesn't like them? Could it be that Joe Biden has publicly and privately talked about Netanyahu being a criminal? Could it be that they had Jared Kushner and Donald Trump in their pocket? So presumably they would have loved a second term.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's obvious. Yes.
Okay. And could it be that maybe they looked out into the world and they saw that rather than blackmailing, I mean, what would they blackmail Joe Biden over, right? The fact that he's a heterosexual and likes ice cream and Corvettes. Okay. Like Obama, it's obvious. You get him on the gay stuff. You get him on his real father being Frank Marshall Davis. We can get onto this another time. But, you could basically fuck with him in all kinds of elaborate ways. But Joe Biden, he's got only one son left, okay? And this is what they were trying to do. They were trying to leverage his relationship with his son. Okay?
Interesting.
And this is why they're going to get crushed. You know? Because remember, the criminal complaints against Netanyahu concern the use of Yair Netanyahu, Netanyahu's son, as the kind of bagman or dauphin of the state of Israel. Now, from the Netanyahu perspective, hey, turnabout is fair play. You fuck with my son, I'll fuck with your son. Right? It's very kind of Shakespearean. So that's what I think is really going on.
Well, you've been right before, Charles. I hope you're right about this.
Oh, I'm definitely right about this. This is one of those things where I am so certain I'm correct about it that I'm like dancing for joy about it. This is one of those things where it's not even close that I'm correct about this. Because
you're incorrect.
I mean, this is my level of certainty on this is like 95 to 100% range.
Okay.
Because remember, I live in the Imperial City now, so I talk to people who know Hunter. I talk to people who advise Hunter. I talk to people who are attorneys around Hunter, say. And they all pretty much corroborate the version of events, their little piece of it that I've just laid out here. Now, there's an interesting question about Hunter, which is, what does he really want? What's he really after? Now, you look at his life, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to turn him into some kind of like, Jimmy Carter's brother, some kind of like weird, they're trying to make him into this like weird criminal.
Yeah.
But if that were true, where's the money? Now they'll make it seem like he did all this crack, that's how he lost all of his money. Maybe. Or maybe he was photographing himself with all this crack because he's a federal informant, and on his OIA form, his otherwise illegal activity form, he's obliged to document all the criminal shit he's doing so that he's covered in the event of a future prosecution.
Right.
Now, if you were a federal informant, say, and you were photographing yourself committing all these crimes, maybe somebody could hack your iCloud and use the evidence that would exonerate you to try to convict you in the court of public opinion. Right?
Interesting.
And this is where it gets really weird. What's the deal with this weird Australian Jewish chick? This Miranda Devine, laptop from hell nonsense, right? Who are the people pushing this narrative, right? It's the Federalists, which is backed by Barry Seid. Barry Seid, of course, being the Chinese-Israeli billionaire who manufactures all those surge protectors, right? And of course, what did he do? He took those surge protectors and he
donated his entire
company to the Federalist Society, which, by the way, picked all of the lawyers in the Trump White House, as well as all of the federal judges, right? So, and if somebody gives you $1.6 billion, Richard, what does that suggest? Suggests that you're either really good friends, really, really good friends, like, frankly, if any of you have such resources, I'd like to be your friends, or it suggests, with a high degree of plausibility, that in fact that $1.6 billion wasn't really yours to begin with. Maybe you were holding it for friends. Now, I met Mr. Seid at his property, at his facility in Chicago. I was introduced to him by an Israeli asset, and I met him, and in his office, there's a giant plaque from Technion University and a picture of him shaking hands with who? Bibi Netanyahu. I don't know, man. Seems pretty intense. And people should read, Arthur Bloom has written some good stuff on this as well. He and I are sort of like minds on some of this stuff. But the inability of the Republicans to say the I word, not, the first person, pronoun, but Israel, and to be critical of Israel and Israel misconduct, is going to get us all killed. And so we really have to demand that they do this. And I understand why that's awkward for like Lindsey Graham. I understand why that's awkward for some of these people who are blackmailed and compromised in different ways. And some of them are just true believing sheep. So like we have to be mindful that these are Republicans, like after all, so they'll sell out for cheap. But this is the kind of environment that we find ourselves in.
Yeah. The question I would ask is, I mean, this is a rhetorical question, but which country really got everything that it wanted from the Trump administration?
What
is
what?
it? The Russians?
Oh, yes.
To be fair here, the answer is no. But to be fair, the Russians made out pretty well, actually. But no, it's not the Russians. They didn't get everything they wanted. Sanctions continued. Sanctions were ironically actually lessened when Biden came in before the invasion of Ukraine, of course. And they ultimately didn't end NATO with Trump or dramatically shake up America's global standing. We're back to Cold War. We're back to where we started, basically.
Now, Richard, if you were to sanction a country, okay, like let's say you're sanctioning a country, does everybody follow the law when it comes to sanctions? No, right?
No.
So who are the experts at smuggling things and moving money and evading sanctions? And who are the group of people that are the world class at that? Why, that would be the Israelis, right? So what if every time you sanction a country, say Venezuela or South Africa or Cuba, you actually push them in the orbits of not just China, but also Russia? And what if that's exactly what Bibi Netanyahu wants?
Interesting. Yeah, that's a very interesting suggestion. I had not really thought about that. But the answer to the question of which country got everything it wanted from the Trump administration, the answer is Israel.
Well, Trump himself says that. He said, I gave them everything they wanted.
Yeah.
No lie detected, right?
Right. So, I mean, that is where, that is the answer to the question. Those are the people who had the most to gain from another term of Trump. Those are the people who might even be willing to do it again. I think they might even prefer someone like DeSantis, but there's no question that they would be behind Trump once again.
Well, do you think that when Jared Kushner or Steve Mnuchin was flying over Saudi Arabia or flying to Dubai, they were thinking about how they could make America great again? Were they thinking about the forgotten man of Ohio or rural Michigan or Kentucky? Seems unlikely.
Right.
So I think we're going.
No doubt.
I think we're going to. And by the way, the first job that Hunter Biden ever had, he worked for a British bank that's a front for British intelligence, as one does. Totally normal behavior. So yeah, I think we're going to learn in relatively short order. And by the way, let's not forget that the Bill Barr administration, deeply criminal, deeply compromised, tried to prosecute a number of people who were, friendly to the U.S. interest. They tried to prosecute John Kerry, who, of course, Senate Foreign Relations person, former Secretary of State. Not like that's a serious, political position, right? So yeah, there's real concerns here about how compromised Bill Barr was. And of course, Bill Barr was Opus Dei. The same, we're celebrating, I think it was yesterday or today, the anniversary of Robert Hansen going down, the Opus Dei compromised FBI agent. Say, there's a lot of compromised FBI agents these days, aren't there? So something to think about. And my sense is that we're going to learn in relatively short order what was really going on here. And we're going to see that Bill Barr was a very dirty player in the game. So that's my sense of it. And what's more, I think people should go and watch. I can't remember if this was Tom or who recommended this to me, but I went and watched the 1991 hearings between Bill Barr and Joe Biden. And
when he was with the first Bush administration?
Was amazing. The body language on that was truly astounding. And I highly recommend people all watch that for themselves.
Fascinating. All right, let's do this. I have gone about an hour and 15. I am ready to do a little bit of work before I go to sleep. All right, it's actually quite late. All right, Jack. Okay, Jack, here you go. Jack?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry for my I'm new to Twitter, okay? So I don't know how these spaces work. Sorry for my interruption before. But me and you were talking a long time ago about how we thought Trump would get smashed in this re-election. And I'm not too sure about that anymore because it seems like, and you were saying this, the mainstream is picking up on a lot of alt-right ideas from 2016, and as in your words, they came back as half-baked ideas, and it's so with Andrew Tate as an example of that. So
Andrew Tate, Tucker Carlson, yeah, all of it. Yes,
it really seems like the right is kind of mainstream now. It's so I'm not sure if Trump's out of the picture anymore. I think he actually has a shot to win this now. So that's all I want to say.
I do think he has a shot. Okay. I definitely do think he has a shot. Okay. News for friends.
Hello there. I just wanted to comment on Trump having a shot. I do think he has a shot at it. And first of all, let me give you a quick background. I'm a lifelong Democrat that for recent years has been an independent, and I just registered Republican last month so that I can work through the party because I've given up on the Democrats. I feel they're too... When I first registered Democrat many years ago, I was very proud of them. I was proud to be a Democrat. Now I'm not proud. Now I'm embarrassed that I ever was. But anyway, I think when it comes down to it, we're going to see, it's going to be between Trump and Kennedy as a libertarian. I don't think any Democrat has a chance of winning, especially not Biden. Trump, because of all the heck everyone's put him through, I almost feel as though he almost deserves it at this point. He's nothing but harassed, and he did a good job. He did mostly what he said he would, and I value that greatly. But before Kennedy came up, I thought Trump would definitely have it. But now with Kennedy, if he goes libertarian, he's got it.
What the fuck are you smoking and where can I buy some?
I think you've had some Kool-Aid.
Fucking share with the class, News. I mean, come on, man. This is a no malarkey zone.
I mean, okay. It's a no malarkey. Well, I'm going to be no malarkey here, but I'm going to kind of give the devil his due. I do think that Robert Kennedy Jr., he's got something, and he's weirdly appealing to the right much more than the left. And I think they like him because he's attacking the liberals, but he's kind of taken on what are these post-Trump positions, like on Ukraine. You know, he was like, we're killing so many Ukrainians right now. Like, we are killing, like, NATO is apparently killing Ukrainians, according to his, tanky logic. And he obviously has the anti-vax thing. So I will grant you this. I do think there is some there in terms of getting elected. Now, it's nothing that I like at all, but I'm an objective observer of events. So I do think there's something there. Even with Marianne Williamson, there's something there. She's kind of crazy wine mom, crazy wine aunt, I guess is the right term.
Williams doesn't have a chance at anything. I'd be happy to give you my opinion on why I come to all these conclusions, but you've got another couple of hands. If you want to come back to me, I'll be happy to.
Well, just to explain how Robert Kennedy is going to. I mean, you're making two very bold claims that he has a chance. One, and then B, that he is, or two, two that he's going to win as a libertarian. It's just that would be like a double bank shot off the goalpost.
Well, the thing is, he's not going to get a chance to debate Biden. He's not. The Democrats are not going to let him have any chance at it. They're going to do to him what they did to Bernie years ago. But the thing is, both Republicans and Democrats, you've got a certain amount of the older crowd that has an emotional attachment to the Camelot era of the Kennedys, okay? There's a little bit of that. Kennedy, his uncle, was very well loved. But there's no way he has a shot as a Democrat. That's why I say he's going to figure this out and realize the only way he's got a real shot is going libertarian, because I don't believe he's going to go Republican.
Right.
I just don't see him considering Republican, and I don't see him having a chance as a Democrat, and that the libertarian is his only option.
Okay, I get your logic. I think it's it's a half-court heave. Maybe it'll go in, but I seriously doubt it. Since we're smoking something this evening.
Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm not smoking anything. I'm not drinking anything. I'm an absolute health nut, and I have a little bit of an allergy problem right now, so my voice is a little funky. But no, I am definitely not smoking anything.
Suggesting you're smoking.
I was. I'll be honest. By the way, I'm a health nut too, and I'm unvaccinated and was against the vaccines. So I'm with you spiritually, but I've actually met Robert Kennedy, and that guy is seriously messed up. Like, I'm sorry, it's a lot. It's a lot.
I wouldn't vote for him. I'm not in a heartbeat considering voting for him. I'm just telling you the path I see forward for him.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to skip the line, but could I defend this person with a pie? I think she's actually onto something. I don't think he could win as a libertarian, but I think that he could actually win as a Republican if he went that route. He won't go that route.
That's his only base of support.
That's his only route, but I think he could actually win if he went that route, which he won't.
I disagree. I think that there's so many. Wait, hold on.
I have an idea.
There's so many Trump diehards that all he would do is split the Republican vote.
Well, yeah.
I think that he would just.
Absent Trump, all of his positions appeal to the right. They don't appeal to liberals.
No, they don't. Absolutely wrong. He's all wrong on climate change.
He's anti-vaccine and he's pro-Russia.
No.
Right-wing current environment perspective.
He likes drugs. I mean, that's not so bad. You know, he's pro-drugs. And Joe Biden has no tolerance for the reefer madness. So
the only way he'd win as a Republican is if he goes on the ticket as VP for Trump. That's the only chance he'd have as a Republican.
Well, the problem with that news is that JFK Jr. is still alive. He's living in a bunker underneath Mar-a-Lago, and he's going to run with Trump in 2024.
I heard that.
That's why Trump hasn't.
That online. Yeah.
That's why Trump hasn't announced a running mate yet.
This is my own kind of pet.
Wait, we didn't. So I will tell you that. Go ahead, Richard.
Okay, my pet fantasy is that Joe Biden bows out because he's a bit too old, and Mitt Romney runs as a Democrat, and it's centrism forever.
The problem is he's got whoever's president for the Democrats has a long tail of progressive socialists.
I know, but the Democrats discipline their party and the Republicans don't. Republicans cater to their goofball fringe. The DNC just like will give like vague gestures towards them, but they'll ultimately discipline them.
Oh, I agree with you there. They're much better at organizational skill. That's why I tell everyone I know that doesn't want a Democrat, they've got to go over and take over the Republican Party and get rid of the frickin' rhinos.
Well, I know, but see, you're expressing what I'm talking about. Like the GOP,
I'm agreeing with you.
The well, you're not though. I'm not necessarily saying they're better organizers. There are some good organizers among Republicans. What I'm saying is that they would never allow like whack jobs to take over anything. The DNC is going to discipline their fringe, and they will kind of go along with them slowly but surely, but they do it rather reluctantly. I mean, remember, even as late as like 2006 or 2008, Biden was just, or I think it was 2008, is when he was VP. He was just like making fun of the very notion of gay marriage on national television. And the opposite dynamic is at play with the GOP, where they are desperately catering to their base.
And let's be honest here. He says, or she says, he'll run as a libertarian. That's basically Republican. Like, let's be honest.
No, it's not. It's fundamentally different. It's just like there would be more crossover with Republicans.
Who do they steal more votes from?
When a woman tells you she's a libertarian, when you meet a woman in college who tells you she's a libertarian, it means that she doesn't like taxes and she's down to fuck. Just so you know.
Yeah, and she likes doing drugs too. And
who do they steal more votes from? The right or the left?
What they're gonna do?
If she's a libertarian,
she listens to Dave Matthews Band on vinyl.
Yeah,
that's another thing that it means.
You know, she's not into the hard drugs.
She's getting
only ecstasy on occasion.
Yeah,
only ecstasy on occasion, and
shrooms.
You know. Yeah.
Okay.
I used to be a libertarian, but I was too heterosexual for them, so they kicked me out. That's kind of what happened to me in the Republican Party too. Richard knows. Richard knows my pain. The law is very clear, though. If you're a heterosexual Republican, man, they make you president. And I just don't want to deal with that level of responsibility at this stage of my life. I know you feel the same way, Richard.
Yeah. Well, I would like the responsibility, but I don't think they're going to give it to me, sadly, for everyone involved, for the world.
Something
really.
something to work towards, though. We're ready.
Yeah.
We're ready. Maybe it's Hunter Biden's running mate.
I would do that. Oh wow, yes.
Yeah,
I would dutifully be for him. Because,
that would be interesting. That'd be a shock to the system.
So that's another issue coming up that's going to throw a kink in things. There's a lot more coming out on Hunter and the whole family than people expect, and Biden may be removed.
Yeah, I'm going to. Is that Charles? I'm going to.
Are we debating?
There, I debated Charles.
He's running 2020.
He's driving in his car or something. Wait, do you know why that doesn't matter, News? Can I explain this to you? Why the stuff coming out about Hunter Biden doesn't matter is that it's not going to get picked up and reported on by mainstream left-wing political news outlets. And so, therefore, these things are going to get labeled as like misinformation or conspiracy theories by just about everybody.
The reason why it doesn't matter is that it doesn't matter.
I mean, honestly, though, the right is making like a huge...
It's all hilarious.
Yeah, but hear me out. The right is making like a massive comeback, like a right-wing account called like End Wokeness. They joined on like July 2022, and it's been not even a year, like 10 months, and they have 1 million fucking followers already in less than a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, because those followers are all legit, 100%, man. They're all legit, just like RFK Jr. as president.
Like another left-wing account called like Right Wing Co. Like they've been here for almost 3 years and they only have 300K followers.
Well, I mean, there is such thing as bots and stuff like that.
Yeah, guys, that seems totally synthetic in the case of End Wokeness.
Yeah, but Elon Musk even follows them as well.
Well, but what you got to understand about the word woke is what they're really meaning to say.
You're talking
is
about
Jewish,
one
but
account.
they can't say it, and
it's
so
literally one account.
I'm not voting
doesn't
for.
really
I'm
matter.
not voting for DeSantis.
Okay, guys, this is degenerating. I'm muting everyone. This is my space. Okay. Who? Chaddick or Chadical Coder?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Do you have a
sorry.
question?
I was just like piping in a couple different things to respond because, I think it's always funny. A couple things that I would like to point out. Libertarians never get more than 10% of the election, the vote turnout in an election in this country. I don't think that they ever have.
Would be incredible.
Yeah, never more. They never get more than 10%. Yeah, exactly. It's usually like 4% or something like that. It's always like very, very low. We live in like a Hegelian dialectic where people are very like A or B thought processors. Like a lot of people are kind of convinced that if they were going to throw their hat into the third bin, that it would be a waste of a vote because obviously one of the other two are going to get elected. But I'm like more curious. Richard, have you done any media showings or anything like that lately? I used to watch a lot of your videos back in 2016, where you're kind of getting yelled at by crazy college kids and stuff, and you kind of couldn't hear you over the mic. But I was always kind of compelled by everything that you were saying, and so I'm just kind of curious if you've done anything recently.
No, I'm kind of focused on other things, and I'm more focused, to be honest, on educating people and than I am on the kind of media circus. But I don't think, even if I wanted to be focused on the media circus, I don't think I could reinvent it. That was a special time, and you can't just will something like that to happen. It has to fall into place.
Look, we've already won. Joe Biden is our president. Hail Biden. Hail victory. 100%. He's our guy.
Yeah.
So when Richard's the Svengali, why would he do a terrible thing like put himself out there for all the plebes? It's terrible. Shouldn't do it.
Yeah, why would you put yourself out there, particularly when there's no one who will really have my back? That's the thing that I learned.
Biden can barely even.
There's a kind of white nationalist network, and they basically will support each other, and they're effectively a kind of generation of the Southern strategy. It's you're racist, so therefore you should vote GOP, and they have their own little network, and it goes nowhere, and they serve Republicans ultimately. I just don't have any interest in that whatsoever.
Honestly, I would say Biden's more racist than Trump. He called the Holocaust an act of honor. He said that in his speech. I'm not joking.
Based.
I'm sure that was a mistake.
I will tell you.
No, wait a minute. I've been following Biden for many years. Remember, I said I used to be a Democrat. I used to be a staunch Democrat, and Biden is very racist.
Right? You and every single.
This is literally what Biden said. He literally said this quote.
Guys, let's keep this
Let's remember the honor of the Holocaust. The horror of the Holocaust. That's what he said. I'm not bullshitting you.
Okay.
Well, I will just tell you that if Joe Biden is the real racist, clearly it's time for me to join the right party. He was partying with Strom Thurmond, which I support. That kind of bipartisanship. And, Joe Biden is a pretty impressive guy. He's brought the country together many times in the past. And whereas, Donald Trump is partying with, Don King and, the Platinum Plan, right? And, of course, is giving Israel everything they want. Joe Biden is actually, building all those factories that Trump LARPed about. So, if I have to stomach some racism to get my factories, I'll stomach some racism. I'm okay with it. I can live with it.
What factories are you talking about? What are actually going
all the ones that are are being built all around the country. You know, there's this thing called the Inflation Reduction Act. You might have heard of it. It passed, billions of dollars allocated by the Department of Energy. You know, there's that. Richard, you got to do something about all these like weirdos popping into your spaces.
Let's start removing some people here. No more manosphere stuff.
Only hot chicks and old ladies.
Well, we've got Polly
and
as a
weird
question. Polly?
and weird minorities and only those people, and no people who say they were a Democrat but are suddenly going to vote for Trump, because I don't believe that for a second.
Yeah, can I ask y'all about that too? Because I really like that, Charles, you especially. I love your opinions on things. What's your opinion on that? Like these people who come in and say like, "Oh, I voted Democrat for my entire life and now I'm a Republican." Do you think that these people are like AstroTurf, like paid actors to kind of like come in and like, you know, divert the conversation?
Yes. People will do anything for $20 in this country. They will.
Yeah,
like I'm not lying. Like it's 100% real.
There actually were millions of people in the Midwest who voted for Obama and then voted for Trump in 2016. But
yeah, and pretty much all of those people came back to Biden. Just like, you're not going to out nerd stats me, people. Like, I did follow this shit very closely.
I would say this, and I've said this many times before. The worst possible position is like, I was a big Obama fan, but then in 2020 I voted for Trump or something. Like, I can absolutely forgive 2016 Trump fandom because I can forgive myself. You know, I understand that, like, how excited we all got with the potential of a Trump presidency. But like this, I became a fan in 2020, like the JD Vance position of, I opposed Donald Trump in 2016 because he was racist.
No, because he was Hitler. Because he was racist Hitler. That's what he said.
In 2020, racist Hitler. Are you implying that the actual Hitler wasn't racist? That's a weird statement.
I don't know. It's redundant. I'm sorry. Don't cancel me, man.
But he's racist. I mean, it's even worse. I mean, imagine if Hitler were an anti-Semite. I mean, look, it's that bad. Anyway. But like the JD Vance, like it's like I opposed Trump in 2016, but then I liked him in 2020. I'm sorry, that is unforgivable. That is just not a real position, and I just can't take you seriously.
Yeah, I've always thought, like, what kind of cognitive dissonance or, like, you know, internal schizophrenia do you have to like, love Obama and then all of a sudden love Trump? Like, how does that, like, yeah, there's nothing that would comport about that.
Well, you see,
people who are like that. It's been.
Well, you see, JD Vance is a senator, and you're not, Richard. So maybe you should have thought about that. Maybe you could be a senator right now. You know, all you'd have to do is marry a weird Indian woman and go to Israel and say some mean things about some Democrats and get some Peter Thiel bucks, and you're good to go, man. You're on to it.
Yeah, I can also be this like vague VC investor who isn't a quant and doesn't really seem to have any sort of insight, but is just kind of like swimming in this VC pool. I mean, these people are like rather curious, you know, like what is it, like that question of in that Steve Jobs movie, like what is it exactly that you do? You know, it's like JD Vance, like what is it that you do? You write some goofball autobiography? I mean, what? Okay. He's just a very weird guy. I really dislike him intensely. Polly, you have been waiting patiently to return. How are you doing?
Talking about, you know, this RFK Jr., you know, being a libertarian now, I'm wondering what you guys think of this no labels business. Like, who you think, if they're legit, or if they're, if there's dirty hands involved there.
Oh, so no labels are like enlightened centrist types? Is that what it is?
Yeah, they're supposedly they want to get Joe Manchin to run as their, candidate, somebody like that.
They want to get who?
Joe Manchin.
Oh my God.
To potentially be a, third option.
But this is the thing. There's actually a really good tweet thread on this. And I found it very convincing. What it was saying is that, like, and then I remember this from the 1990s. This was almost like when I was in high school. This was like a meme of I'm socially liberal but fiscally conservative. So it was like I'm low tax, but if you're gay, that's cool, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And effectively, there is no constituency for that position whatsoever. End of statement. And basically, there is a huge constituency that Trump tapped into for I am fiscally communist and socially fascist. Like, that is a absolute constituency that you can get into. And we
prefer the term American, Richard. Okay.
American, yes. This guy was also saying that, like, it's a little bit of a red herring, I guess would be the right phrase, of I'm going to be a Democrat, but I'm going to kind of soft pedal the transgender issue, and that will win them over. It doesn't quite work because Republicans are kind of very easily outflank you on those things. So is just constituency of socially liberal, fiscally conservative, the Sinema constituency. I mean, it just doesn't exist. What you do is get a hatred on both sides.
True.
And it just should not be pursued.
Well, it's a corporate play, right? Because they want to buy off certain people and use it to stop Joe Biden's policies, which involve like redistributing a lot of their ill-gotten gains. So like I can understand why the business plot didn't work in the 30s, so they're going to try this like weird no label shit in this election. Lots of luck in your senior year, as a great man once said, whatever that means. And it seems very unlikely that it'll work. Now, Joe Manchin is a deeply corrupt guy. Joe Manchin's daughter is involved with this like drug company. Joe Manchin is a dirty fucking dude. Like, if you follow his career, like, they're not honest people. There are no honest people in West Virginia. Okay, like that's just not how that place works. And Sinema is like a bisexual Fed back in the day who was like cracking down on the illegal aliens, but then she's a Mormon, but then she's like cozying up to like Jeff Miller and all the weird Chinese oligarch, Jewish cash. Very weird stuff. So no, that's not going to happen. So it's a nice idea, but you're going to be forced to vote for Joe Biden, or you're going to be forced to vote for Trump. And that's just going to be how it is. And I'm sorry, like a whole bunch of rednecks are not going to make a guy who's like signed all these like pro-Israel legislation, this Italian guy, they're not going to make his dreams come true in a primary. Sorry, not going to happen. So it's like you could try it, but Trump is the redneck Obama, okay? Like, you can't touch that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, full disclosure, No Labels was a sponsor for an event we did in DC in March, and I think they were just trying to like wheel things out, but they also were kind of, as part of that,
take their money. Look at me, Paulie. Take their money, okay? Do the Minnesota nice thing and take their money, okay? Do whatever you have to do. Take their money.
We did.
So Paulie, you're kind of I think I read your profile. You're like first principle conservative, but okay, interesting. But you're working with the No Labels type. Okay.
Well,
interesting.
I was actually one of the people in our group that was kind of opposed to them getting involved, because they just, I don't know, some of us are a little untrusting of them, and they also were trying to take over who we were booking for our summit. And they were just trying to throw, people like Representative, whatever his first name is, Bacon at us. And they said Spamberger. I mean, but people like that just trying to take over a little bit. And I wasn't a fan. We actually, when they're, the woman who runs the no labels thing, we had a lot of people like choose then to go to the bathroom when she spoke. So
interesting. Yeah, sounds like bad news, but yeah, sure. I mean, it's probably so long as they don't.
You know, Richard, whenever a woman has said to me that she didn't want to label it, okay, it was always a sign that I was in a very successful, healthy relationship where there were clear expectations, right? Because whenever they say no labels, we're just people, we're just doing our thing. Let's not label it, okay? That was always very healthy, and I'm sure Don Bacon, who's supports Israel as the 51st state, I'm sure he's like totally on the up and up and not at all bought off by corporate interests trying to distract us from like the material condition of massive wealth inequality brought about by years of fiscal stimulus and Chinese compromised billionaire politician bought people. No, he's legit, man. This is the time,
Yeah.
Take their money, Paulie. Just do it. Redistribute that money to the Midwest.
All right. Does anyone else want to jump in here? All right. So, Jack now. Ace. I might have to. I could give you guys this space if you want to. If you guys want to continue late night, I think I.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's talk some shit.
Okay.
Make me a co-host. Make me a co-host.
I'm gonna go. I'll make you a co-host. I am. Invite to go host. There you go. I'm gonna go brush my teeth and wash my face and stuff.
I'm gonna dodge some police cruisers here because they are banning me from speeding. So I'm gonna do that, but I'll be back at my Hotel Charles, and we'll be good to go. What's up, Ace?
Hotel Charles. That's interesting. I guess DC is a small world.
Yes. Well, no, the Hotel Charles is how I refer to my domicile.
Oh, sorry. No, I've stayed at some place like that. I think.
Yeah. No, it's a good place. It has a good hotel. It has a good bar. So it's that.
Okay.
So
I've stayed at some place with that name, or maybe I'm just reimagining it. Okay. I will be around, and I'll come listen in a little bit, but I'll just pass the baton.
Let's go.
All right.
What's up? What's up, Adam? What's up, Chadigal, Ace?
Chuck,
Paulie,
you sound like you're talking to like a police cruiser.
We did.
No,
we got it.
You know what? Whenever I get pulled over,
it's over.
Yeah, he just got in a.
They got him. They pulled him over.
Yeah. You know. I've been pulled over before where people have asked me if I've been drinking, and I always say, no, sir, I haven't had a drink since Christmas Eve 2020. I'm just a shitty driver. And they
This is kind of like ASMR.
in a nice car. I also have a sticker on my car about how I don't
missed all that. You cut out. You couldn't hear
that.
You've definitely been drinking tonight, though, haven't you?
No, I haven't been drinking. I have not been drinking.
It's part of the 100 Club.
But you were at a bar. We could hear you walking from the bar to your car.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I was just very, very happy that the Illumina deal is going the way I want it to and fucking up all of these Israeli fucks who are fucking with a genetics company. So yeah, I'm very happy.
You said that to the receptionist?
Fair enough.
East.
Good for America and for Charles. And really they're the same thing.
True. Oh, man. This is going to be a rough space.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be home soon, and then when he is, like, his connection will be fixed, and we're not going to be like worried about it anymore.
Right.
He's just patiently waiting for. We're in the pregame show right now.
This is the CB Radio Breaker Charles.
Wake
going
up.
Across the nation.
Hold on, can you guys hear me?
Wearing the Nicolas Cage snakeskin jacket.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Ow, fuck. Sorry, I'm driving through this construction zone, and it's kind of challenging. So, where were we when I was talking shit? Yeah, so I'm driving on this construction zone because this is how this place works. But no, Carrie Krukral and I were out. We were having a good time with my friend Robert Johnson. We are of no relation. At least as far as I know, he's black and I'm white. So maybe I owned him or he owned me. It's hard to say. But anyway, so we were having a good evening. Just
Wait,
chilling.
you're white?
I am. Well, ginger, off-white. But he thanked me for having my ancestors free his people, which is important, I always say, if your family fought in the Civil War, you should go up to black people and tell them to thank you, because it's important. Their freedom is, it would be nice if people would do that more often.
Shining or something.
I don't know if they would. It's a bit of an unreasonable ask, though, don't you think?
No, it's not.
No,
I don't know.
It's just courtesy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like,
It's always
you your water and you say thank you.
People always say they always make immigrants feel welcome. But I think settler Americans should be made to feel welcome too. And honestly, a lot more immigrants, it would go a lot further if they would just be like, hey, thank you. Thank you for your ancestors making an awesome country for me to flee my shithole country to.
Right. That's the truth. But do they recognize the truth?
I don't know, some do. My ex-mother-in-law was an immigrant, and she was like, man, this country's awesome. I better not fuck up or they're going to deport me. And I'd be like, Ming, you're a U.S. citizen. And she'd be like,
white
yeah, but
immigrant?
No, she was a Chinese-Indonesian immigrant. And she was like, they'll send me back to Indonesia, and there's a bunch of Muslims there. I don't want to go back there. Don't make me go back there. And I was like, Ming, you're a U.S. citizen. You've been a U.S. citizen for 20 years. And she'd be like, yeah, but they could always take that away from me. I'm like, no, they can't. Not unless you're doing terrorism. And she'd be like, well, they might. They might someday. This is a woman who was deeply disappointed that Trump didn't start deportation squads and that she couldn't join one. She was like somebody who voted for Trump, and then Trump kind of let her down, as he did to all of us. So, anyway, something to think about, friends. So, yeah, I don't know, man. It's been a good day, though. It's been a good day. I'm about 3 minutes from the Casa de Charles, the Hotel Charles.
I have a question for you.
Buckingham Palace West.
I have a question for you and everyone else. I feel like a lot of us are Midwesterners. Am I right to think that way, or is that off base?
How dare you profile me? I was born in Boston, Massachusetts, and I lived in Missouri for 2 unhappy summers, where I actually kind of like the Midwest because there I'm skinny. It's a great place. There's parts of Texas like that too. It's kind of one of the worst parts about the East Coast or the West Coast.
Did you say unskinny?
No, I'm skinny in the Midwest.
Oh.
So in the Midwest, I'm skinny, but on the East Coast, depending on where, I'm fat. So it's really context specific, So you always got to be.
Wisconsin is the fattest state in the union.
I know that.
No, it's not the way. It's got to be Texas or something.
It's really not that. Just go to Wisconsin. I promise.
Well, are we talking white fat?
I have a house there.
Are we talking white fat or black fat?
Well,
what kind of fat are we talking?
White
fat. Yeah, that's true. There's certain ones that. Oh man.
It's the cheese.
Nah, it's not the cheese. It's the butter pie, and it's the riding around in boats instead of walking, and it's
dude, it's the people.
Saying big instead of bag. Yeah.
It's the people, okay? And by the way, it's the fucking beer. Let's be real here. I don't think I know a sober Wisconsinite.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. They have more bars than grocery stores.
Yeah,
the only
that is
state
true.
to have more bars than grocery stores.
I literally had a
every
friend.
street corner, there's a bar.
I literally had a friend pick. When I was in Wisconsin last, I had a friend pick me up with a beer in hand, drinking the beer. I'm like, "Isn't this open carry?" And he's like, "Yeah, but I'm okay. It's my first."
It's the only state where you can drink at 18 as long as there's a parent present. Every other state is 21, but in Wisconsin, you can actually drink at 18.
Well, I won't lie. I grew up in Boston, so I didn't know there was a drinking in California. Like,
No,
I straight up did not know. So, anywho. Now, as to
everybody
the
just
subject,
drunk in Boston all the time?
Oh, yeah. Certainly where I lived. But they're Irish. It's not their fault. It's a performance-enhancing drug for them.
Yeah, it's like a genetic thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember going to a dance, like a school dance, and I was like parked in a car in my then girlfriend's car, and I made eye contact with the class president, and I went to this prep school where if you got caught with alcohol, you would be like suspended for a day or two or whatever. And I was like looking at like when you're in a car and you're parked next to another car and the car's next to you, and they can't really see you, but you can see them. But I saw him just like take a huge swig of vodka and go to the school dance. And he saw me and I saw him, and our rules were that you had to snitch. That was the deal, that like snitching was strongly encouraged in prep school. It was like kind of like a little private Stasi. I don't know if anyone else has had this experience in New England prep schools, but if you have, you know what I'm talking about. Acts prejudicial to the academy. Yep. Okay? So snitching is strongly encouraged. So anyway, I didn't snitch.
Strongly
but
encouraged?
I always kept that open. If I see him, I'm going to bring that up, and I'm going to be like, "You owe me. You owe me, sir." Saving that for the reunion. 20-year course. But anyway.
Honestly,
all right,
guys, I was on Molly at my 8th grade dance, so look all the snitching.
Ooh, Molly, big guy.
Yeah, good or bad, okay? Don't do them. Don't drink.
Once.
Don't.
I'm just saying that we didn't have.
I don't drink now.
Snitching was not encouraged. No way.
Well, the Midwest is a more quietly criminal place, and I've always liked that about it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, we're really nice until we aren't. It's like a weird thing in the
I
Midwest.
straight up can't handle it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. I do not like the Midwest because I straight up cannot read what the fuck is going on. Like, I have to have an ambassador for that place. Like, I have a Midwestern business partner, and he handles all of the Midwest problems. And we'll go to meetings, and I'll be like, "I thought that went really well," and he'll be like, "No. They said this, they meant that, they said this, they meant this." And it's like, oh, fuck. Like, I do not speak Midwest. And so, yeah, I avoid the place like the plague. I also worry that you can catch being fat. So I've liked going there, like, but only for like 24 hours. By the way, the last Midwestern place I went to was Columbus, Ohio, to visit the once and future J.D. Vance, who was running a supposed venture fund there, where they weren't actually doing any venture investing. And the Midwest is depressing as fuck. Like, I feel like I'm in a Batman movie when I drive around there. Everything's like hollowed out, and like, you know, you just feel like you feel like at any 10 minutes you might be offered a hoagie or a fentanyl pill. You know, it's like one of those places. So no, I'm not a fan.
Yeah, if you've ever been to Culver's, it's like the most fattening food you can possibly imagine. We had a Denmark exchange student come to our house, and we made sure to take her to fucking Culver's so she could get a taste of American food. She kept on saying, "It's so greasy, I can't eat
it." That's her fault.
Yeah. You should have like put her in a dog cage and force fed it to her. That would have been more American than
So I have this theory. I have this theory that it's all about getting us super fat so that we can't actually fight wars. That's the plan. And they're just gonna like roll us over when we're fat enough, like that chick from the first Willy Wonka movie, You know, the one with Gene Wilder. You know,
Yeah,
they're gonna come in and they're just gonna like push us over and take over.
I wish it was that conspiratorial, but I think it's just capitalism run amok, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I wish it were capitalism, but you know, in capitalism, you actually have to like compete, and I feel like they don't really do capitalism in the Midwest. It's too mean. You know, they just sort of handle it privately. You know, it's sort of done that way. It's dealt with that way. Maybe at the hockey game or maybe at the football game. That's when all like the real stuff goes down. But yeah, when I lived in Kansas City, I lived there for 2 summers, and it was like being put on some kind of like Mercury style environment.
Kansas City isn't the Midwest though. I have to clarify.
What is it?
That.
What the hell is it?
It's the West. It's the West.
Is it really? You would say Missouri is the West? I thought St. Louis was the gateway to the Midwest.
Well, yeah, the state is split in half. The Kansas City is, in just my opinion, it seems so un-Midwest to me. It seems more like a West. Same with, you know, like Colorado or some of the other states that people sometimes label as Midwest, but really aren't Midwest. They're more
Well,
West.
I'll give you Colorado. I think Colorado's a Western state, you know.
Right.
I don't know. That's a good question.
There's elements of Kansas City that are Midwest, though. They're fat.
Yeah, I don't know. I got to think about this one.
You're out of your car now.
I'm free.
Thank God
I'm free at last.
Thank God you got
the internet has improved.
I'm free at last. Yes, I was driving my my Jaguar through the lovely DC. DC is lovely this time of year. You should all come. And
Jaguar.
Yes, I bought the car the last year before the British took it over, or before the Indians took it over, which is a tragedy. Should not have been allowed.
You're saying Jaguar is an Indian car now?
It is, Tata.
Fuck.
Yep. The Queen should have intervened, but she was busy. But, you know, I'll make sure the other king...
That's an interesting point. The royal family today is just fucking useless. And that makes me sad.
I don't think so.
And
I don't think so. I think King Charles, he will live up to it. He's the man. He's the man for the moment.
I hope you're
not
right.
At all MI6. Not at all MI6. I'm ready. I'm ready for it.
True.
By the way, what an icon, you know, Camilla is, you know? Like, what an icon.
We're back.
Like, gets rid of that bitch, Diana. Takes the crown, you know? Has a couple of kids with the alpha Chad guy, and then marries the king. I mean, icon. She and Kamala Harris.
Girl.
Trad.
Yeah, 100%.
Girl boss.
You know? She's an inspiration to all those women out there who, you know, are in shitty marriages and end up with a king, you know? She's a hero, personally.
Crazy.
So what do we think? Do we think Diana was whacked? Like, what do we think actually happened?
Oh, yeah, I think she was killed. Wasn't she, like, gonna expose something about the human trafficking or something like that? I mean, I remember looking into it, like, 5 years ago or something.
I always want the royal family to be that cool, but they're never that cool, you know?
Exactly. They're fucking lame.
They're, like, into all this, like, charity bullshit. It's like, actually, like, do some proper syndicates, you know?
Like, I don't know about y'all, but if I was born into a royal family, I'd be like, we got to restore some shit. Like, I got to get back on the throne here. I'm a royal, but they're also docile and lame. It's like they know that they're just slaves to the current government there, and it's stupid.
Well, as you know, there's a monarchy already in America. And that monarchy was the King of Hawaii. The Hawaiians were forced into an alliance with us. It's the only state that also has a monarch and a royal family. So we can add other royal families to as you know. So for me, I'll just be honest. Like, the American Revolution isn't finished until the king bows to Ben Franklin. or to Ronald McDonald or whoever is our patron saint at the time. It's not finished, you know? So, just something to think about.
Interesting.
That's what Brexit was really about, okay? It wasn't about, like, oh, Britain be in EU. No. It was about making those limey fucks bow down to President Joe Biden.
Real.
To Joe Biden?
Yes. Because the second we did Brexit, it was a foregone conclusion that the Brits would have no choice but to join an alliance like AUKUS.
I don't know what AUKUS is.
Oh, so Australia, the United States, and the UK are in a intelligence economic sharing zone, which is AUKUS.
Okay.
That's not. What is Five Eyes?
And
then?
can I ask why we didn't include Canada?
But the Canadians and the Kiwis are traitorous fucks who've sold out to the Chinese, and so they need to clean themselves up before we let them into the party. And by the way, who the fuck wants Canadians or Kiwis in their party anyway? Australians bring the party, and they'll steal your girlfriend. The Brits will bring the sophistication, and the Americans will bring the money. It's a perfect relationship.
I've often said we should take over Canada.
What is there to take over? Have you been to Canada? It sucks.
Yeah.
It's endless wilderness, though.
Yeah, endless wilderness. I prefer houses and good weather. I will tell you, Canadian women, though, are damn attractive, and they're a lot of fun. Because Canada's a lot of fun because all the alpha males in Canada went to America. So you can go over there and, like, have your pick of the people. It's kind of uncomfortable when you're there, to be honest.
Yo, Chuck ain't lying. Canadian hoes are complete eaters.
It's 100% right. Everybody knows what I'm telling is like straight facts. And it's also that there are no alpha males in Canada, so you go over there and it's like you've liberated the place. All the alpha females like hunt you down, you know?
Yeah, when I start working for Traitwell, we got to get a company trip to Canada to go, bring our technology over there.
I'm not going to say because I grew up speaking French, I'm not going to say that I went to Montreal with a fake ID when I was 15 and nobody even bothered to card me. But I'm going to say that, like, Montreal is a very interesting place. There's a lot of interesting stuff that goes on there. You know?
It's interesting that you say that there's no alpha males in Canada, because I think you're onto something there. The alpha male type is an American. Well, the Canadian is kind of literally it's Justin Trudeau.
It's an Aussie too.
Or an Aussie, yeah.
I'm afraid of Australian men. I see them coming, and I hide my girlfriends and women and alcohol because they're like rats. They figure out how to get into anything. You know, you have to be very...
But the modern day perception of Canada is literally just Justin Trudeau.
Who, by the way, is the most alpha Canadian. So they had no choice but to make him PM.
They're the most alphas.
No, I'm not even kidding. Like, I'm not kidding. You know, like, you run into them, and it's like, he's the most alpha one. He's, like, actually physically fit. And everyone's like, oh, do you think we should make him PM? I don't know. Maybe. What do you think? Oh, let's talk about it. You know, they, like, do their whole thing. And they're like, oh, well, his dad was pretty awesome. Let's go for it. Okay, he's a ski instructor. Okay, fine. He's PM now. That's kind of how it happens. I'm not even kidding, you know?
Oh, they have...
Yo, and it's like, he's the only Canadian who's actually racist. He actually does blackface. I remember when they tried to pull up the scandal of, like, him with women from costume parties. I'm like, yo, man, my nigga's risen it up over there. Like,
well, you know, Craig Goldie told me that all he did when he was in Ottawa was just, like, fuck random women. And that was basically, like, what he did. And because he fucked all these random hoes in Canada, because remember, there are no alphas in Canada, so, like, somebody has to do it. You know, and
wait, is he not? He's not gay.
No, he's not gay. He's
just like very Canadian.
Yo, like Justin Trudeau is straighter than the whole GOP, my nigga.
Yeah, so he's running around sleeping with all these women in Ottawa, doing his like civic duty. Because if you don't sleep with them, they go crazy. Okay, so he's doing that. And what Faith was telling me is that he had this network of like women everywhere who he had slept with all throughout the government. And they would like tell him things, and this is how he would like win various like legislative fights in, you know, as he was like climbing his way up to be PM, which is hilarious. And I 100% believe that for what it's worth.
Yo,
Who would you rather trust, Justin Trudeau or some slimy grifter like Ezra Levant? Like, what's the Canadian right? Ezra Levant or Jordan Peterson? Like, yo, they are washed.
So true. My parents actually met Jordan Peterson.
Was he crying?
Were they doing drugs?
Well, no, they were going through a trip through Israel. Like they like went to like this like trip through the Middle East. Yeah. Bro, my parents are so fucking like, yeah. I've been trying to get to them for like 5 years now, but they like took this trip through the Middle East and they stopped at a couple countries and Israel was one of them. And when
Did
they
go
were
on
in
the
Israel,
Dennis Prager cruise line?
no, they went on some like walk that's like through the path of Jesus' life or something like that. It's like different places that Jesus had gone to. And they
Which,
saw
by the way, if you
Peterson.
talk about Jesus there now, you go to jail.
Yeah.
Just FYI. Thank you, BB.
Interesting. Yeah, but
I always say that to
went on
evangelicals.
That
when I want to
Jordan
break
Peterson.
evangelicals out of the cult, I always tell them, like, hey, did you know it's a crime to talk about your love of Jesus in Israel? And they're like, no, it's not. And I'm like, yes, it is. And they're like, no, it's not. And I was like, well, we could check on our iPhones. And then you bring it up, and they like, it's like, it's amazing to watch, just the cognitive dissonance. The head just explodes.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, it's insane. But I mean, they're coming around now. But this is probably like a year ago, I want to say, or something like that, or maybe like 6 months or something. But hey, my buddy Trey is asking to come up. I think maybe he wants to ask a question or something.
Trey.
I don't know. Can we trust him?
Trey gang?
Shoots up white boy with a pinch of swag. All right, I have to let you up. That's a pretty great, that's a good one, Trey. I like that.
Let Trey speak.
You got a pinch of swag? All right, let's see some swag.
All right, let a nigga cook.
Now you got to be impressive, Trey. If you're not impressive, we're going to kick you the fuck out.
A lot of pressure.
I love how Polly's like thumbing that up. She's like, yeah, he's got to be impressive.
Fuck.
Polly feeling the Riz right now.
Come on, Trey, don't be shy.
Polly's busy right now. She's counting all of her no labels money.
I like how he spelled Trey. The 7 and a 3.
All right, we can get rid of him now. It's too creepy. He has to say something. He didn't say anything, so he had to go. All right, Punish, what do you got for me? You got some good deets today? Somebody sent me one of the things you had on our boy Glenn Youngkin, who's not at all a front for Israeli intelligence.
Yeah, what was it? I was like looking at that. That was just like a small thing because I just saw like what.
Did you look up Mr. Chad Sweet, who was a major advisor to Glenn Youngkin, who switched from Ted Cruz to Glenn Youngkin? Did you follow any of that? Chad Sweet used to work at CIA and then went to go work for Michael Chertoff, who, as you know, is a great son of the American Revolution, Michael Chertoff.
Hold up, I'm about to look that up. Yeah, because that one I just saw, like when I saw like just the news of the legislation being passed. Today more so I was like looking at, who was it? Robert D. Taylor, Marjorie Taylor's father, and like how he ran a scam of Forex trading.
That's Marjorie Taylor Greene's father is not on the up and up? No. No!
Shocking.
Damn it! Have you seen that George Santos had a cookie that she gave him? She gave him a cookie of herself. Have you guys seen this?
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Is that romantic?
No, she had like a box of sweet cookies, and one of them was a cookie of herself that she gave. Like, people know what I'm talking about who are in the space. Like, somebody sent this to me in the space.
Wholesome?
Yeah,
Wholesome
I'm jumping back in here. Yeah, I actually tweeted that out. Maybe the most fascinating thing about it is that it was from 2020. So she had her eyes on George Santos for a long time. I mean, because Santos ran in 2020 and lost and then complained about it at the J6 zombie apocalypse.
What, if somebody gave you a cookie of themselves, would you eat it or would you be freaked out?
It's kind of endearing.
You think so? Honestly, it would freak me the fuck out if somebody gave me a cookie of themselves.
Chocolate.
Do you know how insane that woman? I mean, like, she has out of control narcissism.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just no other way of putting it.
She's a Southern Republican
Doesn't she have
woman
a private jet?
Who's a member of Congress.
I think she literally drives or flies in a private jet.
Wasn't she?
I don't know about that. Like, her family has this weird construction business. There's like some weird stuff going on there. I don't know.
Wasn't she some guy that dressed like Zangief from Street Fighter?
You know, somebody sent me something today about Kanye West's treasurer resigning.
Yeah. Treasurer.
Yeah, about the whole Milo situation with the money.
Yeah.
Why don't I just post that? Do you guys want me to just post that?
Yeah, Laura Loomer is like redeemed, basically.
Real?
She was completely correct about all these things. Yeah, I mean, look, I made fun of Laura Loomer for years, and you know, to some degree, she deserves it. But like, I'm gonna give credit where credit's due.
Listen,
Double L with the major W.
Listen, I know that there are those of us out there that are legit nuts, okay?
Right.
But like we can't see the color yellow, but we're clairvoyant. We can see like x-rays and shit, okay? Laura Loomer is that on like steroids, okay? This woman, like if you were to tell me that she like had radar in her head, I'd be like 100% right. But if you were to tell me she couldn't tie her shoes, I'd be like, yeah, that seems right. She's like a Rain Man of political scandal.
Well, but she can still bench, right?
I will just tell you, she called up, the Israelis were attacking me, and she called up Yair Netanyahu and told him to stop attacking me, and he did. Okay? Like, she called up the prime minister's son of a foreign hostile nation and, like, negotiated a peace deal for me. So I don't really care what she does with her life, but, like, she will be in the good books for me after that, you know? So I just look at it that way. And I've had nothing but negative encounters with Milo Yiannopoulos. And I've had nothing but negative encounters with like all his weird network around him. And I've had nothing but positive encounters with Laura. Now, I think Laura's batshit crazy on a whole host of topics. And I will tell her that because she's my friend. And then she'll be like, she'll like get mad at me. And I'll be like, listen, you're my friend. I love you anyway. Like, shut the fuck up. You're being a little crazy. And then she'll like go away and then she'll come back, you know? But she's going to be vindicated on Kevin McCarthy, too. She's going to be vindicated on a whole host of subjects. And because she has the number of all these compromised, like, loser Republican fucks. And her only problem is that she's a Republican. If she were a Democrat, they would 100%, like, she would be a congresswoman already because she would basically push out some, like, weak Jew somewhere in some one of these congressional districts. And she would just, like, be like, give it to me. And they'd give it to her. But instead, the Republican Jewish Coalition is busy like hiring George Santos, who is a Jew, maybe not a Jew, possibly a Jew, definitely on the payroll for the Russians. And like that's what's really going on there. So she's basically correct on a whole host of issues and on a whole host of people. And she told me a while back, she was like, Tucker Carlson's done in 6 months. And I was like, I mean, he's the most trusted name in news. He's like whatever. And literally 3.5 months later, he was out of a job. So I don't know, man. like I call things from like way out of left field and I'm usually right, but she's calling him from like a whole other sport and she's like nailing it correctly. So I just look at it like her track record speaks for itself, you know? So she's a deeply impressive person. As she gets older, I think she's also going to become much more formidable. I've never seen, like, I went with her to this Republican event one time. And I saw these like old Jewish men who are super rich basically like kiss the ring of Laura Loomer. And I was like, oh, she's like powerful. Like, this is interesting.
She's Cleopatra.
When I first met her, she was 19 years old. And it was me and James O'Keefe. Like we were sitting out having a conversation at a David Horowitz event at like the Breakers. And she comes up to us. She's in a bikini, which was like kind of weird, like whatever. And she comes up to us and she's like, hi, I'm Laura Loomer. I'm going to be very important one day. You should know who I am. And James was like, who the fuck is this? Whatever. James was like uncomfortable because he was, you know, kind of like more shy in those days. And I was like, hi, Laura, I'm Charles. And like, we had been friends ever since that point. And like, I don't agree with her on a whole host of things. I think she's like legit crazy. And she definitely has madness that runs in her family. But she's right on a whole lot of subjects very often. And I think that if she becomes a real force within the Republican Party. She has the activist, best interests at heart. She really genuinely believes a lot of her stuff. It's not an act or a grift for her. She like genuinely believes a lot of her stuff. So she's very impressive. And what she's onto it. She was like, listen, she was like, there's going to be all these problems with Milo. She always calls it, It's pretty impressive stuff.
You think she's like a foreign actor or something? Like, if that's the case, or like, do you think that she's like completely like
I think she probably has some kind of relationship with the state of Israel. Like,
yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, she's constantly, staunchly supporting them. I got to follow from
Charles,
a couple months ago.
What do you think about that SPLC report on like Ethereum money going from like going from some donor to the Bundy Ranch and then going to VDARE, things like that?
Yeah, I saw that. I think I sent that to you, actually.
You did.
Yeah. I was going to be like, did I send this to Richard or did he send it to me? I was trying to figure that out. But yeah, look, I mean, they own a castle. VDARE has a castle in West Virginia, which is pretty fucking weird, Yeah. So I don't know. Usually people I know who have castles are like kings, and they sure as shit don't have them in West Virginia. I didn't even know you could have a castle in West Virginia. I thought they would just take that from you.
Well, it's a weird cross between a castle and a McMansion, but go on.
Yeah, so
it's in like a suburban neighborhood.
Can I give a bit of expertise on this?
Yeah.
Because I actually went to West Virginia in search of a home. I ended up in Florida, but the housing market in West Virginia is unlike anywhere else in the country. You can literally, I'm talking literally, buy mansions for $100,000. It's literally insane, the bang for your buck that you get in West Virginia.
That might be true, but VDARE was funded out the wazoo, and it's just kind of this. The question is kind of why or how. Both interesting questions.
Well, I just know that I've had a lot of conversations with Peter Brimelow over the years. And I know that the last conversation I had with Lydia Brimelow was she was very concerned that all of her bank accounts were being frozen by the Attorney General of New York.
Yeah.
And that's not a good position to be in.
Well, they're being sued by the Southern District of New York. They're based out of New York.
No, not by the Southern District. I think they're being sued by the Attorney General of New York.
Oh, the Attorney General. Okay.
Yeah, it's a state matter, not a
really grotesque self-dealing. But I mean, all of this just kind of raises questions. I mean, I'm just curious what's going on. I mean, I don't know if these things are related, but it is fascinating when Peter Brimelow basically defends the Buffalo shooter. As he had serious racial concerns about the Great Replacement, and I am against violence.
He and I had dinner I went to Faith Goldie's wedding, because of course I did
in Prague.
In Prague,
yeah. Insert joke.
Yeah, go for it.
What can I say about that won't get me in trouble?
She was a virgin bride, I'm sure.
Nothing.
Yeah.
100% a virgin bride. Yeah. 100%. And I was not like deeply in love with her or anything after my divorce. No, not me. Anyway, I went to this wedding because, my wife at the time didn't want to be my wife anymore and wanted to get rid of me. So I was like, fuck this, I'll go to Prague. Seemed like a good idea at the time. And so anyway, I get there and they're staying at like the nicest place in Prague, right? So I'm like, okay, that's a little weird. Whatever, fine. And we're hanging out, we're having a good time. I take them in the spirit of like friendship, whatever. I take Marcus Epstein is there. There's me.
Wow.
There's me. There's Marcus Epstein. There's Lydia and Peter Brimelow. And I wasn't really drinking that heavily while I was there. I was like having like a drink a day or whatever, because like there's a lot of weird stuff in Prague. Like people would come up to me and ask me questions. Like I thought I was being followed at one point. Who knows if that's true or whatever. I had some dude come up to me and take my picture, like when I was walking on the street. Like very strange stuff. So And of course, like there was like all kinds of strange characters from Europe and from like right-wing politics, but also like possibly the Czech mob. I don't know, like at the wedding. So I didn't really care. Faith is a friend of mine. I like her. Fine. She, you know, by the way, she was way ahead of her time calling for a ban of Airbnb in Toronto in the mayor's race there. So anyway, we're having dinner, whatever, and Brimlow gets like pretty fucked up, like old man fucked up, like maybe you don't have tomorrow fucked up, you
like
know,
sloppy drunk,
like super drunk, in a normal situation I would have called for a cab to send him home, but I was like, his hotel's like, you know, a block away or whatever. Like he probably polished off like 3 bottles of wine that night, okay, and he was like very like, but he was conversant, but then he would like kind of nod off, but then he would like join the conversation again. And Lydia, to her credit, was like kind of apologetic about a lot of this. She was like, oh, you know, Peter, you know, he's just, you know, he's doesn't like to travel and he's stressed out or whatever. And it's like, all right, whatever, fine. So remember, they're staying at the nicest hotel. I'm the one covering the meal. Fine, whatever. And by the way, I was the first ever donor to VDare with Ethereum, which makes this doubly funny, by the way, back in the day. Because they like set up all their stuff, and I was like, oh, I have some Ethereum. It's like fake internet money. Here's some money. And I like donated it to him. And so I'm like maybe on some kind of watch list now. Who knows? Probably not. But anyway, I just did it because they were my friends. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I never really bought into all the like VDare nonsense because frankly, like I find their website kind of unreadable.
Oh God, yeah.
Personally, like it's not like I kind of like Tacky Mag. It was kind of fun and you know like so anyway, whatever, fine. But you know, John Derbyshire was a friend of mine. We were sort of more like nerdy internet types back in the day. So that was sort of like my way of like contributing to John Derbyshire's, you know, whatever, his thing. And so I gave him some money. They were like, you know, very nice people, whatever. But so we're at this dinner and there was like some kind of situation where some dude had killed a bunch of Sikhs. I want to say this was like in Wisconsin or whatever. And we got onto the subject of like, I think this was like the Oak Creek shooting in, or something like that, in with the Sikhs, where it was like a bunch of the Sikhs were slaughtered by this dude. I forget the guy's name now. I think it was like maybe like Page or something like this. I forget, but it was like maybe I could look it up. But I think it's basically 2012. You know, a bunch of Sikhs get killed. Okay, so we're chatting, and he says to me, "Well, you know, it was totally justified." And I'm like, "Wait, what?" And he's like, "Yeah, totally justified." And I was like, how so? Like, you know, it's usually a bad idea to slaughter, slaughter people like at their religious institution. Like, you know, it's like, it's a bad idea, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, well, you could make the case that this is an act of war against him and that he was basically being displaced by these Sikh, he was being displaced by these like Sikh drivers, that they were taking away his livelihood and he had to defend his rights. And I was like, well, you know, Peter, I think you probably had too much to drink, like, whatever. I'm not going to like make a big deal about this, but like, you know, I was of course wondering, like, am I being recorded? Like, am I being punked right here? Right. Like,
right.
You know, like what's going on? And so I was like very kind of disturbed by it because there had been a dude earlier who'd taken my picture while I was walking around in Prague. Right. And so I think to myself, like, was I being set up by that or whatever? Like, did I quit myself? Well, I don't really think anything of it. And then you directed my attention to the thing he wrote about the Buffalo shooting. And I was like, oh shit, like in vino veritas, this is what this guy actually believes.
Exactly.
He thinks these things are actually justified. And then I start to think to myself, well, the dude who's given him the most money over the years is Rupert Murdoch. And Rupert Murdoch, you know, is like super friendly with Netanyahu. He's like banging out his Chinese spy wife, which whatever, you know, like I'm not here to judge, you know, good for Rupert. It's kind of weird, but whatever. And he's basically like funneling all this money to Peter Brimelow. And I one time asked Peter, like, why is this? Like, what's going on? And the answer is he wrote a biography that was authorized about Rupert Murdoch. And it was never published. And so year after year, dutifully, Rupert Murdoch pays for the health insurance of Rupert Murdoch's, or of Peter Brimelows' family. And I don't know how many Brimelows there are. I think he had like a first wife. She died. He then married like the super, super much younger wife. Whatever, good for him. I didn't know he had it in him, frankly, to like, have this many kids or whatever. But he's in like, I don't want to say he's like mid-70s now.
Oh, yeah. He's getting up there.
Yeah. And it was a very strange experience, just like knowing this guy over the years. So I think that what's happening is the Chinese and these various other groups want to cause disruptions in our country. And one of the ways they've chosen to do that is by using cryptocurrency to move money. I think like the Russians, like the Israelis, the Chinese are playing in that way. And hitherto, they used a lot of like GoFundMe, crowdfund kind of things. That was a game that they played. So a lot of these like Black Rioters from 2020, the Summer of Love or Summer of Rage or whatever, they were all backed by this weird kind of money laundering stuff going on with crowd funds. And you see this with things like GiveSendGo, which is the religious one. And I think like the Proud Boys got like a shitload of money from like Chinese people. And people are like, oh, it's because they're worried about communism or whatever. It's like, no. I've never met a fucking charitable Chinese person donating to a non-Chinese cause ever. Okay, right. Like I was married to these people. Like that is 100% not what happens. Okay, Chinese people do not donate things like in a generous way. They pay tribute. Okay, that's how it works. So no racism, but you know what I mean. Like if you've dated an Asian or married an Asian, you know what I'm talking about. So there's just like a lot of weird money stuff here. And then I think like, all right, they got this castle. Murdoch's like married to a Chinese spy. He's like giving them their health insurance. Maybe they're like a giant op, and maybe their purpose isn't to like actually like win things for the white race or whatever. Maybe their job is to basically channel all these all these anti-immigrant white people into a certain kind of politics or a certain kind of obsession about like Title 42 or yes. Maybe they're like their job is to basically be managed. And then I think to myself, well, I'm an investor in a facial recognition company. We could like hunt down all the illegal aliens if we wanted to. Like, bam, you all have facial recognition now on your phones, right? You can basically check if Jorge is like got his papers or whatever, if he's really Jorge. But no, they freak out about that, right? They don't want to go there on that kind of technology, which is really weird. Then I think to myself, well, Steve Miller has this relationship with them. I'm like, okay, how does Steve Miller like make a buck in this world? Turns out he doesn't. Turns out his parents own this company called Corduroy, whatever. Corduroy, it's like a housing development. They have all this like real estate all around LA. And I met, Steve Miller's father, Mike Miller. We've had scones, as one does in West LA, for breakfast. And, pretty nice guy. We hung out, whatever. He's a big donor to the Claremont Institute, big donor to the David Horowitz Freedom Center, which is apparently what first identified, Steve Miller as like being this big player. But Steve Miller's parents own all these properties. So, being the nerd that I am, I look up, where are all these properties? Okay. And a big chunk of them are in West Covina. Now, for those who are unfamiliar with the great wonders and particularities of the Inland Empire of California, I don't blame you. It's kind of a post-industrial hellscape. West Covina is like not that nice. It's pretty run down. It's pretty Hispanic. It's pretty, dare I say it, low rent. So what does yours truly do? Yours truly goes there and checks out the properties. And this is like slumlording par excellence. Okay? So we have Jared Kushner being a slumlord. Okay? We've got Jared Kushner as a slumlord. We've got Steve Miller as a slumlord, or Steve Miller's family. So what would happen if a whole bunch of people... Oh, by the way, there's all kinds of reviews online about how they don't fix anything, how they're slumlording. So what would happen if a whole bunch of illegals suddenly got legalized, right? They would be pretty pissed about living in slumlord property, right? As one would be if one were living in a slumlord property. And they might agitate for their rights, organize together, demand higher wages, whatever, not live in shitty places in West Covina. That would be very bad for Steve Miller's family business. So they have this desire, this sort of fixation on basically pretending that they want to solve the illegal immigrant problem, but never actually solving it. And so this is my theory of what's really going on. And it explains Steve Miller's behavior of getting rid of all these people who wanted to actually enforce immigration law. It explains a lot of things, right? And if you are a housing person, if you make your money, that's how you make a buck, is by renting houses to people, you want basically Ponzi scheme population policies, because more people means more money, means more rent, right? So that's kind of how that works. You oppose certain things like restrictions on development. There's a lot of things that you do there, right? And that's basically how Steve Miller has actually been his whole life. So my basic takeaway on this is Steve Miller is a total fraud, and he likes to race bait. He likes to get people fired up. He likes to get people pissed off about things, the Mexican, the whatever. But when I tried to talk to him about Israeli technology being sold to the Department of Homeland Security, he lost my number all of a sudden, even though he wanted introductions to Peter Thiel, wanted introductions to all these people. So I think basically, he comes up through the David Horowitz world. He's one of these Jews that's super pro-symbolism of American politics. So he's let's fly the flag, let's do this, let's do that. Mm-hmm. And it's as I've said before, my family's been here for 400 years, okay? I have one flag in my house, but I went to visit him one time, and he has flags everywhere. And it's what is going on here? Okay? What is the... And the answer is, it's a totem for him. It's a way of having power. That's what he's about. It's about power and consolidating his power. And so naturally, he loved having the senile Jeff Sessions be his, patron when he was the U.S. Senator. He loves all this stuff. And by the way, there are lots of people that don't ever want the immigration issue solved because they like slaves. And I don't blame them. Having slaves would probably be pretty awesome, right? I don't necessarily check the papers of Consuela, who cleans my house. I pay her a good wage, but she's always demanding I pay her in cash. So I give her cash, I don't, whatever. She gets pissed if I want to cash app her or whatever. So there is this whole world of basically irregularized people that like being irregularized because they don't have to pay taxes. They don't have to give a fuck, basically. And there's a whole other world that wants to protect that world, but it pretends that it doesn't like that world. And that's kind of the world that Steve Miller's a part of. That's kind of my frame on it.
So you're basically calling these people frauds.
Oh, yes.
I think in terms of, I definitely think they're frauds. I think in terms of the political dynamic of places like Vida, I think you're absolutely correct in the sense that they recognize that there is this extreme constituency that they want to keep flowing into the Republican Party. So, it was interesting, just this little report, this Ethereum donation, and it's not huge amounts. I think it was 200,000 total, but they're going to the Bundy Ranch, and they're going to all of these sites that were cited by the recent Hispanic Nazi spree shooter in Texas.
What is
the Daily Stormer, Ameren, whatever? So, it's all this demographic, they're at war with us, like it's all an invasion, nothing can be done, it's all this kind of stuff, but it's all predicated on vote for the GOP.
I don't think it's necessarily voting. I think what they want is they want to cause chaos, right?
Yeah.
So they've given a bunch of money to like Black Lives Matter nutbags. They've given a bunch of money to like crazy Indians that hate whitey. And this is the right wing equivalent of that, right? They want us all fighting with each other because that's what Wang Huning talks about in America Against America. And they want us all hating each other and dividing, because if we're divided, if we descend into civil war, right? If we're killing each other, shooting each other, or whatever, then we're like not checking their aggression in the South Pacific, right? Or not following how they're buying off Canadian politicians or American politicians for that matter. And so they want us kind of with our eye off the ball. And so the way they've chosen to do that is to back a lot of these like crazy operations here, are kind of malcontents. And Eamon Bundy, like, he basically wants a resurrection of the state of Deseret, the country of Deseret. He wants a kind of Mormon theocracy in the West. That's his objective. And if you're China, like, you love that shit, right? You want to cause a civil war in the United States, and you want to basically have America have a century of humiliation, just like China did, and that's their sort of objective. So that's what they're trying to do. And so with our friends, our erstwhile friends, because I don't know that Lydia or certainly Peter would take my call now, but they are very much interested in this project of getting people riled up on the race question and on the immigration question.
Do you think Jared Taylor's a part of this?
I don't know. I mean, Jared and I have like kind of an interesting relationship.
He's kind of a junior. He'll defer to Peter, but they're both the same thing. I mean, it's.
If you say so. I don't know. I can just tell you, I know Jared socially, right? I've never donated to any of his things. I've never been to like any of his events, whatever. I've been at his home in like Oakton or whatever.
Yeah.
But is he a fraud or is he just
Well,
wrong?
He speaks fluent French. He like grew up in this, he's like heavily engaged in Japan stuff. I think he does like translation work. And I think he's the presentable face. So I think there's like, here's the way I would put it. If you're trying to basically get people to be divisive, you have to have different entry points for them. So you have like the working class, white trash, Proud Boys. You have the ex-military Oath Keepers. You have the respectable right, alt-right, Jared Taylor types. And that's what you're doing. And you're trying to process these people into basically a antisocial politics, which is not, it's a kind of contradiction in terms. So you have people pissed off about why their lives suck, why the immigrant took their job, why. It's a way of looking for who could be the scapegoat of the political system. That's my sense of what's really going on.
Yeah, they seem to have cut Nick Fuentes out of the game. It's kind of interesting. Whenever anyone gets bigger than they are, then they all kind of unite against them. But there is some.
Well, they can't control Nick because Nick is also Christian, and Nick is also skeptical of the Jews.
Yeah,
that's the other thing too. Is that like, I personally am skeptical of Israeli behavior. Like, I think what's happening to the Palestinians is disgusting. I think we should stop it. I don't think we should continue doing it. And I don't necessarily like the Palestinians. I just think like it's wrong that we're helping to do this kind of like depraved thing,
Yeah.
Yo, you really hit it with that, Chuck, by like pointing out how it's all a fraud of how these Jews, especially these old Zog figures, they're always, how are they advertised to us? As Stephen Miller is advertised to us as this based Jewish Nazi who's gonna like deport all the illegals and who's gonna fix immigration, and he's the only one advocating for our cause inside that administration. And it's like such a common reoccurring theme of, because it's like, it's easy, it plays into this like shtetl mindset. And like, if you just look at the words, Jews have like this, it's a weird pathological racism, like where it's just very lowly of just like frothing at the mouth and just calling them schwarzes and just using epithets and like just no logic behind it or anything.
You know what it is? So I don't want to blame all Jews for this, because even Steve Miller's own family has these divisions, right? And the old joke is like 2 Jews, 3 opinions, right? Like Israel has its own fights, the Jewish community have their own fights, whatever, fine. I'm with you on all of that. And I don't know how many of those fights are sincere. All I know is that like the Palestinians are probably the most terribly treated people in the world after maybe the Uyghurs, right? And there's still more of them. You know, they're still fucking, they're still having kids, there's still whatever in the West Bank and in Gaza. And they're still basically outbreeding, even with all the talk about Israel's demographics or whatever being good. They're still outbreeding them, right? So like clearly they like being Palestinian and they like doing their Palestinian thing. And so I just look at it like, do I want to live in a world in which I am a Palestinian in America, right? And I look at, they're passing all these laws, like just today, Youngkin did his thing about how like if you criticize Israel and you want to do business with the state of Virginia, you can't do that, okay? So I think this is an affront to me as an American. Like, I think this is a civil rights issue, and I should have a right to talk about these things as an American.
I think there's a similar thing in Florida, too.
Oh, all across the country. And Donald Trump gets in, he becomes president, and he signs all of this anti-BDS legislation. And I don't know how I necessarily feel about BDS, right? I don't know. Like, should we boycott Israel? I don't know. I don't know that boycotts are necessarily the best thing, divestment, whatever. I don't know. But I do know that, like, I should be allowed to talk about it and, like, not lose business with, like, the state of Arkansas or whatever, right? It's weird.
Yeah.
It's strange. It's like we don't tolerate this for any other system. And yet here, it's like people trip over themselves. And it's because there's a whole bunch of Jewish oligarchs who are connected with China, who have a shitload of money, who donate that money to bribe politicians to get them to pass these stupid, inane laws, which are selectively enforced for business and economic reasons against people that are deemed to be, quote unquote, anti-Semitic or Holocaust deniers or whatever. And this is how they play the game. And this is what they tried to do to me when they were trying to steal my company from me when they had an Israeli competitor. And like, fuck these people, you know?
Yo, I was just gonna add on, like, the craziest part when you add on top of these, like, when they use these IHRA definitions for anti-Semitism, like these speech laws, then on top of that, it's like, look at it. What is Trump or any of his sycophants of, like, what did they laud as, like, one of his accomplishments, lasting accomplishments, is the Abraham Accords. And, like, they act as if, like, oh, it ensured peace. But what does it do? It ensures that Bahrain and the UAE, when they lobby in this country, well, who do they lobby through? The Israel lobby itself. Like, ProPublica has, like, a lot of these pieces of how the Bahrain government is using these Jewish lobbyists and these Israeli lobbyists as a way to lobby us. And then so it's just going to keep perpetuating foreign entanglement and foreign intervention inside of our own government.
There are a lot of members of Congress that I've met, that I've had dinner with, that I've even, one or two, I've taken on dates, okay? And they are on the payroll of foreign governments in one form or another. Either their husband gets a good job, their wife gets a good job, their kids, whatever, and they get kind of like bought off by these foreign powers. And it really is as bad as I'm saying it is. Like, it's not a joke. And I see this stuff, and it's very, very, very uncomfortable. And what happens is if you don't take the bribe, they try to make your life hell in all kinds of ways. So I just look at this very dispassionately, right? In the Trump presidency, there was a basic bitch resolution that basically said that Trump had the authority to go to war in Iran. And all of the Republicans, except 3 Republicans, voted against this, or voted in favor of this resolution. The only 3 who voted against it were Matt Gaetz, okay, of Florida, Thomas Massie of Kentucky, and I want to say it was the guy who's down in Florida who retired, who was the former he was the Naples congressman that Byron Donalds later replaced. Okay, and he's basically a spook for all intents and purposes. He was He was an ambassador, Catholic. What the hell's his name? It'll come to me. So what happens to all three of these guys? Okay, Francis Rooney. Thank you for whoever sent that to me. All three of them start to have like weird things happen to them. Okay, Matt Gaetz, we already know the story about like Joel Greenberg and Joel Greenberg's family business being a dentistry practice that's like a front for like pill mill. Okay, so we know that they're like huge donors to Israel, huge donors to AIPAC, huge donors to all these Israeli causes. And he's accusing Matt of like fucking an underage girl, which of course didn't happen. And of course, like, you know, she was like 17, lying about her age, even if it had happened. And even if it did happen, so what? Like, who cares, right? She's now a porn star. And by the way, she wasn't the hottest. I know we're not supposed to say this, but whatever. She was not the hottest of the two chicks. He was dating the hotter chick, okay? So, like, why would he go and fuck the ugly chick when he's got the hotter chick who's of age? It doesn't make any sense, okay? And so they, like, lie about him, and they try to destroy him, have him spend all these legal bills, whatever. And we know what happened there. All right. Thomas Massie has a large election challenge funded against him with this guy, McMurtry, who is the guy who is the one who sued over the Covington situation. Sued, I think it was like CNN or some shit. Okay, he sues them, you know, maybe...
Wait, are you talking about Colby Covington?
Yeah, Covington, the one that... You remember the Catholics? The Catholics...
Yeah, he was like smiling at the...
Yeah, Nick Sandmann.
Smiling at the Indian... You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
What the hell is that kid's name? You know what I'm
saying? That Indian guy had some fucked up teeth, bro.
Whatever, right? So this white dude who's wearing a MAGA hat is like hanging out, doing his Catholic thing with his Catholic boys, and he's attacked and smeared in this massive way. And then a bunch of Israelis get together and they sue CNN. Paul Singer funds a massive lawsuit against CNN with this McMurtry character, who then wins, and then he wants to be like a member of Congress. So he challenges Thomas Massie, who had the temerity to vote against the Iran resolution. Thomas Massie's son, by the way, is a helicopter pilot. Okay. And, you know, these are, you know, he and I have talked, and I was a donor to him, a small donor, but I did max out to both him and Gaetz after I knew about this shit going on, because, like, fuck them. I'm not going to, like, take this lying down. Linwood, who's Steve Wynn's attorney, he shows up and he pours hundreds of thousands of dollars into a super PAC for McMurtry, just attacking Massie, smearing him every which way. Massie wins, I think, like 88% to 12, something crazy like that. And Massie just wipes the floor with this guy. And Lin Wood, of course, lawyer for Steve Wynn. Lin Wood connected to the Chinese in all kinds of weird ways. And Steve Wynn, of course, the U.S. government says he's a spy for the Chinese and that he should have to register. All that's being litigated. Who knows how that'll shake out? All very weird, all very strange. So I look at this, and there's a bunch of people that show up that are like Jews with weird connections to China who want us to go to war with Iran or to pass resolutions or whatever. And they start targeting people in the Republican Party who speak out against it, such that, like, I know a lot of members of Congress who are straight up afraid to vote against these people. And so they just vote for them, like, in a Pavlovian way. They don't even think about it. They're just like, vote, 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 whatever. And it's like one of the most dangerous things you can do is to talk about these issues in an open way. And then I look, so there's like all of this stuff which you're just like never allowed to talk about in the Republican Party. And then with the Democrats, there are some Democrats where you can talk about this, you know, like where you can engage on these issues. Now, it's not perfect. Like Reid Hoffman, the same dude who's funding all this stuff attacking Trump, was also funding all the efforts to attack, you know, so-called anti-Israel Democrats, really pro-peace Democrats. And he's using his oligarchic weight and shoveling cash to attack, you know, to basically stop the squad from growing numbers, because they don't want a bunch of Democrats who basically, they want Israel to stay a bipartisan issue, even though support for Israel or rather I should say support for the crazy Israeli politics, the way they're treating the Palestinians is ebbing just across the whole society. And it's happening for a lot of reasons, not least of which is like the evangelical share of our population is declining. So in come the fascist Baptist types, the Flight 93, storm the cockpit, storm January 6 types, who want us they want to basically identify and process all these antisocial people and get these antisocial people to like overthrow the government. That's kind of where we are right now. And so they're looking for people who are, discombobulated, drunks, whatever. And everyone has an incentive to basically overthrow the government of the United States. Because if the government is overthrown, if we can compromise the FBI, if we compromise the CIA, the NSA, whatever, then we basically make it much harder to basically monitor all this activity that's going on. Now, we have a situation on our southern border. There's a shitload of illegal aliens coming in. Of this, we all know, right? Like, this is not like, this is a fact, okay? It's not my opinion that this is happening. You can go to the southern border and see it for yourself. So one, we have shitloads of people from all over the world who are coming here now, which has never happened before, which suggests that there's these funding mechanisms to traffic human beings into our country. And the slave business is a great business. Unlike drugs, the slaves continue to perform for you, particularly if you have them work as slaves in factories or in, meat processing plants, particularly if they're children, right? Which is something that we've seen a lot, where there's illegal immigrant children are basically slaves, in these facilities. Now, record number of Chinese coming, a lot of that's because they are like scared shitless of what's going on in China. Fair enough, right? Shitloads of Venezuelans, shitloads of Cubans coming. Why? Because they're cut off because of the Trump policies. They're cut off from having access to US dollars. Thank you very much, because of the sanctions, which is why we saw the policy today that a bunch of people are calling for Biden to get rid of the sanctions on Venezuela and Cuba, which would be a good idea. We should buy Venezuelan oil, stabilize that shithole country, and maybe, kind of change some of the geopolitics of the Western Hemisphere, where they're selling oil on the cheap to the Chinese. Now, that's kind of the state of play. Now, the most Israeli part of our government, there are sort of two parts. One is the DEA, which is, there's all kinds of weird compromised, drug dealer types that work for the DEA. All kinds of weird shit going on there. The other is the Department of Homeland Security, which was set up by Michael Chertoff, whose mother worked for El Al and was a Mossad agent. And they want to embed a lot of their Israeli technology in our border wall and our sensors and all that, because it's a grift for them. And because if you control a border, right, you can control who comes to either side of that border, who comes into the country. They seem to be curiously uninterested in facial recognition and all the other kind of things that would be used for internal enforcement in our country, or that could also be dual use and be used to catch spies, right? And by the way, 1 in 3 people who are in the country illegally are here who overstayed visas. Okay, so they came in legally, they just said fuck it, and they stayed. Okay, so that's kind of like how that works. Now, the thing to understand about this is there's a whole grifting industry that takes place. One of the big grifting industries is run by Greg Abbott. He has this operation called Operation Lone Star. And he doles out all these contracts, which are no-bid contracts, which he gives out to his friends, one of whom is this guy, Matt Mickelson. And Matt Mickelson is a very curious character. He was Lady Gaga's business partner for many years. He was a sunglass salesman. He spent all these years in the Middle East traveling around, particularly in Israel and Dubai. And he was also involved in a company called Curative, which was a fake COVID testing company. They got hundreds of millions, possibly billions of dollars from the US government for a COVID test that did not work. He owns one of the larger properties in Austin. He's moved several times. He previously was in San Diego. He's now in Austin, Texas. He was an advisor to Joe Lonsdale, who was involved in Palantir. And he's been an advisor to a number of kind of billionaire oligarch types. He's kind of their consigliere. He now gets all these contracts to develop the southern border and to run all of these facilities, and he's running the operations that are moving these illegal aliens from the southern border to their choice of location, which is usually New York, Chicago, wherever, where they can disappear. Okay, Mickelson is the one who took those migrants and brought them to Kamala Harris's doorstep on New Year's or on Christmas Eve. Okay, that's who this guy is. That's what he is, and he's traveling around on the governor's plane. He's traveling around with the governor everywhere, and he runs all these places, and he massively overcharges. Massively overcharges. But what does he do? He donates some money. He spreads that filthy money around. He gives the kickbacks in the donations. This is a crime, by the way. This is a felony. And yet, this is where we are. This is how we are operating in this society. And, the Texas Observer has written about it. I know the feds know about it. But it's a very challenging thing to get them to give a fuck because there's all so much criming going on in our country. So there you go.
Yo, it's like, especially tell the truth of how Israel's very much involved with the southern border, because even you look at it with the NGOs, who's the one moving a lot of Venezuelan migrants out of Venezuela into Central America? It's Israel. Who's the one moving the Central Americans into Mexico? It's Israel then again. And it's like funny too, because you saw the same thing back in I think in like 2015, 2016, like when you had the European migrant crisis, and it was like Israel itself helping these migrants get into Greece.
Who's the biggest donor to Israel in the United States? That would be Sheryl Sandberg.
Oh yeah, because I saw on your Substack her parents are involved with it, right?
Her parents, her sister, and her now husband was involved with Israel. So yeah, no good, no bueno. We're against the Jews doing human trafficking. We think it's bad.
That's why it's always funny of like they're always the one causing these human movement pattern, human migration patterns. Because even like what was the whole thing of like them even having a European migrant crisis? Well, you're having this conflict in Syria that's very much aggravated by Israel for their national security interest of what Netanyahu wants for Greater Judea.
Well, of course, if you look at who are the owners of all the oil companies that are going on in Syria and in Western Syria, who are the owners of all of that stuff, right? Like, what is the history there of all the oil in Syria and the connections of all that to, Trump Heights, and all of that stuff? What's going on there, right? And you look that up and you see there's a lot of very strange stuff with this company called Genie, which, by the way, Jared Kushner is an investor in, right? So if you destabilize Syria, you can take that oil and use it in Israel, right? And use it elsewhere and run it illegally. That is a major reason why the U.S. is still in Syria, and to stop that thieving of the oil. And it's a major reason that we see all throughout the world that the Israelis team up with the Chinese and others to basically extract resources by paying bribes to various leaders, right? Be they in Democratic Republic of Congo, be they in all throughout Latin America with the Bechtel bribes. They pay these bribes, and a lot of the leaders don't want to actually do a proper job. So what they do is they then extract these resources, and it leads to either people being exploited as quasi-slaves in the home country, or selling drugs into the United States because these are the only jobs they can get, or moving to the United States where they have a fair shot at making something approaching, a lower middle class existence, right? And then maybe sending money back through remittances through Carlos Slim's whole operation back to the main country, who of course, cuts off a vig on that, donates the money to the New York Times. The New York Times hires all these Likud, reporters like Maggie Haberman, whose father, Clyde Haberman, was super pro Netanyahu, whose mother was super pro worldwide Likud. She was a lobbyist for the Likud party. Okay, this is how this actually works. And if you know this shit, if you've been to Mexico, se habla español, you go to these places, and you know a drug dealer or two because, you had a misspent youth, then you learn about this stuff and you talk to people and you're like, okay, the Israelis move this drug, this cartel moves that drug, this cartel is crewed up with this country, this one's crewed up with that country. Like this is how it actually works in the real world. And meanwhile, you have this world that we're entering into where we've got a proliferation of satellites everywhere. We've got all this SIGINT stuff going on. We have all this anti-money laundering technology coming into play. And the Israelis and the Chinese and all the others are freaking the fuck out about it. So they are like waging attacks on the FBI. It's a Fedsurrection, right? It's this, it's that. And yeah, there are a bunch of dirty FBI agents. Like that has always been thus. I mean, J. Edgar Hoover was not a picture of like moral integrity. Okay? And yes, there's all sorts of compromised DHS agents, including many who go work for the Elon Musks and, the others out there. I mean, Katie Haun, who was at Andreessen Horowitz, Katie Haun, who's an ex-FBI agent, is like deeply implicated in the whole Coinbase shit, which is like a giant money laundering operation. So there's a lot of dirty feds, a lot of dirty law enforcement. And frankly, increasingly, I fear the dirty law enforcement a shitload more than I fear the foreign spies, who all they can do is kill me, right? Like they can't actually set the government after me for this thing or that thing, like they did to Hunter Biden. I mean, look at what they did to Hunter Biden, right? If I'm correct, if Hunter is a Fed, which is like pretty obvious if you look at the evidence, if Hunter's a Fed, then that suggests that there is an entire Israeli intelligence operation run against the son of the vice president of the United States that was repeated ad infinitum in the largest television network and some of the largest newspapers in the country around the world in best-selling books said by members of Congress, right? They basically ran this operation using, compromising intelligence officers, doing all kinds of crazy shit. That's just what they did to the president's son, now, the then vice president's son. Think about what they could do to you if you speak up about this. So, yeah, it's a very real going concern. And it's one that I think we need to address. We need to talk about this stuff. We need to get it out there. We need to, and at a certain point, we all have a choice we have to make in our lives. Like, what do we want to be? Like, what kind of people do we want to do? Like, are you comfortable with the fact that there's like an apartheid state operating in Israel, right? I mean, Jimmy Carter warned us about it. They smeared Jimmy Carter, right? There's a whole host of people who've been targeted for destruction by these people simply for just saying what is obvious to those of us who have eyes. And anyone who has the power that can basically make you so cowed, so afraid that you can't say this stuff openly, this is a kind of mob-style politics, and it makes self-government impossible. We might as well just give it up already and just accept our status as bovine, Uyghurs or Palestinians, and we might as well, like, very quickly just basically be corralled into our kind of open-air prisons. This is where we are, and, like, let's be real here. Like, George Santos is deeply a part of this. So is Kevin McCarthy. So is a huge chunk of the Republican Party. Victor Vekselberg, who was Russia's richest man, is Russia's richest man, who, by the way, is a Jew, for what it's worth. He is backing all kinds of things. He's backing efforts to legalize marijuana in this country. He's backing all kinds of donations. And his cousin, Andrew Trader, by the way, they put Michael Cohen on the payroll. That's what Columbus Nova was about, because Michael Cohen was deeply connected with the Russian mafia. They put all these people on the payroll, and they donate all this money to our politicians through PACs and through polling and through owning certain companies, quote unquote, investing in different companies. And Andrew Trader is like literally writing checks to and wiring money to our boy George Santos, who's literally living off that money while he's voting and conducting the people's business in Congress. And he literally had to like basically film himself criming. And they're all focused on Andrew Trader, but they're not to focus on the Republican Jewish Coalition, which backed him, how he was introduced, how he was groomed up in this process. Okay, they're not going there on any of that stuff, but they'll get him, they'll arrest him, fine, whatever. They'll get George Santos, Curious George, and they'll keep at it. And of course, we just saw Kevin McCarthy went to Israel. He was sycophantic towards Bibi. Basically, Bibi was like, "Hey, I want you to jump this high," and Kevin was like, "Can I jump even higher, Massa? Can I do that for you, Massa?" I mean, it was disgusting to watch. And this is where we are. This is like real life, the world we're in, that we have a Republican Party that is totally owned by a foreign government that's hacking the computers, not just of us, but of people all around the world, okay, causing disruption, trying to steal resources, trying to sell those resources to China, an enemy of ours. And people have the audacity to say that Israel is our greatest friend, our greatest ally, or whatever. What a fucking insult to our French allies, by the way. What an insult to our British allies, our Australian allies, and so forth. What an insult to the men who died at the USS Liberty. What an insult to all the people who've been assassinated in this country by the Israelis and elsewhere. What an embarrassment. And people aren't willing to say this. And there are very few people who are willing to say this publicly, or even privately for that matter. And fortunately, we are led by a president who is willing to say this privately, and who is acting on it in very public ways, which is our president, Joe Biden. And long may he live, by the way. But I don't know about you, but 80-year-old men are not known for their longevity. I mean, I personally wouldn't be buying, bright green bananas if I were 80 years old, but fuck it, man. He's lived a long time. I mean, he looks to be in good health. He's in better health than I am. Probably could do more push-ups. So, I wish him a long life. Maybe we'll get him for another 6, 7 years, 8 years, 10 years. We'll take it. Take it however we get it.
The beastly diet of eating ice cream, making sure to eat the fast food. That's a real nigga diet right there. None of that lame ass Barack shit of eating.
Look at how fucking skinny he is for eating like a fucking animal.
Yo, that's how you stay young. You gotta eat that junk food, and you gotta drive with the top down and let the wind hit your hair, homie.
Listen, I drive a convertible. I know what's up. I'm 100% with you, but I'm not man enough to eat ice cream. I eat that shit and I get the shits for days. I mean, lactose intolerant. I always feel bad about calling myself lactose intolerant. I feel like it's like a form of racism or something. We need a better word for that.
Kind of is. You should get one of those shirts that says lactose tolerant. And just
I want to have a shirt that says milk retarded or something like that.
Oh, that'd be funny. That's a good one.
Anyway, but yeah, this is the state of play. Like, this is what's really going on right now. And I don't know why we're not allowed to have this conversation. We literally had Hindenburg Research, an Israeli front, like doing an attack on Carl Icahn, another Jew, by the way. So it's like Jew on Jew crime now. And they were attacking him, basically smearing him because he was daring to clean up Illumina, a major genetics company, which is deeply compromised by the Israelis and the Chinese. And he's trying to clean that up, fire the CEO, change around the board, do his Carl Icahn shit of like cleaning things up. And this is where we are. This is like the environment that we find ourselves in. And the Republicans want you to talk about the tranny and who's got a dick, who doesn't have a dick, whatever. That was interesting to me when I was like 6. You know what I mean? But it's like not very interesting to me like when I'm 34. And meanwhile, we have a situation where we have all these people like gouging us on rent. We have Airbnb, which is a very Israeli company, by the way. Airbnb basically restricting the amount of supply of housing in major cities.
I was wondering why you were against Airbnb earlier. I was wondering why.
Well, yes. Airbnb is a major restrictor of available housing for people to rent. And so what ends up happening is we're in this environment where all these greedy boomers and Gen Xers own all this real estate, and they want us to all pay for their mortgages and their retirement by having us pay very high rents that are 3x higher than they paid when they were, roughly our age. And I see that as a form of jet exploitation and a form of intergenerational warfare. And I believe it should be banned. And of course, who was a major investor in Airbnb? That would be Reid Hoffman, the same guy who's got all the cash to fund that nut E. Jean Carroll to take on, Trump, and who's got all this money to fund, the disinformation campaign in Alabama, and who's got all this money to fund and party with and fly down to on a private jet with Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, we kind of are slaves to the the older generations who had it easier.
Oh yeah, we are in a form. We those of us who I'd say like are under age 40, are under a kind of occupation, right? Like rents are higher, housing is more expensive, obviously. College is way more expensive. Jobs are not as plentiful. Jobs don't pay enough in real wages. They don't pay enough. If you're lower middle class, fucking forget it, right? But they're like, oh, you have an iPhone, so you're good, right? Like that's what they say to us.
We're all going to be computer programmers.
Yes, we're all going to be computer programmers while they outsource the computer programming jobs to India or China.
That's so true. I had a conversation with one of my coworkers about that today. He makes less money than I do. I make about like $80K a year, something like that, and he makes about like 60. And I was explaining how we're exploiting pretty much the entire country of India to enrich the boomers or whatever in their business ventures.
Oh yeah, and the Indians sell us their brown people as slaves, and they do some coding for us, and of course they spy on all of us, which of course we're never allowed to talk about. But India is not an ally of the United States; they're an ally of India, and we're just supposed to be like, oh yeah, it's totally normal that like Vijaya Gadde is the one banning everyone who's like the daughter of an Indian intelligence officer. Totally normal stuff, totally legit. And then you just look at this stuff and you're like, these are not companies. These are like intelligence operations being deployed against us. And, these things can only go on so long. And I've now taken the position that like, okay, like I'm rich, like great, cool, whatever. Life achievement locked, cool, whatever, fine. It's nice. Like having money is nice. I don't have it nearly as much. I wish I had more. It's always how it is. You always want more shit. It's always the way it goes. And you always worry about people taking it from you because people do try to take it from you, be they friends, family, whatever, like enemies. Everyone's trying to fuck with you when you're rich. It's like one of the least talked about things because unlike in other countries where you could like hire people to kill people, you can't really do that in America. So we're sort of like in this situation where you're like, when you're successful, people try and take things from you. Fine. But what is the point of like being successful in this country if you can't just like say whatever the fuck you want? Like, what is the point? And I don't know, like my ancestors came to this country with nothing, built it up, like conquered the West, did some wild shit, fought in all the wars, won all the wars, super important, won them, you're welcome. And what do they do? Like, they weren't pussies, like I was visiting my grandfather's grave earlier today. Rear Admiral, Navy Cross, Battle of Honshu Island. They described the sky as being thick with kamikazes, like so thick that you couldn't even see the fucking sun. Okay? And he's like jumping onto the other ship, rescuing people off of the USS Franklin. And like real deal, like basically like war hero type stuff. And like, what, I'm going to be a bitch who's like afraid of like losing a contract because I like use the I word, No, like to hell with that.
No, you're exactly right. What a 9/11 type event where the whole country gets around America and goes to war with a nation and we're all feeling pride. That won't happen anymore. That's over.
Well, the question, of course, is who really did 9/11? Do you believe it was just the Saudis?
No, but
oh no, I saw a pretty convincing documentary, a 2-part like YouTube thing about how like Netanyahu had written about it in his book, and he had given like a press release about it. And
he literally had a press release. He literally did this. He had a press release ready to go for 9/11. What? And then there's the dancing Israelis stuff. There's all the weird stuff about how all the Israel compromise people were present around President George W. Bush, including Mike Morell, who's the one who did the whole like, it smacks of Russia disinformation, for the Joe Biden thing, who got all the CIA letters. Okay.
Yeah. Kingdom Plumbing.
Yep. I mean, you just like
urban moving systems. Like
you stack this shit up. And by the way, like you talk to Yair Lapid's people, and he's like, "Oh yeah, maybe did 9/11." Like the Israelis themselves say it. Like, what are we supposed to do with that? Like the Israelis who are anti-Netanyahu are like, oh yeah, 100% Bibi was involved with 9/11, you know? And yet we're all supposed to be like, oh, I wonder who did it. Maybe it was a bunch of like illiterate Saudis, you know? It's like, please.
I love how they found the. I mentioned this the other day. I love how they found the passport of the hijackers, like on the street of Manhattan or something like that. It had like survived the impact.
I love how they did a January 6th style event in the 1989 with Rudy Giuliani and Mayor Dinkins.
What they do?
They stormed all these cops there, stormed the city hall, and like tried to take it over, and it was like a prelude. It was like a forerunner of January 6th. Or I love how Bernie Kerik like got a major personal loan from this Israeli billionaire. I mean, like you just like run the numbers on these people, right? You just like look at them and like read their fucking bios on Wikipedia. And you just sort of like chin stroke and you're like, I don't know, that seems like a bad idea. You know? Like Mike Morell, acting CIA director, went to go work for Fortress Investment Group, which is a major Israeli like connected outfit like pushing Bitcoin. You know? Like this is real life. Like this is not my opinion. Okay? Like if you look this up, if you look it up and you're like Andy McCabe's son, okay, FBI director, his son works for SpaceX. Do you think he's going to ask some questions of Elon Musk if he could help it? Of course not. All these guys see these major tech guys as places where they can retire into rather than do their duty of actually enforcing the law against, all these foreign compromised, foreign funded oligarchs. And you wonder why you haven't seen a wage raise, but the rent is going up, right? This is what's up. This is the situation we find ourselves in. And they're going to have you fight about whether or not E. Jean Carroll was fingered in 1985 or 1986. Who the fuck cares? Okay?
I hope she was fingered. She probably enjoyed it.
Sure. Right. Yeah. Because, it's totally normal to not remember whatever year you were fingered, right? It was such a traumatic event. Sure, I believe that. It's such bullshit. It's such bullshit. And, like, Trump deserves it because he's a fucking traitor in all these ways, but it's still such bullshit. I resent being forced to take these things seriously. That's kind of what I would say about that.
Yep.
That's my big takeaway on it. And I also resent that, like, here's the way it works. We have a crazy Hispanic dude, okay, who's like doing crazy Hispanic things because he's a crazy Hispanic dude. Okay, whatever, fine. He launches a profile on this weird Russian site that's like the MySpace of Russia. He says some Nazi stuff on it, okay, because he's an antisocial weirdo. He gets processed as an antisocial weirdo. Some foreign countries encourage him to get a high score and kill a bunch of people at a mall, which is like the rudest place to kill people at. Like, let's be real. Like, shopping, minding your own business, getting gunned down. It's fucking terrible, right? And that like poor little Korean kid, like his parents are returning their clothes and now he's an orphan because his brother and everybody's whacked, right? It's just disgusting stuff. And we're supposed to be like, oh, is he a white Hispanic? Does he listen to Tim Pool? Does he listen to... Okay. The guy was clearly processed by some nutbag foreign intelligence people. And then Arik Toller, okay, over at what the fuck's the name of it? Bellingcat, who admits to being Jewish, fine, whatever. He has all the stuff ready to go. He's like ready to go with all that stuff about how he's such an anti-Semite. He hates the Jews. So then what happens is all the Jews get together and they're like, yo, there's a climate of anti-Semitism. We need to ban more talking about Jews. So then what do antisocial people do? They're like, yo, I think I should say more anti-Jew stuff. So it's like the circle of fucked upness continues. And of course, what they do is they extend that to criticizing Israel or to criticizing specific Israeli policies by a specific Israeli government. Because let's be real here, 18 months, okay, 18 weeks of protest day in, day out in Israel against the efforts to compromise the courts there, right? An effort that we saw in this country as well led by some of the same compromised oligarchs, right? Which is what the whole Federalist Society effort was about, which is what all the whole game was about. Oh, by the way, did I mention that Christine Blasey Ford, the woman who accused Kavanaugh of, raping her in all this like weird ways and like, back when they were children, did I mention that she was flown there and supported and financed by who? By Reid Hoffman.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that the other day, actually. The funniest part of her disposition was when she said indelible in the hippocampus was the anger or something like that, or the, I don't know, I have a video on my phone.
Of course, what do you do in this kind of situation? You make it so that we can't have a conversation about, excuse me, who paid for all of Kavanaugh's, like, bills? Like, where did that money come from? Why were all his bills paid? Okay. Like, what's going on there? And then, who comes out to defend him? Amy Chua. Amy Chua comes out to defend him. Tiger Mom married to Jed Rubenfeld. Jed Rubenfeld, who also, defended Clinton, who was involved in all that weird stuff back in the day. Also Jewish, by the way. Amy Chua, Jed Rubenfeld fuck their students. They date them. They have them over at their home. They give them drugs. They give them alcohol. And this is Yale Law, by the way. Like, I don't know, pretty serious institution of higher learning, so I'm told. Though Stuart Rhodes went there and Hunter Biden went there. So, like, how great a school can it be, Likud-Nix? So, anyway, what happens? She's like, yo, Brett Kavanaugh, he's a great guy. He's awesome. He's cool. He never did anything to anybody. He did nothing to nobody. He hurt nobody. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about how I'm probably a Chinese spy who's at Yale Law. Don't pay attention to that. Okay? What happens? Would you believe that Brett Kavanaugh has Amy Chua's daughter as a clerk the next year? That's the meritocracy for you, sir. That's how it works. Just pure meritocracy. No pay to play there. Give me a fucking break. So absurd. Oh, by the way, did I mention she was a mentor to who? J.D. Vance. That J.D. Vance credits her in his book. That she had J.D. Vance over. Now, could you maybe ask the question of, was J.D. Vance compromised by Amy Chua? I don't know. It's kind of interesting.
It checks out.
I mean, give me a fucking break, people. Like, really. It's just absurd. I really resent how I'm, like, encouraged to believe absurdities. It's embarrassing. It really is. And I don't know why it's this hard to do. Like, I fucking have, like, 3 jobs. And, like, I do this stuff at part-time. And can just explain these things to you. Because, like, I remember everything I read.
Yeah, right? You're like an autodidact. You get that...
No, dude, I just can't sleep. I can't sleep from like 11. I can basically fall asleep at like 5, and then I wake up at like 9:30 or 10 in the morning. I don't even do drugs. Like, I used to just fuck and go to bed back when I was married, but like I don't even have that anymore because I'm trying to be a good person and like not fuck randos. I'm trying to be like on the straight and narrow. It's hard. Okay, I don't drink anymore because like I love my liver, and I want to be there. I want to like live to be 100. That'd be pretty sweet. And so there's really nothing to do other than read and talk to all of you in Spaces and drink some chamomile tea and, write some Substacks and get this all out of me so that I don't, like, obsess about it during the course of the day and can't do my actual job. This stuff annoys the shit out of me. It annoys me so much. Like, we live in a country of a bunch of cowards that won't even talk about these issues. I've literally had these conversations.
I don't know if they're necessarily cowards. I think that everybody's just like hyper distracted. Like, I think that there's a lot of people.
No, bro. I've literally had these conversations with Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson took me into his office when I worked at the Daily Caller and be like, yeah, you can't write about any of this Jew shit.
Yeah. No,
he literally sat me down and told me this. And he's done this to other people as well.
I mean, that happens to me on Spaces all the time. I'm always trying to red pill boomers on this topic. And, I've got the black profile picture. And so a lot of them will, like, listen to me, and, like, not want to, like, speak
Look at your magic. If you're black, you're magic.
Yeah, exactly. So, Magic American. Are you familiar with Devin Stack? Do you know who that is? Devin Stack.
No, who's that?
He does this series, Black Pilled. He was on YouTube for a little while. It's all about like propaganda analysis.
I will tell you,
worked doing animation for a couple of years, like in Hollywood, and like I guess he's like retired out in like the desert of Arizona or something like that now.
I will tell you, I have a few Magic Blacks that I trot out, and it's like they throw their black card down, I throw my black card down, and it's like Uno, it neutralizes them. You know what I mean? It's like that.
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, anybody can be black online. All you gotta do is put that fucking black shit in your voice, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
100%. Everyone's black online. Everyone.
Real. Yeah, PST, Scalatown is black, actually.
I don't even know anymore. I just assume everyone's a Fed or black or Jewish, and it's just much easier. In fact, they could be all three. Who knows? It could be
yeah, a tribrid.
Yeah. I just assume everyone on the internet is a dog or a bot unless proven otherwise. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, this AI speech bots thing is going to be interesting when they start getting rolled out to the public. I mean, I feel like
what's going to be really interesting is when people are like, this chatbot that I have is like in love with me. It's amazing. It's this, it's that, it's AI. And then they're going to discover it's like some Filipino chick getting paid like $20 an hour to run an op on them. You know what I mean? It's going to be like something like that.
That as well. Definitely thought has crossed my mind before. Like, is ChatGPT like just like a group of people just answering these things in real time? Like, I mean, I do a bit of machine learning, so I understand some stuff behind it.
I mean, everybody does machine learning now because the machines are the only ones that can learn. Just like intelligence can only be artificial, not natural.
Interesting point, man.
Yeah, because your machines ultimately have all the powers you can't have.
Can you elaborate? I'm very curious to hear you.
Well, I didn't fire you because you sucked at your job and because you weren't a good fit at the company. I fired you because the AI told me to. Because AI is going to replace your job. So sorry, Chadigal. Right? AI becomes another excuse for neoliberalism.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely.
So that's one frame on it. That's cut one. Cut two is technologia, right? Technology is the knowledge of skills, right? Now, in a theory, technology should be about improving wages, right? It should be about improving productivity, doing more with less, literally, right?
Yep.
That's in theory how it should be.
Yeah.
But you can invent things like, I don't know, the cotton gin that increases the enslavement of the population, right? Like Uber, which turns us all into gypsy cab drivers. Or Airbnb, which turns us all into illegal hoteliers. Right? So there are ways in which our technology can become a way of basically building a kind of like unequal apartheid state of haves and have-nots, in which our technology can basically be used to build Elysium, right?
Yeah. It's like intense bifurcated society that we already, see. It's like complete elimination of the lower class. And yeah, no, I mean, when I first started getting started,
you don't want to eliminate them. You want to enslave them if you're proper about this.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, when I first got started working, I was working my first tech job. I was doing iOS development for McDonald's.
So
And well, we were trying to streamline like the ordering process and stuff. And I mean, you already see a bunch of this deployment of like screens to order in their restaurants. And this was like about the time when they were rolling those out. This was like 2017, 2018. And so they started rolling these screens out. And, we were doing the ordering of the app. And then, I worked on an Apple Watch app specifically for them that was tied to the geolocation of every restaurant. So you'd place your order, you'd drive up to the restaurant, and then it would ping them to start making it like once you approached. And they'd bring it out to your car, or you could choose to go through the drive-thru that you wanted to come inside and grab it.
Well, as you know, the second you do this, right, you build the magic app ordering thing, which can be in any language, like your ATM, right? What language do you want to use, right?
Yeah, that's when I learned.
Do this.
When I learned
you don't
about
have
the
to care about the
feature.
people in the back room
Yeah.
who are making your burger for you and what language they speak when they give it to you.
Yeah, and what I was going to say as well is, I mean, you don't even need them. I mean, if you've seen the automated burger cooking device that they trotted this out about 10 years ago, it just hasn't been deployed to every location yet. So I mean, it's like we're going to have like, literally just like a mechanized like food.
See, I don't know that I actually believe that. I used to believe that more, but I think they're going to lie and they're going to use that as the indicator. They're going to pretend that that's real.
Oh, there's a video of it. I mean, you can see.
Oh, I know that it exists, right? I know that it's real, right?
Yeah.
But I also know, like, I've worked with machines, right? Machines break, things break down, bad things happen, whatever, right? You always need some asshole out there to fix the burger flipping machine, right? And that's
or the milkshake machine in McDonald's case.
Yeah, but you need slaves, right? Because slaves are actually useful in ways that machines are not, right? So it all comes down to like you can basically reduce it so you have like 2 or 3 or 4 workers rather than like 20 at a shop, right? Now, my view generally is that we should subsidize jobs that have illegal aliens in them. So like if it's a farming job, we should have the farming robot, right? That we should basically try to swap out the externality of all these like quote unquote labor in these places. But that is a very seditious thought. People get very uncomfortable when you talk about subsidizing automation for key jobs because they're worried about losing their own jobs and being dislocated, even though we all kind of know that no American is going to pick lettuce, right?
Yeah.
Or work in a slaughterhouse or, maybe be a maid, maybe, depending on where you are in the country, maybe. Or a janitor, right? Like there's all these jobs that basically those jobs are done by the kind of underclasses, right? For lack of a better phrase. Sorry if you did this as a summer job one time, but you know what I'm talking about. Like, let's just be honest.
Why you were making like $7.15 an hour doing it or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I painted houses, whatever. I did all that bullshit jobs back then. The fucking paperboy. Like, I know. Okay, fine, cool, like great. Cookie for me, right? But the point remains that like these aren't jobs. These are jobs that are done by kind of marginal people, right? Marginal kind of things. And so the Republican
very low skill requirement.
Yeah, the Republican solution to all this is like, let's get more slaves in here. Oh, we don't have enough illegal alien slaves? Okay, let's have children as slaves. Or let's have whatever, let's have grandma in as the Walmart greeter rather than grandma having like a dignified retirement, right? That's our game. That's like how we're going to do it. Now, what's happening, I think, is we're reaching a point in our economy where there's a whole lot of people that are just fundamentally fucking useless. And we've decided that we're just going to go and use the robots just to displace that. And God only knows what that's going to cause, but it's going to cause a lot of profits, right, for the McDonald's robot, the people who own the McDonald's robot, because it's not like McDonald's is going to be like, oh, it's super cheap for us to make a burger. Let's make the burger super cheap. No, it's going to be the same price, right, or maybe slightly cheaper, but they're going to get much fatter profits.
Oh, I was thinking it'd be the same price. Yeah, I mean, like
it'll maybe be slightly more expensive.
Way less than paying 10 an hour for.
Yeah, it'll be slightly more expensive, right? Actually. Because after all, they have to defray the cost of those machines, right?
Right.
So there's this big lie that like technology from these companies actually saves a lot of labor. But in practice, we see that technology is really about wasting what is abundant to preserve that which is scarce. So, you waste all the silicon, you get scarce energy that comes in, right? You waste all this processing power to build like better AI, right? Or better generative AI, whatever, fine. Or you waste all this time and attention to basically get better search results. So the question becomes, what happens when you start wasting people to get more efficient machines? That's kind of where we're approaching this.
I mean, I think we're kind of like already there. I mean,
yeah, dude,
that's like the whole India enslavement thing, you know, speaking about earlier.
If you read Marx, right? Go and like actually read Marx, what Marx says about technology, as somebody who's in tech, and it'll blow your mind. Like, it's fucking interesting. Or read what Adam Smith says about like how to deal with business people that are corrupt and colluding. And, you know, we're all told all this bullshit about these great books by all these like libertarian fuckwads. And they don't actually know how to read. Like, nobody can persuade me that a libertarian actually knows how to read. I've never seen evidence for it. I've heard about it.
Socially influenced into supporting these things or being behind them, yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know that they can read. Like, I don't mean to be rude about it. Like, because I'll go and ask them, like, all right, like, they'll like make fun of you when you ask them, like, well, oh, why are you against socialism? And they're like, I don't even know what to say about it. And it's like, well, what even is socialism? And they don't even know. They just know that it's bad. You know? So then I was like, just trying to ask them basic bitch questions. And so then I ended up having to read all these books just to ask them questions. And then I realized that none of these fuckers can read.
Yo, Beats, mute yourself when you're not talking. You get a lot of background noise. No, that's true. I mean, there's a lot of people, whenever you try to press them on like the most named things that they espouse, you know, they can't even engage in the conversation with it. They assume that you would agree with them upon mentioning of it, and then will never dive deeper.
Well, so
I noticed a lot of this with the COVID debate too.
All these Austrian fuckwads, right? All these Austrian economics people are telling me that they read Mises, and I'm like, oh, so you agree with the part of Mises where Mises says that we should kill businessmen who collude? And they're like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, he says that in this book. And I show it to them, and they like, it's like I didn't even, like, they don't know what they're talking about, you know?
Yeah. Yeah,
it's like Tucker the other day says...
Get like one idea, but don't understand what
Well, Tucker the other day says, oh, it's all about the First Amendment. The First Amendment is super important. That's why it's first. It wasn't the First Amendment because it was first. There were other amendments that came first. They just restructured it after the fact. So there's just like a lot of basic bitch shit that the Republicans or the kind of people believe. Now, I don't want to single out Republicans per se, because there's a whole lot of like, you know, champagne socialists or whatever, limousine liberals.
Well, I think they're the only ones capable of like, you know, thought to like, you know, improve themselves. And so like the criticism would actually like be received if you were to like deliver it, you know what I mean?
I hope so. Like if I could get people to like read and think, that would be really good, because then I wouldn't have to do this shit.
Yeah.
Like I'm now at a stage where like a lot of my ideas are being picked up and taken by other people, and they're doing the research. You might have noticed that. Like I'll put things out there, and then like Arthur Bloom or others will write about it, and people are like, "Oh, you should be mad. Like these people are taking advantage of you or whatever." It's like even fucking Mark Andreessen's people have to lie and pretend that they're pro-American and doing their American dynamism shit. Like we're winning the arguments. Like they're having to market and message as if they're us. So it's not all bad, I've got to say. Like I mean, I don't know if you think about this, Punished, but like, you know, we're winning on a lot of these key points.
Yeah, it's like taking it incrementally because, yeah, like especially if you look at it from like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, it just, yeah, you take what you can when you have it.
Yeah, I have kind of noticed a tone shift in all the boomers that I've been talking to, just within the past like 5 or 6 months that I've been on Twitter as well. It's been interesting. I mean, I've taken like a very normie approach with a lot of them. And
I find that they can't handle when you make fun of them.
Yeah.
So when you try to explain things to them, they can't hear you because they're old. Yeah. It's like a dog whistle or something. Like they're like, oh yeah, this little kid is explaining something to me. And it's like, I'm a grown-ass man. I'm like 34 years old. Like, I have fucking white hair. Like, what do you know, like, but you're young to them, so you're still a kid, right? And, But if you make fun of them, like, you're not supposed to do that as a young person. You're not supposed to be like, because they all think of themselves as cool. So the second you start making fun of them for the absurd shit that they believe, then they get very, like, taken aback and very uncomfortable.
Yeah. You get very defensive.
Yeah, and I found with the Gen Xers, when you call them exploiters or exploitative, they're like very uncomfortable with this because they all thought of themselves as like the cool guys, the cool type, the like slacker that's like whatever. So you have to take whatever the frame is of that generation, and you have to make fun of. You have to kind of like neg them the opposite way.
Yeah.
You know. So all the millennials all pretend to be earnest. So the way to deal with them is to make fun of them for basically being frauds and fake. That's kind of my frame on it.
Yeah. I'd like to see you in one of these boomer spaces, like with all of the.
I can't handle it personally. I just can't handle it. I lose my shit on them.
Yeah.
Like I really do, because like I love my parents. Like my parents are wonderful people, but they're also kind of children. Like there's a lot of boomers that basically like they basically lived in this like awesome period, and they thought it was like all through their own hard work. And then you have to like kind of explain to them like, no, actually the younger generations can't just like show up at a place of work and demand a job like you did back in like 1976.
Yeah.
Like they will get security called on them.
Yeah.
There's like all this shit that like they don't understand about the world.
Yeah.
And
just stand up straight and give them a firm handshake, and everything will be just fine.
Yeah.
So true. It's been funny too. Well, go ahead.
And so what I do is I just make fun of them for having those views. And they don't know what to do about that. So they get like really hot and bothered about it. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting to me because I mean, my resume, like for the past like 10 years, basically, I've been working tech jobs, and whenever I get between a contract, you know, I start thinking like, okay, you know, my rent's kind of expensive. You know, I got to eat, you know, I need money coming in, like I got to find a job. And so like I've gone and applied to like working at places like Chick-fil-A and Randall's, and like just intended on being there for like 2 or 3 weeks or something like that, and then leaving. But places like that won't even hire me because my resume, they'll say like, oh, you seem like overqualified, and they like won't even like consider getting me hired. And so it's like, and my mom, every time I get like between like I don't even tell her when I'm between contracts now because she just like gets so like antsy about it. She'll tell me like, you have to do something for work, like you should like go find something, and it's like she just doesn't understand that it's like literally like impossible. Like, you know, they won't hire me just because of my qualifications. They're like, oh, you're too good for this place almost, or something like that. It's like very interesting thing. Whereas I feel like, yeah, and you know, and I feel like in previous like generations or whatever, it would have been very simple for me to do like a cross employment switch or something. You know, maybe I need like a fake resume for when I'm between jobs. I'd be like, oh yeah, I worked at Randall's like for the past like 4 years or something.
You would be shocked at how few people actually check things in corporate America too.
Oh, trust me. I say that I have a computer science degree every single time, and it's never been found out that I don't. I have a business degree. Nobody knows that I don't have a computer science degree. And then also I've got people that have told me that they would be a recommendation for me for my next job on previous jobs that I've worked. And they've never once gotten contacted by an employer, like from my resume. You know, it's like I said, like, okay, I worked at this company and this company and this company, and they've never gotten reached out to. It's like they just like assume that I was there because I've written it down. It's very interesting.
I'm actually kind of surprised that more people don't have like 4 or 5 fake jobs. You know what I mean? Like we saw that during the pandemic where people would like work 3 or 4 jobs at once.
That's what I was doing. Yeah, it was great. I doubled and tripled my income for a couple of months. Like it really gave me an opportunity to put some money into my belt during that time. I wish that it would come back. Honestly, I kind of wish everything would close down again. Like,
oh, I definitely look back at the pandemic as like one of the best times of my life.
Same. It was like, and hearing people complain about it, it's just so weird to me. It's like, I can't even fathom like how you didn't enjoy it. You know, it's like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Somebody could.
When I stopped drinking during the pandemic, that kind of saved my life because I was probably going to be dead if I kept drinking. Because I would be like, it'd be like a Tuesday and I'd be like through my alcohol that I used to have for like the week. So yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yep. What sparked you to stop drinking? Was it just like one day you woke up and you were like, I don't want to do this anymore? Or like what?
Yeah, I wasn't an alcoholic. I feel like it's rude to say I was an alcoholic because I met like real alcoholics. It was mostly because my joints kept getting inflamed.
Yeah.
And then it was also just because I was like, well, I guess this will be the rest of my life if I keep doing this, and then I'll be dead.
Yeah.
And I was like, that doesn't seem very good.
Yeah. It was kind of like for me, I smoked weed for like 10 years and I quit it probably like last October. And like one day I just woke up and I was thinking like, do I want to smoke pot for the whole rest of my life? Like it was to the point where like I wouldn't even get high when I'd smoke. Like I'd just kind of like do it to like scratch an itch that I had or something. And I don't know, just like that feeling alone. Like one day I woke up and just didn't want to do it anymore. And I haven't done it since. And so I don't know. It's like an interesting.
I think this is called maturity.
Yeah. That's what I'd call it.
I'll tell you the other thing I missed the most about the pandemic was the excuse it gave me to not have to go anywhere.
Yeah.
You
know, my pajamas all day. It was kind of weird. It was like a weird feeling, honestly. Like not like I enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong. And now I've got to go into an office and like dress up and everything. But they let me work from home like 3 days a week, so it's not even like that often. But
I gotta tell you, I enjoyed the shit out of it.
Yeah.
I enjoyed like traveling throughout it, where it was like The Walking Dead. I was like the only person in a hotel or whatever. Mm-hmm. It was like being in a disaster movie. It was fantastic. The problem, of course, is that like I knew that it would end someday. I just didn't know when. So every day I was kind of hoping that day it would go on for like another month, another 2 months, another year, or whatever. And I basically have the view that it was like one of the best things that ever happened to me.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that.
I read so many books. I lost like 40 pounds, you know?
Yeah.
It was fantastic.
Yeah. I had a ton of free time to do like personal projects and stuff.
Yeah.
And I really got into audiobooks during that time. Like I started riding my bike a lot, and on every single bike ride I'd go out for like an hour or two and I'd just like listen to a book during like the whole bike ride. And I felt like I like learned a lot.
I made a little for my daughter. I made a little ark, like Noah's Ark.
Yeah.
And then made a shitload of. That was one thing that sucked. I couldn't see my daughter because my ex-wife was like freaked out about COVID, so that sucked. So I tried to figure out things to do that were productive. But I made a whole shitload of origami animals. Like I learned how to make like every single animal you can imagine with origami.
Nice.
And I made like a Noah's Ark filled with all these animals and gave it to her, which like one of the most intense projects I've ever done. But it was pretty interesting by the end of it. But yeah, and I did like I think like 30 or 40 puzzles by myself, like the big ones.
Yeah.
So I missed the pandemic. I wish it would come back. You know, I'm sorry a bunch of people died. Like that's too bad. But they're probably gonna die anyway of something or other. You know.
It's real.
I see Andy's here. I'll let Andy speak first, then I'll have you up, Dana.
Oh, I was just thinking about the labor kind of stuff before. It was way back when you were the millennial and the Gen X kind of thing.
No, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the labor stuff because I know you've thought a lot about it.
Yeah, sure. No, I mean, I was thinking, look, I'm in the Middle East, right? So I'm living in Turkey right now, but I'm kind of around the region somewhat regularly. And you can see, like, over here, everyone wants to be a boss. They have abundant workers who have very little rights or whatnot. And I've increasingly seen kind of like the migration and the undocumented thing as kind of getting to that, as, you know, getting to people who, you know, we don't really have these workers that can how to say, there's different classes of citizenship formally, but it seems like we're approaching that.
I think you're right. I think we're going to be an awful lot more like the Middle East than they are like us. Yeah, 100%. I think the big lie is that we went over to the Middle East and tried to make them democracies, but I think we went over there and they made us oligarchies. You know, 100%.
I mean, I think that's one of the things that the things that a lot of my generation, you know, being millennial from 1990. We're quickly having to catch up with, right? This idea of a lot of us grew up working. I've done a lot of actual manual jobs too. Everything from the yard work to whatnot. But we're getting into a new paradigm of, okay, we have abundant labor from who knows where, and it's kind of weird for us. It's a little different than the historical American perspective.
I agree with this 100%. Yeah, 100%. Well, go ahead, Dana.
I was just wondering if you knew what Reid Hoffman was doing in Alabama, and if you do, would you explain it? Or let me know the information so I can look it up.
Yeah, you can look it up.
Okay. So it'll just say Reid Hoffman in Alabama?
I mean, he did, Reid Hoffman, Alabama, disinformation campaign. That'll give you some sense of it.
That's what I needed to know. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Go ahead, Beats.
Hey, Charles, can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead.
Cool. Yeah, you touched on this earlier, but I had another question. It was about, I don't know how much you saw about the whole Milo thing. That Laura, you know how Laura pretty much broke the story, but I think a lot of people missed something very interesting. The day, I think it was maybe 2 days ago, Milo leaked like a supposed email to Nick. And obviously a lot of people said, oh, he's trying to fire Nick. He fired Nick. But a lot of people missed that in the email, he said, Nick, you need to turn over the A24 domain, which we later found out Nick never bought it. Milo bought it, and he bought it with Marjorie Taylor Greene's money. And I just think the whole thing is very weird. It almost looks like he was trying to make it look like Nick was the one who purchased it. It just seemed very weird. I didn't know what you thought about that, or if you thought, I don't know.
Well, I mean, Milo's a criminal and should have been deported long ago,
Yeah, I don't know how he's still here. And then also Marjorie lied about him working for her. Apparently he's still working for her. And she's been saying
You mean Marjorie is lying? Marjorie is a dishonest person? No.
Yeah.
No way. I won't stand for this nonsense, Beats. How dare you? How dare
it's just
You're some kind
weird.
of sexist, aren't you? You just can't stand a woman in power.
Yeah. It's so weird because, I don't know, it's like he clearly has no allegiance to like America. And
No.
It's like everywhere he goes, it's like it turns to shit, and it's like, how is he still around?
Yeah, it's almost like it's his job to cause
Right.
bad things to happen in America. Almost like he's kind of a traitor or something. Or not even. Maybe he's very loyal to whatever country he's from. Who the fuck knows what country that is, by the way? I don't really believe the whole UK story. Why should I?
Yeah, I mean, he's come out and said, oh, I'm Greek, but I'm actually kind of Jewish too. So who really knows?
Who the fuck knows? I don't even know if his name's Milo.
Hey.
I don't know.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
Yeah.
You saw what?
I don't even totally know he's gay. I suspect he's gay. I've seen him do gay stuff. But, would he sleep with a woman for money? Probably. Who knows?
Yeah.
Well, by the way, it's weird to me that no one in Marjorie's district is like, excuse me, what the fuck? Like,
No
why are you
one's talked
hiring
about
this
it.
weird foreigner?
No one's saying anything. Even when Laura broke this story, I mean, let alone when she broke that he was still working for her. This crazy story about the FEC, I've never seen anyone talk about it except for like Nick people, because they care because Nick's involved. But like no one, not in her constituency, no one really seems to care.
No, it's weird. It's creepy, even.
Yo, that whole district is weird because even the history of it, of like even who was elected to it, I think they were like bringing up like even when they had Democratic representative representing that area, he was a member of the John Birch Society, and he was on that plane that got shot in Soviet airspace, that Korean airplane.
It's a lot of KKK and Oath Keepers there.
Yeah, and it's like I remember
What's
like
the
also
KKK?
too of like who was it? Wasn't it Graves who was the representative in that who held that office? And then what was it? even just like the opponents that like he had, it's just like even that's like weird where it's like, oh, one of them, he had like an army investigation to like boat transportation of stuff that he did while he was in Honduras. And then he had what was it? I think it was like a nudist type business. It's just weird, like everything down in that district. And just like even it's like
I don't know, man. Like there's a lot of weird shit that goes down in Georgia. And my dad lived in Georgia before he married my mom. He was like dating some other redhead chick, and he was like working at like the Center for Disease Control or whatever. And he was telling me that Georgia is like one of the weirdest places he'd ever been, and he'd travel all around the country, all around the world. It's like, what was so weird about it? And he's like, it's like a kind of police state, but it's run by criminals. And I remember thinking about that, like not really thinking about it or whatever. And then years later, I basically like went to Georgia and I experienced like how weird it was, you know? And it really stayed with me that my dad was onto something, you know?
Yo, that's major facts on Georgia just being high-key weird. It's like anyone who's ever had to travel interstate on Georgia, doesn't matter what interstate you're traveling through Georgia on, all you see it's like sex store ad after sex store billboard on the top. And then you always, it's like just state troopers pressing you for no reason. And then it's funny,
yeah, it's like churches or prostitute things or like weird white state troopers shaking you down for money. And it's like, what is going on here? Like, what is this situation? You know?
I mean, you see this
I've been
in
pulled
rural
over
areas.
there many times, and it is a scary place to be pulled over as a woman. Let me just go ahead and tell you.
Yeah, go ahead, Andy.
I mean, I was gonna say this is. I mean, for people who don't go to rural areas often, I mean, this is actually a kind of common phenomenon where you're wondering where is the money coming from? How do these things get financed? Like just the life, you know, how do populations get supported? My background is quantitative, so I'm always kind of putting numbers. I mean, there's plenty of places like this. Central Valley of California is a great one, for example.
Yeah, place I used to live.
Yo, and it's like, but I don't know why. It's like Georgia just feels like so high-key odd. Like if you ever, it's like weird. Like you'll be driving there 3 a.m. in the morning, and you could be like by an actual major city like Savannah or whatnot, and then you'll see like in that divide in between your lane and the other, what was it, the lane going the other way, and then you'll see like a pack of like 4 state trooper cars just like patrolling there, like a lion pack or whatnot, and they're just looking to pick you off. And it's just like, what are you niggas doing here? It's 4 a.m. Like, why are you here? Yo, high-key weird. And it's like, yo, even that whole situation is weird of like just bringing up the Marjorie thing. It's like, she's not even from there.
Yeah,
She's
that's
from
the other
Alpha.
thing. It's also like, why is she a congresswoman? You know?
Because she supported QAnon, and there's like a high QAnon population in Georgia.
The thing about her is that the QAnon thing is like the least weird thing about her. I honestly feel like the QAnon thing makes her more representative of that district.
Yeah.
But like, why is she like she's like super rich?
Yeah, you said she's like related to a crime family or something. That's like shipping or something.
Yeah, they do construction.
Construction, yeah.
Yeah, and then they sold their actual construction part of the Taylor construction business in 2002. So that way they just do the commercial part of it. So like public housing and the siding and the roofing for public housing and winning those contracts. That's what Taylor Commercial is for. Like it's high-key weird because also like you saw like when she did her CrossFit business, because she did 2 gyms. The second one was in Alpharetta, but the person she did it with, Chambers, his grandmother's very influential in Georgia state Democrat politics. So it's like just hella weird of these connections. And like, why would he go into business with Marjorie where she has no other business experience? Because like everyone who works at Taylor says like she doesn't do anything there. So like, why would he be so willy-nilly to open a branch of a gym with her? And especially if the first gym she worked at for him, she was sleeping with the instructors and the people who were working there.
Which is super weird. Like, can we just say that that's a very strange thing?
Yep.
It also seems like she, obviously it looks like she's grifting off of the MAGA QAnon kind of thing, trying to ride Trump's coattails. Some people speculate that she wants to.
What does that mean to grift? Like, she has enough money, right?
Try to
Like,
make cash off of things, yeah.
Yeah, but she's already making money. Like, what is the grift? Like, what is the?
I think.
Like, well, I don't mean to be rude. I'm just curious. Like, what do you mean by that?
I don't know. I think some people are speculating that she wants Trump to pick her to run with her.
Really?
Yeah.
The fuck? Really? Are you sure?
But from where I'm standing, she's kind of like.
That? Like, what would that? Why would Trump do that?
No, I don't think he will.
She looks strange, man. She's strange. I've met her. I've had dinner with her. And she's just like very strange, even for
just the clout in general. I think she wants the Trump clout. I don't know why, but she wants something with the clout, the MAGA QAnon clout.
Is she a tranny? Because she's pretty masculine.
She's not a tranny. I mean, she's not a tranny. Like in person,
well, she looks like she could have a dick to me. I'm just saying.
I'm just telling you, dude. Like I met her, and it's weird
I can
how
look
these
at
people.
Her and tell.
It's weird. It's weird how people come across in the media versus how they come across when you see them in real life. So, like, there's a number of these people that you'll see on TV, and they look like super pretty, or like Tulsi looks like kind of pretty, and then you see her in real life, and she's like dumpy and frumpy, And then Anna Paulina Luna is like actually hotter in person. It's like very weird. It's like kind of uncomfortable that she's that good looking. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's a weird place.
I always heard the camera adds 10 pounds, but you're saying it can remove 10 pounds as well.
I'm saying it's very distortive. People talk about it adding pounds. I think that's true on some level for some people. There's certain people, it just like, it's not, the facsimile is not the real person, And then you see them on TV and they're like rehearsing talking points their chief of staff gave them. It's like they're reading lines. They're in like some kind of drama or play or some shit, right? And then you see them in real life and they're not as good looking. They're not like they wear makeup when they're on TV, right? Like it's like a whole process that goes on to like making them look their best. And that's just like not how it works in real life.
Is she high IQ in real life? Like is she very good on her feet?
I could get the impression that she is very like that she's a hard worker and she's very studied.
She's street smart.
Yeah, she's like a hustler type. That's the vibe that I got.
100%.
Yeah.
She's the mob type. She's like the
she's definitely mob. She definitely she vibes like mob boss daughter type.
Yes, like the Sopranos.
When you talk to her.
She's like the Sopranos.
Yeah. It's like the southern. The show Ozarks.
Oh yes.
She gave me that impression when I had dinner with her.
Even that's more high class than she is. Sorry.
No, I think she's actually pretty sophisticated in a lot of ways. Actually,
I guess.
I think she actually plays up the redneck shit because she likes the voters there.
That's what I was gonna say. Is that nothing in her background screams like this type of hokey, like.
Do you know what she reminds me of? Is do you remember those Duck Dynasty motherfuckers who like
yes.
beards and all 100%, that, but were actually like eye bankers in their personal lives?
Yeah, that's a good.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's.
She strikes me as that. Like the person I saw was a fucking character in a play. It wasn't like the real person.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the old man was a pedophile, so
I mean, if you say
looks like she married a cousin or two.
Yeah, but like it's the South, man. You know how it is.
I'm born and raised in the South, and we don't fuck our cousins. Not the ones that I'm related.
Could have fooled me.
Well, I'm not saying that they don't have them here, but they're not in where I live. They're not.
I'm just telling you, I've seen some weird shit in my day. Okay, like
that's usually in the farm town.
I've seen some really weird stuff politically. Whatever, fine.
I understand.
And Marjorie Taylor Greene is weird as far as I'm concerned. Okay.
She looks like a man. Sorry,
and,
she looks like something.
No, it's not the man thing. It's like the sheer effort that goes into like trying to look weird. Like she goes out of her way to like look like a character. Like she's like in a costume. Okay? She's not like a real person. You know?
I feel she tries to like look like a female, and she doesn't do well.
Nah, yeah. Yo, Chuck gets it. Chuck
No.
gets it. Like, this is... Yo, Chuck
Okay,
gets it
I'm
so
a girl,
much.
and I don't see it like y'all do.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
not. It's not. But you're not her market. Okay.
Hell no. Don't
No,
wanna
she's
be.
trying to basically look like this, like in between category. Like Punish knows what I'm talking about. It's a weird thing because
But
she
she's
like you
never
see
been
her and she's
pretty.
like, no, she doesn't want to be pretty because she
I think
knows.
she
Let's
does.
look
She
a
gets
little
Botox
rugged.
and filler, and
No,
does.
she wants to look like the down-home girl that you
Working on a
know.
farm and shit. And,
Like, yeah, she
knows
wants
how
to
to like
look like
wrangle.
the redneck chick who could be like your friend.
Yo,
okay,
this
she
is so...
doesn't.
She wears like jeans and stuff.
Yeah, this is what I'm
Yeah,
saying. Like,
I know what you mean.
Yo,
like-
so true. Because even look at her gym stuff, like how now she's a CrossFit person or whatnot. She started that less than 10 years ago. You know where she used to work out before that? I found out. She worked out at the Lifetime Fitness over there. And like you would say, she would just be the one to go there and use the spa and like all the nice amenities and whatnot. So it's like, yo, Chuck is so on the money of this, of like this facade, how she's trying to do for a market fit. Because let's keep it a stack. A lot of these Republican older nigga voters, yo, they just have like this weird sissy hypno fantasies where they just want to be dominated by a woman. Like they
they're
want
into
female
it. They're
domination.
into it. There's like a whole shitload of like kind of faggy, effeminate men who like want to be dominated by a Marjorie Taylor Greene type. They're into it. It's a thing. You know?
So true. So even like her religious thing, like what was it? Like people never see that. Yo, she was a cradle Catholic, but then she dropped that. And then where did she happen to like get stricken by the light and then come to like the evangelical faith? Well, it's the same church that Brad Raffensperger, that Secretary of State for Georgia, goes to. And it's just like, wow, what a coincidence.
Yeah, it's their power church.
Well, that's what I was going to say. She has all these connections, not only with like Raffensperger, but Laura Loomer has actually been talking about this. I'll look for one of her posts. Totally connected with like the DeSantis people, and then acting. I don't know if Trump knows. He probably does. He's not an idiot. But the whole thing is weird. It's like she's secretly sabotaged. She even sabotaged Laura, which she hates her now. Yeah, she's secretly working with like DeSantis people. Who knows what she's gonna do down the line? The whole thing is like just fake.
Well, she was fucking McCarthy, and then she wasn't fucking McCarthy because the heat got too strong. And she does this thing where she like turns on the charm if you're like a dude whose attention she wants, but then she turns it off in a second when you're not around. So it's very sophisticated, you know? It's not your typical, like, she will do anything she needs to get, like, that much further ahead in whatever she's doing. You know?
Who owns her? What country?
I think she's part of just, like, a general Dixie redneck mob world. But I don't think... I think she's one of these mobster daughter types that is like cool with all the mobs because she doesn't really believe that she belongs to any of them. I can tell you she's straight up afraid of the feds, though. That much I know.
Well, I mean, you could see that with her.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, you could see that with their cabinet appointments or whatever. Cabinet appointments.
Well, I'll tell you, like, so I was having dinner with her at the Capitol Hill Club. This member of Congress, this other member of Congress comes up to me. No, I'm not talking the police. I'm talking the feds.
Yeah, but they're not afraid of them either. They own them here.
No, they're 100% afraid of the feds. Like,
okay, they own them here.
Because I'll tell you, like, I was having dinner with her, and this other member of Congress comes up to me and says, "Oh, it's my favorite Fed, Charles Johnson. How are you?" And sticks out his hand and like gives me a hug and like a fist bump or whatever. And she like it was like a record had scratched or whatever. She like was very uncomfortable. It was like she like ate something wrong. And she got like very uncomfortable, and she like after that meal we never met again. So she clearly had like a storyline that she wanted me to act out. And then like she clearly recognized that like that wasn't going to happen as she thought, you know? And then meanwhile, this guy I know who's like super pro Chabad, he showed up and was there. And he was like, oh, my parents love you. You're great. You're whatever. And so she posed for a photo with him. And again, she like went from being like super friendly to me to looking like she was like sick or something and she wasn't well and she like left early to suddenly switching back on like the charm face, all within like 30 minutes of each other. It was very weird, very uncomfortable. So I don't know, man. I've seen a lot of weird politicians in my day. She's definitely in the top 5, without question.
It's
I think
weird.
I think you don't really quite understand her, Dana. It's like there's like layers to her construct. It's not as like most politicians are like owned by like one network, right? But she kind of like jumps between the networks. It's really weird. Like it's like she doesn't really belong to anyone. She's just her own ambition and her own like whatever. And she'll like hang with the Matt Gaetz one day. She'll hang with the Kevin McCarthy the next day. She can give a fuck. Like does not care.
That makes sense.
She's a faux populist.
Think of the chick like election Reese Witherspoon. How she would like do anything to get ahead, like including like fuck her teacher or whatever. She's like that person. There's like no character there.
She is from the mob, in the Dixie mob. You know that, right? Reese Witherspoon. And she's also
I'm not the least bit surprised. It's like, you know what it's like is it's like Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's like Marjorie Taylor Greene watched that movie and was like, do you think I could pull this off as a congresswoman? And then did. That's what it's like.
Yeah, she acts like out there.
You know? So Lauren Boebert gives me the impression of being like white trash. So what Lauren Boebert gives me the impression of being like white trash Barbie, who's like probably also a Fed. That's like the impression that I get from her. Okay. And like having talked to her and dealt with her, she strikes me as like kind of on the ball. Like she strikes me as somebody who's like done all this weird shit over the years, but never gotten in trouble, which makes me wonder. Right. George Santos, the one time I met him, struck me as like a total con man, total like expert salesman who's just like a con man salesman type. Matt Gaetz has a lot of different layers. He basically exists between the mob world and the deep state world. He's like, you know, in between the white trash world of his district, but also the wealthy part of his district. He like exists on many different planes. He's actually the most interesting person in the Republican Party. And I don't say that just because we're friends. I say it just because I observe him. There's like layers. Every time he tweets something, every statement he does, everything is extremely carefully studied, and it's on multiple levels. You know? You'll notice that he doesn't suck up to certain people, unlike other players out there. You know? So there's a lot of things going on with Matt Gaetz that I don't profess to understand because I don't really understand Florida politics all that well. But I know that like Matt outmaneuvered DeSantis and got basically the entire Florida Republican delegation to endorse Trump, which basically slit DeSantis' throat. You know? So there's like a lot of weird shit like that over the years. So it's kind of like, who are the real players in the game? And Marjorie is a player, but I think Marjorie's biggest problem is that the criminal network around her that encouraged her to the criminal network that's around her encouraged her to hire Milo. And I think that was a tragic error. Because I think Milo is actually like kind of dangerous for everyone he's around.
What do you think of the like there was some article that came out about Milo working for Ye again or something like that? And I want to hear PST's opinion on this as well. I mean, I've been hearing a lot of people just say it's fake news.
Yeah, I mean, I have this thing that that what's his name sent me today. I didn't know that she made a documentary with Glenn Greenwald. That's interesting, the Reese Witherspoon thing. Send me that. I'll watch that documentary. It sounds interesting. But yeah, what can I say about this? I don't know, man. It's an interesting question. It's interesting. I don't know what I think about the Ye thing. You know?
Yeah.
I will tell you,
I'm not. Big to me.
I was never a big Ye music fan. Like, I always found it fucking weird that he fucked a Kardashian. I felt that was like one of those things you just don't do.
Yeah.
You know? Let alone marry one.
Yeah.
You know? I don't know, but I'm kind of like racist in this way against Kardashians. I don't give a fuck that they're Armenians. I'm just like, that family is fucking weird. You know?
He didn't know at the time, though. He didn't know. Like, he's honestly
no, dude,
like,
come on. Like, they represented OJ. There's like all this weird stuff in that. Like, I'm sorry, man. Like, just look at the Kardashians. Like, they're fucking weird looking. They're weird. They're weird family.
yeah.
And like
the Duck Girls.
Like, if he was my friend, okay, like let's say I had like a bipolar like black friend who was like kind of nutty, like whatever. And I was like, yo, man, like, don't do it. Like, don't fuck, like, maybe fuck him and quit him. Like, hit it and quit it. You know what I mean? Like, maybe we'd have that conversation because I'm sure the sex was great, right? Like, everybody's seen the video with Reggie Bush or whatever. But like, marry them? Like, have children with them? Are you insane? So, like, I looked at that as just like a mob wedding, you know? Of different like factions of different weird mobs. So I was never like a huge Kanye fan. And it was weird to me that like the president of the United States is having like Kanye over and he's like wearing a MAGA hat. And it's like, this is a weird minstrel show. Like, I'm sorry, it is. It's weird. And then like the weird relationship that he has with Candace. It's like, what is going on there? You know? Why is Charlie Kirk meeting with Kanye West? Like, what? Why? You know? And nobody ever answers me these like basic bitch questions. Like, why do we like Kanye West? Oh, because he's popular? He's famous? He's black? Okay, like, whatever.
I think these Kanye types, they feel like they can pull him in whatever direction they want. They think they can co-opt him because he's like the biggest musical artist on the planet. They think they can.
Yeah, but if that were possible, somebody would have done that. He's so clearly fucking crazy that like you can't ride a tiger. Like, the tiger is going to be a tiger. It's going to do tiger things. You know? This idea that you can like, oh, I could tame Kanye. It's like, really? You could tame bipolarness by just like what, talking to him? Like, how is that going to work? And they're like, oh, well, you know, I could influence him. I could advise him or whatever. It's like, no, I don't think so. I think he's like genuinely out there.
But you don't think, I mean, the way I see it is they did tame him for a while. Like all the Hollywood types. He's talked about like Ari Emanuel, Rahm Emanuel. He's named like his trainer, that Harley Pasternak guy who's like Canadian, Israeli, like almost MK Ultra. He works in military.
Well, don't get me wrong. Like, I think Kanye is preserving a great social function and talking about all these things in a very honest way. I'm all for that. I'm 100% down for that. But I don't know what we get at the end of the Kanye ride, right?
Like, I think at the very least, the Kanye ride is raising the overall awareness of the human population in America. Like, just in my friend group alone, I mean, I had spoken about some of these things like over the past couple of years, and nobody's really given me the time of day. And just like within the past like 5 or 6 months, there's been a lot of people starting to kind of like acknowledge and ask me more questions and stuff.
Well, I know Nick used to share my Substack with Kanye, which both horrified me and excited me. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
You know? So I don't know what to think about it. The whole thing is very strange.
Yeah.
You know?
I think there's part of his motivation that I don't think he thinks he'll literally be the president of the United States, but he enjoys a couple things. One is, and Nick doesn't think that either, but they also enjoy him, like Chadco just said, pushing the Overton window. And the reason for that, what drives him to do that is like deeply personal. Obviously, he has a massive ego, And I think he feels slighted.
That's fine. That doesn't bother me, right? Like, there's lots of people in politics that have massive egos. I don't give a fuck about that. That's fine. Okay, like, have an ego, whatever. Don't have an ego, don't care. What I find interesting is, like, I don't even know what Kanye is talking about a good, like, 60, 70% of the time. Like, he talks in just, like, straight gibberish. And everyone's like, oh, that's because he's, like, super sophisticated. He's a genius or whatever. And it's like, no. Like, I know actual geniuses, like, who actually, like, do interesting things. And, like, there's just weird stuff going on there that makes me, like, very, very uncomfortable. And it freaks me out, just being honest about it. You know? And because I think I don't really like when I encounter people that are, like, legit mentally ill. It makes me very uncomfortable. And because they're so, like, high variance in how they react. You know?
Yeah, he acts like he.
What I think people really like is they dig his music. They dig that he's a celebrity, and they dig that he's crazy and will just say whatever the fuck he wants. And I'm on board for all of that. Like, I think it's great when people are speaking the way they want to speak. Fantastic. Would love to live in such a country. And I love how Kanye reveals how, like, power really works in America, because he'll, like, criticize the Jews and they'll, like, take away all of his stuff, which is, like, deeply funny to me. But it is very weird. Like, the whole Kanye story doesn't make sense to me. You know? Just doesn't. I'm not there. Not sold on it.
What part of the story? Like, maybe the latter half, or like his rise to fame, or what?
What is he doing? Like, what is he actually trying to achieve?
With the whole Yet 24 thing? Is that what you
mean?
mean?
No, just like there's a bunch of politicians or, like, celebrities I run into, and it's like, all right, they want a hit show, they want to make some more money, they want to be cool and seen as interesting. This guy wants to get elected to Congress or whatever, right? Like, it's very hard for me to, like, put my brain in the Kanye brain. You know? Like, what does he do all day? Like, he disappears. He comes back. He wears his mask. He gets fat. He talks shit about the Kardashians. Then he gets back with them. It's like, it's just too many things. It's too many. Like, I can't keep my eye on the ball with him. You know?
I think that's just how he is, to be honest.
No, I'm not knocking him, right? Like, this is not a judgment on him. Okay? Like, whatever. He can do whatever he wants. Fine. I just don't understand, like, how is a public right? There's a shitload of figures out there that I spend a lot of time studying, right? And I try to, like, all right, how is Peter Thiel going to react to this news? Okay, and I try to make, like, predictions about, like, I try to put my brain in, like, Peter speak, or like, oh, this is how Ted Cruz is going to respond to this, right? And I just basically, like, I try to, like, have a theory of mind that kind of mimics them and, like, tries to predict, like, how they're going to behave. You know, you kind of do this with Trump, with Biden, whatever, fine. I can't do that with Kanye, you know? It's, like, really weird. He's, like, all over the place all the time on many different subjects. But then he doesn't really finish the kill. He just kind of, like, does the crazy thing, disappears, comes back, does the crazy thing. And, like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Like, am I supposed to listen to some hit song of his? Like, what is the call to action? Like, what am I doing?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like, why do I give a fuck about this dude? Like, why are we talking about him?
Do you think
people
he's
are like,
being
oh, he's
blackmailed?
famous. I don't know. Like, I don't know.
I think he's being blackmailed. I do.
Look, you could be right. I mean, that's probably a simple explanation. Maybe, fine. I don't know. But I can just tell you that I've spent a lot of time trying to understand this dude. I've read all this stuff about him, read articles about him, I've read pieces attacking him, supporting him, whatever. And I don't think anyone else has, like, a really good model of, like, how this dude actually exists in the world. I think he's just literally all over the place. And we're just supposed to be like, oh, okay, makes sense.
Well,
you know?
I think part of, like, what he does is he likes to keep people always guessing kind of, like, what his next move would be, and then, like, you know, kind of either blowing their expectations out of the water or completely, like, confusing them. And you know, I think it's kind of like something that he's sort of shooting towards. But the other thing too is, like, I think the way that his brain works, you know, have you heard of, like, synthenasia or whatever? It's like where you, like, see and smell
synesthesia.
Yeah. I think that, he might have something along the lines of that, like a socially kind of thing. I mean, the guy is
It
always
comes in
constantly like
waves.
making.
It comes in waves. I've had it over the years,
Yeah.
and it comes in waves. Like I'll read a book, and then like all the colors, like different letters will be different colors, and then I like close my eyes and like walk away from the book. But like the letter E is like a very weird, like kind of Twitter colored blue. So yeah, I know. Like I've had synesthesia myself over the years. Maybe that's true. Like maybe he has all that. Maybe his brain is just strange.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't even say like a typical synesthesia. It'd be kind of like, like relating like words and ideas together or something like that. I mean, he's talked about kind of how his thought process works. He has like 7 things kind of like popping off in his mind at once. And, he doesn't really like possess the communicative skills to put all of the ideas going through his head into your brain in an efficient way. And so, I mean, it's like, I think that there's just like a lot going on there. And there's kind of like limits. And Elon's actually talked about this too. Like conversation is kind of like a slow data transfer process. Like us having this conversation. I could plug the USB-C into a computer and I could transfer like thousands and thousands of words and like ideas within like a second or something like that. It's a very like low resolution data transfer method. And so, I mean, it's like, I think if you were to maybe like be able to see what was going on in his brain or something, it might make more sense. But I think what he's trying to do with this whole thing is kind of just like change the way that politics is thought of and interacted with by the people who are engaging with it. I mean, we're very used to the kind of these pressed suits and kind of focus group tested talking points and it's donor backed money. It's kind of like what politicians are to us, but I think that he's trying to like get involved in kind of the greater functional aspects of the society, and I think he's kind of poking his hands in a bunch of different domains to like make himself capable of actually doing something like that. Like he's been.
I think you're totally over intellectualizing all of this because you want it all to be true.
Well, I mean, that's just like if I were to take a stab at kind of like understanding like what I would think would be going on inside of his brain, like this is kind of how I'd put it. And like, I mean, I've listened to the guy talk a lot, and I've heard a lot of like opinions on him and stuff.
Could be right. I don't know.
I think
I will tell you, it's really weird to me, like who he has access to, and who he chooses to spend his time with.
Yeah. What do you mean? Like specifically?
Like the mask thing where he went on Alex Jones was weird.
Epic.
Well, he's been doing that for years though. Like that wasn't like a new thing. Like I remember him doing mask concerts in like 2013.
Yeah, when he made an album called Yeezus, it was like he had this crazy concert with all this set design and he was wearing masks, and it was like I forgot what designer, like some European designer he kind of got that from, but he's very much inspired by certain Italian and French designers. And yeah, he started doing that like a few years ago.
Yeah, I remember specifically in 2013 that he was doing that, or 2014.
And it freaked out the WASPs, like the evangelicals. They're like, "Oh, it's
people
like
were worried about
Illuminati." Like, no, he's wearing a mask. It's like he does that kind of to instigate, I think.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I think it goes to the kind of like always like to keep people guessing and kind of like this hyper individualist idea that he's got of like kind of like nobody else is like him, like he's his own type of person or something.
Yeah,
and I mean, if you've talked to a lot of like retards before, you can kind of like. And I've done a lot of like help with kids with autism and like a lot of like homeless people, and so I've communicated with a lot of people with like lacking communication skills. And so I can kind of like try to infer what people are getting at, and like I can almost like try to see where they're coming from, I guess. And so maybe like certain people are better at listening to Kanye than others, like depending on like levels of like interaction, because I mean, if somebody's like thinking a bunch of things at once and they come out and it seems kind of jumbled, it might be like hard to piece it together or something like that. Whereas if like, if you were, like used to kind of like trying to get through to or try to understand somebody, like certain skill like would be tied to that or something. I don't know. You kind of understand what I'm saying?
I do. I don't know that I agree with it, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I think there's something about
crazy though.
Somebody out there who, I think at any given time, there's a person who's allowed to be free and say whatever the fuck they think. And I think that he is that person right now. I think Trump was that person. And I think Elon has become that person. But I think it's ultimately going to be taken from them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense.
It's I feel like it's pretty well established that around 2017, I think 2018 maybe, they totally like MK Ultra Ye. They didn't even hide it. And there's a video of him doing a concert, and he's like, they put me in a hospital and they're trying to clone me and shit. And yeah, I would agree that right now he's able to be and say whatever he wants. I really don't like back to it.
I mean, I wrote about this on the Substack, like when the shit came out back in the day, and like all the craziness around Ye and all the rest of it, and like the weird stuff with his family and all the weird connections there with the spook world, and like, was his mother really killed? What's the real story there? Honestly, I just don't know what I think. It's very weird. The whole process is very strange with him.
One thing that I really don't like, back to what you were saying about who does he have access to, who has access to him, is I really don't understand this whole thing of bringing Milo back, and I don't like it, dude. It's freaking weird.
I don't think that he did necessarily. I think that that's kind of like a news story to kind of like rile up his base or something. Kind of like like get in their heads or something. I don't think it's accurate.
Well, Ali Alexander said something about this.
What did he say?
This is the letter. Should I just tweet this shit?
Yeah, if you want. Everyone deliver it out. I'm gonna kill it.
Hold up. I'll share it right now. I'm gonna tweet it. Just give me a sec, all right? I'll tweet it, and then you guys tell me what you think about it, okay?
Your own personal focus group here.
Yeah, I don't know, personal or whatever, but hold up, let me tweet this shit. Hold up, give me a sec. Fuck, it's like 4:30 in the morning because I'm an adult. Whatever. All right, yeah. I'm gonna try to tweet it in order because I'm trying to be whatever.
Do you think there's a correlation between kind of like being smart and being an insomniac?
Yes.
Yeah,
I don't fuck with people that don't answer the phone after midnight.
Yeah, so true.
If you're not like obsessed about your work, I don't want anything to do with you because you're dangerous.
Yep. So true.
Every time I've gotten in real trouble in life, it's when I've been dealing with people that weren't like obsessive.
Yeah.
They were faking being obsessive, and then they weren't obsessive. They were just interested in like fucking women on the side or like making money and stealing money. Yeah, I'm just not into it. It scares me. It freaks me out. Makes me uncomfortable.
Makes sense.
Yeah, all right. A letter from Ye's FEC person or treasurer. There we go. Read that shit. Let me know what you guys think.
This Abbott's big toner. Maybe it hasn't loaded yet. You put it in the Jumbotron?
Oh, I just put it in my fuck. I just tweeted it. So I'll throw it up. Hold up.
Sweet.
Yeah, read that and let me know what you think because I know it's real.
Yeah, I saw it earlier when Laura. I kind of skimmed it. Let me read it for you.
Did she tweet it or no?
Yeah, I think she like subtweeted it or something. I forgot.
Or she like referenced it, but she didn't have the full letter. Is my read.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I think something like that.
Yeah, they just made allusion to it or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting piece, to think through. What do you think, Punished?
What was it? Is that I remember Nick put it this way of like that campaign. This is like a real what do you call it? A tar baby with this. Obvious, it's an FEC violation, and putting Milo back with it, I don't care how much publicity it gets you, it's just going to create a lot of headaches. And yeah, it's like Nick said, it's like then also kind of undercuts the message of what was it? Yeah, how are you going to call out Zionist Jewish influence and Israeli influence and then bring Milo back into the fold? And then, yeah, just like this whole thing, because you even saw today, Marjorie's campaign distanced itself and tried to throw him under the bus, Milo. So
what did they say about Milo?
Oh, that they had nothing to do with it, that her card was stolen for to buy the domain, that it was not like anything from her office or campaign card. She didn't authorize that purchase. So if anything, it's theft by Milo when he used said card to purchase the URL. I mean the domain.
Scalise, did you see the?
But isn't that a crime?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you think he's going to go to jail or what?
I mean, he should be deported.
That's like the thing. It's like, yo.
I mean, can't they call in favors to judges in the judicial system or something?
Yeah, that's like the thing. It's like, okay, so already we know that the country doesn't take FARA violations. Only recently with Joe Biden, like, is he anyone actually pressing the FARA issue? Now, yeah, it would have to be like someone would actually have to look into these FEC violations. That was like wasn't that the whole thing of like how people like someone like Dinesh D'Souza or whatnot, like it's obvious that they're doing it, that they could get away with it for perpetuity. And then finally, when someone actually decides to press them on it, then they'll actually go to jail.
Yeah, I don't know what I think about this. It's very strange.
And like that explains the whole beef between like someone like Ali and what was it, Milo? Because like whatever you want to say about Ali of his personal proclivities or whatnot, he does have a very good knowledge and extensive knowledge of FEC rules and guidelines. So,
well, because he's broken them over the years, gotten in trouble for it.
And speaking of like blackmail, it's so weird how Milo tried to like sort of tell Nick that Ali was doing something, but not really, so that he could kind of drop it as like a big thing. I'm Nick actually. To try to, I don't know, like ruin Nick's whole thing. The whole thing is so strange.
Well,
it's like
Nick told me that Milo tried to rape him at one point.
Oh God, I believe it.
Factual, confirmed.
Did he? How do you know?
Well, he talked on the show.
Yeah, he talked about it on stream.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not a connoisseur of his show.
Like, I only got one bed in the hotel room. I guess we got to bunk together.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, he's talked about it a few times. Yeah.
That it was like he got a room with only one bed on purpose, and that he was like, yeah, you can sleep on the bed. I'll put a pillow partition. It's like, nigga, what? Like, what are you talking about?
Bro, could you imagine?
That's so weird on so many levels.
He's talked about it a lot lately. Why does he keep bringing it up every time he speaks?
Because Milo's kind of been a thorn in his side.
Oh, really? I haven't followed. I haven't talked to Nick in like maybe a month now. Like we used to talk like fairly regularly, but I've just been busy on work stuff. It's not like we're not friends or whatever. I don't really. Yeah, other things have kind of come up. You know what I mean?
Well, Charles, how aware are you of the kind of statement that Milo?
Yeah, you keep coming in and out, Beats. We can't hear you at all.
Yeah, man, get those beats fixed.
Yeah, take your headphones off.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, no.
It sounds like you keep taking your phone like away from you, like 20 feet away from your face and then bringing it right back to your face and then away from it again.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, here's my read, okay? My read is basically there's a bunch of weird gay shit that's like pretending to be weird political shit. And I just wish it would be weird gay shit or weird political stuff. I'm like uncomfortable where they like bleed into each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Some
no.
people get mad when I say that Nick Fuentes is gay. They get very uncomfortable with that. So I'm like not allowed to talk about that, even though it's pretty obvious. 24 years old and never had a girlfriend. Get the fuck out of here. I did not raise him this way. You know? I don't know, but the Zoomers are weird, man. The Zoomers are weird. They're up to all kinds of weird degenerate stuff, like playing video games all day.
Yeah, yo, it's like really a generational thing because it's like, yo, if you grow up with everything being recorded on a phone and everything internet connection around you 24/7, then like like a bitch could line you up any second. So like hoes are just more problem than what's worth.
I mean, that's true, but like I kind of grew up with that too. I don't know how old you are, Punished, but like I don't know, heterosexuality is fun, you know?
Yo, no doubt. But like,
you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It just makes me really uncomfortable because, like, when I talk to young men now, like, we don't talk about women, you know? And it makes me really uncomfortable because it's like a good part of like dealing with young men is talking about their problems with women because they're like young men who have problems with women because that's just like how it goes. But then you deal with a lot of young people now, and it's like they're not seemingly even interested in the opposite sex. They don't talk to each other. Like they don't go talk to each other in bars. They basically like their entire life revolves around their phone, which is all recorded and monitored. And it's really weird. You know,
it's like weird for me to like I don't know if I like have witnessed that necessarily, like not in my friend groups at least. So maybe
how old are you?
Like
how old are you, Chadigal?
I'm 30.
Okay, so you're like slightly younger than I am, so you kind of know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But like, there's this thing that you'll notice where there are all these women who have like super slutty photos of themselves on Instagram. And yet in real life, they're like super interested in health kicks and they'll like never have sex ever. Right?
I know a bunch of hoes. I don't know. Maybe I'm like...
Yeah, maybe you have a different experience than I'm talking about. But like there's something very strange going on in the culture that like everyone talks about sex all the time, but nobody has it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one thing too, if you're around Zoomers, I mean, get them to even say like someone is hot or express some sort of emotion, like a normal male emotion towards a woman. It's actually, something that's so normal. It's hard for them.
Yeah, and they all fake being autistic. That's the other thing too, which is like really weird. It's like they all like think that they're autistic or something. It's strange. So I don't know. My basic takeaway in the last few years is that like the kids are not all right. But then you look at all the pathologies, and it's like, well, they're not knocking each other up. Like there's a lot of Zoomers I've met who are like well into their 20s that like don't have a driver's license.
What?
Hey, yo, wow.
It's true. Like people know what I'm talking about who like know Zoomers. It's like there's like a whole bunch of them. They'll just like be on their phones all day and they won't even bother getting a driver's license.
That's wild.
It's weird. I've seen it with a lot of the young people right now, and it's very weird to me. I couldn't wait to drive. I was sneaking out of my house at 13 in my family's cars. There's no way.
100%.
I couldn't wait to drive. I could drive
I stole my
forward.
uncle's motorcycle when I was 12. Okay, like the notion that you wouldn't be like taking cars and getting like it's just very strange to me, and yet like that's the world we're in. You know.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I don't know. That's like I feel like everybody I know has a car though, so it's like I don't know. It's like people I haven't interacted with.
I think it's like I think you're like millennial cusp. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you're right on that like line.
Oh yeah, no. If you're 30, you're definitely a millennial.
Yeah. How old are you? How old are you, Punished?
What was without giving away? Pretty similar to Nick.
I see. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's a lot of weird stuff here. It makes me very uncomfortable. When I meet these young people who like don't want to go on adventures, who don't want to like I don't know. When I was 17, I moved across country. Like I knew nobody. And like a lot of Zoomers I meet like don't ever want to leave their parents' house. It's weird. Creeps me out.
Yo, that's weird. Like, of not leaving your parents' house. Like, yo, I don't know how like a nigga could be like, where they still want to live with their parents. Like,
Yeah, they want to
yo,
live with their parents. Like, well, like I could not wait to like be free of my parents and their influence. And there are all these people I meet who are like, now I'm not necessarily judging it. Like, whatever, they could have a very close relationship with their parents. It's just very strange. And like most of the millennials I knew were like me, where they like wanted to get a car, they wanted to like work on a big project, a big mission, right? It could have been the war in Afghanistan. It could be a war. They like wanted to dedicate themselves to some kind of cause, right? The biggest cause was like electing the first black president. And then like that was a big like formative thing for a lot of millennials. And they were like kind of chasing that high all throughout their early professional life. And it's only now where like a lot of them have kind of like fucked up personal lives, where some of them have become interesting again to me. But there's this whole like professional manicured kind of existence that the millennials have. And it's like the Zoomers applied that to every other aspect of their life other than their work life. So millennials are obsessed about making their resumes look like super perfect, but like they don't actually like have, like they're just frauds with a lot of this stuff, you know? It's weird.
Well, I mean, one thing with millennials is we were really obsessed with, we were driven to think a lot about meaning, authenticity, right? And as you mentioned,
Yes.
doing things bigger than ourselves. And I think we're seeing a lot of us got really burned out with them, right? Whether it was people who, you know, ended up, unfortunately, in Iraq, Afghanistan, or, you know, burned out in other ways, you know, through corporate things where people were said they were doing something big and, you know, their startup or whatnot just
And
fizzled out.
Then it was SBF taking advantage of them.
Exactly.
Yeah, you see the picture of him and Bernie Madoff right next to each other?
Did I see what?
The picture of SBF and Bernie Madoff right next to each other.
No,
it's the same person. They're like the same like Green Gots banker or something like that. They look exactly the same. They're like, it's the physiognomy of the financial fraudster or whatever. They look exactly the same. Let me see if I can find the photo. I'll put it in the Jumbotron for you.
It's really weird to me how he stole all this money and then donated to all these organizations, and everyone is just like, oh, that was weird, and like nobody actually like claws back the money, you know?
Yeah.
I think he was supposed to be an island Jew. That's kind of my read on it. Like Meyer Lansky, he's an island Jew, you know? So like Meyer Lansky was an island Jew in Cuba. Sheldon Adelson had, you know, Macau. Basically, there's like a bunch of these Jews that live on islands. Jeffrey Epstein had an island. And like this is where they do their shit that like intersects with the various empires, but where they're like not really a part of any empire, you know? And so I think he was supposed to be the new Sheldon Adelson to like move weird Chinese cash into our system. Weird Chinese is real cash. And it didn't work because he didn't have like the proper mob training that Adelson had. Like Adelson knew like what to put in right. Like a lot of these older Jew mobsters, they were actually like good at criming. You know what I mean? Right. They were like sophisticated about it. And the current generation, like they have no chill. Like they don't know how to do it properly. It's weird. It's like, and so you can kind of see like the Chinese where they're like, what the fuck? Like, we don't even know how to do this. Like, we don't know how to deal with this guy. Because he's just like going on TV all the time. It's like the whole situation is like really weird. And I remember having conversations with like various Jewish billionaires about SBF and like warning them about him. But like they didn't want to hear it. You know?
Yep.
And it wasn't really their money. So it didn't really matter. You know?
Yep.
I wonder if he's actually going to go to jail.
I would think that he's probably going to get deported to Israel or something like that.
Yeah, you think he's just going to go full Israel?
Trip of return or whatever, yeah. Law of return.
It would be interesting if we just sent a lot more criminals to Israel rather than jail them.
I mean, they just become more effective at doing what they do as a country.
Well, so Meyer Lansky gave, Golda Meir all this money, basically. It was like all of his mob cash. And I think the deal is he could basically live out his days in Florida. Well, I think it was him paying tribute. I think he was going to get in trouble with the feds in different ways, and I think what he did was he gave Golda Meir a bunch of mob cash. And she was like, no, you can't live in Israel. Fuck you. We're just going to steal your money. Which kind of made me really like her. It was like, I'll show you who's the ultimate person at ripping people off. It's the state of Israel. Thank you very much. It's kind of like a feel-good story of a sort, It's like, he wants to run to Israel because, he's always wanted to be an Israeli, and he wants to live his remaining days as a Jew in Israel. And then he, talks to the Israelis about coming over. They're like, yes, put all your money in this bank account. And he does that, and they steal all of his money. It's fucking great. Makes me laugh.
Yeah, totally swindled.
Did he just do that essentially by, even when he couldn't go to Israel, he just ended up living the rest of his life in Miami? It's like, how?
Yeah, he lived the rest of his life in Miami in a 2-bedroom apartment.
Yeah.
And nobody whacked him, which is the other weird thing,
Yeah,
it was like they all kind of agreed that he was not touchable.
Was Meyer Lansky the guy that did the porn thing or something? Or
no. Meyer Lansky is pretty much the guy who made the commission. They'll never say he was, but he was the guy who made the commission.
Gotcha. For 9/11?
No. The actual the mob in America.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's that's very funny. He never even spent that much time. I think he spent a week in jail in his lifetime, or I forget. It was
great grandson.
We can't hear you, Shanna. You're glitching out. We can't hear you. Go ahead.
His grandchild lives in my town.
She got the Obama phone. Yeah. You hang out with him?
No. With Meyer Lansky's grandson? No.
Yeah.
He's 18, 19.
I mean, you should teach him up. Have him read the
He's been to jail. He's not a good kid.
Well,
yeah. They half live in Florida and half live
This is what I'm talking about, right? He's the son of a famous, or grandson of a famous mobster, and he can't even crime properly.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah, it's like his great-great-great-grandchild. It's 3 down.
His
last name's Lansky.
The Jews are not as good as they once were, is kind of my read. Basically.
Chuck's really onto something here. This is this genic devaluation or degradation of the lineage. You really see it. You even saw it with of just some Irving Kristol to Bill Kristol, and it's Bill Kristol looks like a dummy with some mustard stains on him or whatnot. At least Irving Kristol, he's a neocon, but at least he's sharper though. They
used to send us real criminal Jews that were really good at the criming stuff, and now we get this it feels like I'm getting a cheap imitation criminal. It's like having to drink Shasta Coke, knowing that Mexican Coke was out there at one time. You know what I mean? Just feels it's you see Jared Kushner, and you're you are not the guy. Charles Kushner was the guy. I don't know. It's kind of it's really deeply upsetting in a way, because you kind of want to live in a world of competency, even if the criminals are the ones that are competent. And when you're living in a world where the criminals are bumbling and stupid and ridiculous, it actually it feels very uncomfortable. That you live in a world in which there are criminals that kind of think they can get away with that kind of stuff, It's you read the affidavit, you read I mean, if you go and you read
generations, though, that's what I've learned.
I don't know. Maybe it does, or maybe people just break good over time. I don't know, but I was reading the filing for the George Santos thing, And it was like so obvious and so ridiculously. It was like not. He just like kept criming. He just like wouldn't stop criming. And when I went to school with like kids like who are the sons of mobsters or whatever, the idea that they would be like as brazen, as loud and ridiculous as a George Santos, like it would aesthetically offend them that people like this would do such a thing, you know? And it's just weird. It's like weird to live in a world where like the criminals aren't like sophisticated enough to not want to get caught. Like he was like a week ago, not even saying like 4 days ago, saying that he wasn't going to get in any trouble. You know, it's kind of like, you know, it's like the real criminals destroy all the evidence. Or there's no evidence at all because they don't like put all this shit in texts and emails. You know what I mean?
Well, it looks like they get complacent.
Broadcasting it. Yeah, I was going to say complacent.
It's complacency, but it's also like it's like they never built any natural immunities. It was like
Manafort did.
Well, this is what I'm saying. He's an older one, right? He's an older criminal. So like he makes sense to me. Like that makes a lot of sense that he's like, and he shut the fuck up when he went to jail. There's no like Manafort book or anything, right? He made sense to me. Like I could put that in my, he like did his time and he shut the fuck up and he got his pardon. And he was like taken care of, right? But then, you know, you see a Sam Bankman-Fried, he's doing all these fucking interviews. And you're like, bro, no. You know? But he genuinely seems to believe that he's not actually a criminal, which is the weirdest thing to me. It's like it'd be like Meyer Lansky would like try to convince you he's an industrialist or something. And you're like, no, you're a criminal. He knew he was a criminal, you know? So he knew what he could do within the confines of the law. And he knew like where the edges were. And he knew like who he had to buy off. He knew how to play the game at a very sophisticated level. That's what I'm trying to say. And the current generation, like they're not sending us their best criminals. They're just not. You know? So, I don't know. I think this is a real problem for the GOP, by the way. This is like one of my current theories. That the GOP is not producing sophisticated enough criminals. And so because of that, it can't really work as a political party. You know? It used to be there was all this dirty money showing up in the Republican Party in all kinds of elaborate, exciting ways. And they can't really do that anymore in a serious way because everyone's watching them constantly. You know? Like, do you think anyone will ever try the kind of shit that Clarence Thomas was trying?
Nah, not at all.
It's like next level, you know? And it clearly worked for a very long time.
Also, I think it's like because like niggas don't want to be low key anymore. Everyone wants to be front and center. Like the Clarence Thomas thing works. It's because he plays up. Oh, he's geeky. He speaks Gullah, and he's low key. He's like this folksy guy, and that really works. And then he just drives I forget what you call it. That
RV.
Yeah, their RV. He just drives.
Yeah, I
RV.
feel like such a fucking dummy because like I genuinely believed that he was this like black redneck with his like cultist wife, his cultist white wife, and I genuinely thought that they were like that fucking weird that they would like travel around the country in the off season in an RV. Like I thought that was like how he actually lived. But then I discovered he's like traveling to all these weird islands, doing God knows what on those ships, drinking absurd amounts. I mean, the whole thing was very strange to me.
I feel like just the very nature of doing business or any sort of communication transaction, everything's digital now. So like, it's just a totally different world. Everything is recorded somewhere. Everything. This space is being recorded.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything against these things being recorded. What's weird to me, though, is that, like, it doesn't seem like the criminals actually seem to have noticed.
Staying at
That's not, you know?
Walmart parking lots.
It's just weird.
Keep cutting out, Dana.
Yeah, keep cutting out.
I can't hear you.
It's just weird. Like, it's weird that they think they'll get away with it. Is the other one too. But I guess who would stop them?
I mean, if you like buy the system or whatever, you know, it's like people become like.
I didn't say anything.
You said something about a Walmart parking lot.
Oh, the RVs. He kept taking them. That's where he'd stay. He'd park his RV there.
Yeah, he would say. Well, supposedly that's what he said, but like we don't really have any evidence that that ever happened.
Well, that's where everybody that I know has an RV parks, and it's weird.
No.
They have a lot
What
of
I'm
money
saying
and
is,
they go to Walmart
we
parking
know
lots.
we know that he said that he did this, right? Like we know that he said publicly that he did this.
Sure, but I'm just saying that I hear it. I've been hearing it for years that people I know that have these, $1 million RVs, houses on wheels, that's where they stay, and it's weird to me. Like that's the last fucking place I'll ever stay is in a Walmart parking lot. Sorry.
Well, this is what I'm saying though, is he claimed this, that he did this, right? And everyone was like, oh, he's folksy, he's just one of us, he's a Bubba or whatever, right? And then nobody ever has any real evidence that this ever happened. And it turns out the whole time he's traveling around with this like compromised mobster, the Crows. And
didn't the ProPublica whatever have a video of him driving it?
I think he's driven it, but like he clearly that's clearly not how he actually spends his vacations.
Gotcha.
Right. It's like he creates this image, this folksy image of like this guy who just like loves NASCAR and he just loves like redneck America or whatever. And then he's like drinking down bottles of wine that are like $5,000, which is the kind of shit you don't even drink when you're rich. That's like the $5,000 bottle of wine is the wine you give as a bribe. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do.
So it's just weird. Like it's weird on many different dimensions. And then it's like, they got that example of like Ginny. There's like the Ginny bribe going on. I don't know. I'm really uncomfortable about the whole thing, I've got to say. It makes me really uncomfortable because I kind of feel like a sucker. Like I sued BuzzFeed News all the way up to the Supreme Court. And like I should have just bribed a bunch of people.
Well, Roberts makes me worried as well with his wife and the crypto and the adopted children.
They're all criminals.
Yeah, they are totally criminal.
They're all criminals. And it's like,
that's what I meant the other night when
we
I
live
said
in this
it feels
world.
like they're making a mockery out of the United States. That's what's bothersome to me.
This is what's frustrating about it, right? So we live in this world in which, like, who holds the Supreme Court justices responsible? Oh, the Supreme Court itself.
Yep.
Like, who holds the Congress people responsible for the insider trading? Oh, the Congress does.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, we're in this world in which, like, nobody's accountable to anybody but themselves. And they're like, oh, we'll do all this self-policing, self-regulation. And it's like, and then they don't.
And the lobbyists put the foreign money into their pocket to do all the bills that go against the United States of America's citizens.
Yeah, it's very, very, very depressing.
Very.
And it's very elaborate. It's like way more elaborate. Mm-hmm. Like I thought I had a handle on it, and I feel like I don't have a handle on the scale and scope of it all.
Well, where you're focused, you're, unbelievable, and we're so grateful to have what you offer. But then there are people like myself who live in the towns and were born and raised with these people that can buy Supreme Court. Like I grew up with the Harlan Crows. My grandfather was an architect in Dallas under Harlan Crow. So
yeah, no, I understand. Like I understand this criminal, but
it's awful.
I grew up in Boston.
Yeah,
where I saw a lot of criminal shit in Boston, but it was always like small scale. It was like $100,000 here, $50,000 there. You know what I mean? Like it was like walking around money. It wasn't like I'm going to buy the Supreme Court. Like there's a scale and ambition of some of these oligarchs that like really blows me away. You know?
Yep.
So I find the whole thing very fascinating that we live in this kind of world where this sort of thing happens. Like, it would never even occur to me to like take a woman like a Christine Blasey Ford and like it would never occur to me like fund all of this shit that Reid Hoffman funds. And yet he does it like all day, every day. You know?
Yep. And he's not the only one. There's
I guess
tons
when
of
you have
them.
like infinite money, you just kind of like go for it. I don't know.
That's why we can't vote for them not to ever have to pay taxes. I mean, it's gotten insane.
I don't even think it's a tax problem. I think it's like way worse than that.
Well, I mean, but if you don't have to pay taxes, it must be nice. Especially when you're a billionaire, you don't have to lose any money.
The thing is,
my husband's from a third world country. It's pretty fucked up.
Well, they never reinvest their money, which is the weirdest thing. You know?
Yeah, it's to control everything. They own all the power. I mean, we actually just live in their world. We're grateful to be here, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. The whole thing is very strange to me. Now, the question is, what's going to happen? And I think the answer is they're going to re-compromise the Supreme Court. They're going to basically make an example of Gorsuch and of Roberts and whatever. And they're going to re-compromise them. They're going to make it so it's like very awkward for all the other criminals to behave. That's kind of my sense of it. But I don't know. It's a very disquieting thing. Mm-hmm. Well, all right. I think we've kind of done it long enough. Sure curious to see what Richard thinks when Richard wakes up, to see how far this goes on. Oh wow, that really is crazy. That like physiognomy of the criminal, Yeah,
I was going to point that out to you. It is kind of nuts, right?
Dude, how bad would it be to be a Jew who looks like those guys, who's like trying to run a new business right now? Yeah. How bad would it be? Like, you'd probably have to like clean up and like get a crew cut or something, you know?
Yeah.
Most people don't even know who they are. You know that, right?
No. Anyone who manages and deals with serious money in the world knows exactly who those
but I'm talking about your everyday average person has no.
Yeah, but who cares about them?
Well, you know, we got to check.
That's kind of why they're called average, right?
I'm not. I mean, I don't fuck with average people.
I don't either, you know? But you can't change anything with just us, because I'm ready for
solutions. Oh, no, you can change stuff with us all day long. Listen, I wrote those pieces about the Illumina shit, and I've had all these reporters write to me. I've had feds call me, like, wanting to do, like, I literally just put up a bunch of shit on my Substack, and it's, like, caused a little revolution in the genomics space. So, no, I think we can do an awful lot more than we've been doing. I mean, I look at like what Punished has been up to, like the shit that Richard puts out, like au contraire. Like I think that you can have a huge impact just as a regular old person putting things out on the internet. Absolutely.
I guess all the rich people I know are too busy doing their normal mob shit. They're not paying attention to Sam Bankman-Fried. They're doing their own bullshit.
Yeah, but so they're in their own little ecosystem. They're in their own little Right. No, it's weird. It's a weird thing that you don't really notice.
But so are billionaires.
Like, you sent me that speech that Tucker Carlson did about Alabama. And what you kind of realize over time is that there's all these like small little like criminal syndicates in our country that they're like doing their own little thing. And then it gets to be a great big thing really quickly, because they're basically like, it just sort of like mushrooms real quick.
Correct.
And I think the problem in general is that like the feds just don't really enforce a lot of these things in a lot of these like dirty and quiet places. I don't know. It's very strange. But anyway, I wish you all a very nice morning, and we'll do this again soon. Maybe tomorrow night. Bye.
Always a pleasure, man. Appreciate it.
No sweat. Bye.
Yeah, it's awesome.